Futures back in positive territory here, trying to hold on to positive territory as we get some comments coming through right now from Fed's Bowman to kick things off. We're also expecting some from Bostic at some point this morning as well, just a pre-recorded speech. So we'll see if the market reacts to this, but downside for the most part in the last few minutes here, although as I said, holding on to positive territory as we look toward more inflation data to come this week. Coming up on Thursday, we'll get July CPI, followed by the very next day, Friday, PPI for July. So the next stopping point as far as the Fed is concerned. We'll see how things play out this week as far as the market is concerned. Bit of a choppy week last week coming off more monster tech earnings. Stand by for more from the EV group this week. We'll get Rivian, we'll get Palantir after the close tonight. A lot of people interested in that one as well. It's Monday, August 7th, 2023. TraderTv.live starts now. As I mentioned, just keeping an eye on the overall market here, trying to get back to the downside a little bit. Some comments coming through from Fed's Bowman right now. This, again, just a pre-recorded statement that has been released here at 8:30. So market not really reacting to that, but we'll keep an eye on anything that does come across as far as market moving is concerned. Big week ahead, though, for the market overall. More earnings to come, obviously. We'll get into all of that, as I mentioned. More inflation data to come as we continue to wait to see what the Fed is going to do overall. We had obviously the quarter-point hike going back to the last Fed meeting. Fed Chair Powell now with two whole months worth of data to sift through before we get another decision. Brand new week, Sharif here as always. As we get going on a Monday here, a number of individual angles to talk about, to cover this morning. Number of individual movers. You check the position board, bottom of the screen there, guys. Yeah, Sean's back from vacation. Neil already in this yellow that officially declares bankruptcy. Yeah, interesting Fed statements right now from Bowman saying that additional rate hikes may be required to bring down inflation the rest of the year. We know that we get CPI on Thursday, we get another PPI on Friday. So some good data coming in for inflation-related issues, Brendo. Yeah, I mean, this is not, they never said we're done, right? No. So this is not totally unexpected. We'll see how the Fed funds tool is looking as we head throughout the week. Frank Caberna coming up tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon, I should say, as well. We'll get his take on what all of this means. Michael Noss back in the building, off vacation as well. But more importantly, Sean is here. How was Italy, Mr. Cattina?
Yes, how was Rome?
Never heard of it. All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah. Mute.
It wouldn't be a Monday
Never heard
if we
of
weren't
it.
muted. So
Yeah, no.
First question.
My earpiece isn't working?
This sip of coffee compared to all of the obviously ridiculous goodness you've been having.
Nothing compares. Nothing compares. But the lifestyle doesn't compare. The weather doesn't compare. Nothing compares. But we're back, and it's great to be home. And you get that feeling when you land and you're back in your country and everything like that. It does feel nice. But it's great to be back. If anybody saw on social media, there was tons of stuff posted up. My wife posted everything. I posted a bunch of stuff as well. It was lots of fun. We had an absolutely great time, but it's great to be back. And I mean, you were telling me some of those puns with the MF stock there last week. And what do we have today? We have a bull and a bear up here. I'm thinking pretty bullish. I mean, we're back. We're going to get back to life.
This is one of the things I miss. We were sort of every single time. We just kind of, it was pretty bearish. And you didn't Max didn't get into that bull mode. Although on Friday, obviously Amazon was pretty strong, and that was a great long, and he stuck with that one. And tomorrow, I thought it was tomorrow morning, but it's aftermarket today.
Yeah. No, aftermarket today. Yeah, the Palantir earnings. I feel like that's one that I want to. I don't know. I haven't bought options in a minute, so maybe I might have to buy something on Palantir there. I think that there's a good potential there. Let's find out the short flow. Let's find some ideas. It's on the sticky note today. Sticky note is out. Should be a great day. It's great to have Michael Noss back, as Brendan mentioned there as well. Yeah. So I heard there's more flooding and everything happening out east, so we'll have to feel him out on that one. But yeah, I hope everyone had a great week. We're back in the saddle. Neil and I are going to be kicking it here for you one more time. Like I said, sticky note is out. It's
7% the answer.
Short float, yeah. It's a holiday.
It is a Canadian holiday.
It took me 18 minutes to drive into work. I was feeling that, so I got here pretty early. Didn't know what to do with myself. But it was a good one, man. It's going to be a good day today. And, excited for it. AMC,
AMC's this week.
Palantir we've got on watch.
Palantir this week. Lucid.
see some
Lucid's
Amazon.
today. Lucid's today after the bell, right?
Yeah, we had Nikola shit the bed last week.
Nikola,
there's lots of stuff
Nikola
happening.
was a mess. I think that's still probably short if it pops. That's a big if, but I'm in yellow. I'll probably swing a few times at that. They're going bankrupt officially now, so that's got to be on watch. NVIDIA, we still don't get NVIDIA earnings, but they're at a pretty key level as well.
Yeah, that's
And-
like August 24th or something. That's not for
we
a
have
minute.
a few weeks until we get them, and that's kind of disappointing. All that said, this is still going to be a good earnings week because you get
Yes,
some
yes.
when you get things like Palantir. Palantir is a volatility maven, let's just say. Like, you know it's going to be a mover. Lucid's going to be
Come
a
over
mover
to my
this
screen
week.
here, yeah.
So I'm missing something else. There it is.
There it is. So I tweeted
Beyond
this out.
Meat. Beyond Meat. That's the one I was thinking of. Beyond Meat.
I tweeted this out. I mean, this is basically Murderer's Row of all different kinds of stocks that you're looking for, right? You want stocks that can run up. What about Roblox right there, right? What about the trade desk being added? What about Rivian right there? Like, this is Rivian tomorrow. We have AMC tomorrow. We have Twilio. We have the amazing UPS. You know, Palantir, Lucid, they're all here, man. Oh, I had a great flight on Air Canada, both ways, man. Great flight on Air Canada. Everything was going great. And then me and Sharif were talking about this a little bit. I know you and I talk about it all the time. Alibaba coming on Thursday. And then, of course,
baby.
Go Woke and Go Broke is right there as Disney coming for you on Wednesday as well. So, yeah, we tweeted that out, and I wanted to see what people were excited about. I said I'm obviously excited about Palantir. Some other people here, yeah, a bigger one here. What's up, Money Mitch? How's it going there? But from Benzinga there as well. So he tweeted that out. Palantir, AMC from Gabe there as well. So yeah, it's going to be a good week there. It's nice to see that the logo switched from Twitter to X last week, and that was a little fun there.
X gonna give it to you.
Hey, that's exactly what I tweeted out. That was the thing I tweeted out there last week. So, all right, without any further ado, it's nice to see everybody back. What's up to Ramin, Fabian, Sharif, and Brendo?
Nice sweater.
Yeah, going to be a busy week on the earnings front. Did UPS ever figure out that strike nonsense that they
UPS?
were?
Yeah, they figured it out.
Okay,
they got a
so
collective bargaining agreement.
We'll see how that earnings report comes out. I mean, it's more of a economic bell. That's an interesting shot. More of an economic bellwether as far as the overall economy is concerned. But coming up on Wednesday, yeah, a lot to get to. Anyway, a lot to talk about this morning as well, including, if I scroll down here, where is it? There it is. Berkshire, record operating, I think it was profit and revenue coming across in their latest report. Obviously, Warren Buffett's still doing Warren Buffett things, but if you look at the daily chart of this thing, I mean, it's just an absolute monster this year.
Yeah, and they've got $145 billion in cash. You know he's going to be buying some Apple with that. No, tongue in cheek, of course. A good look for Berkshire. One of those ones where you're always watching to see what they're investing into and how they perform. I want to see how it does the rest of the year.
Yeah, not necessarily, obviously, a day trading stock, guys, but pretty impressive once again this year for BRK.
I think I was about to talk Beyond Meat for a second, but every now and then it's just fun to pull up the level 2 of the A. Boom! How you like that spread? Now see, we talk about stocks that are
Close the spread.
that are spready. This is a spready stock. Obviously, I'm being facetious here with a $24,000 spread. If you're ever looking at this and you were even thinking about trading and executing trades, you'd execute trades on the B. Obviously not the A, although more power to you if you have the guts to execute on the A. Day traders, and nobody really does it. Berkshire, not a trading stock, but every now and then, I suppose if it were to get to 350, that's interesting to me. But when I think about the earnings, I meant it was Beyond Meat that I wanted to talk about. I'm like, there was something on that list that's today or tomorrow that was interesting to me. And Beyond Meat, 37% short float. They're after the bell today. I'll get that one out of the way. But if you look at this sucker on the daily, it has just been holding fort right around this 15 level in the 200 period, looking for a chance to go breakout zone. So if it can, maybe if it dips today into that 200 period, it might be worth it for a little bit of a kind of like dip, bounce off the 200 and see if it can rally into earnings. It wouldn't take much for this to squeeze. 37% short float, that pretty much tells you all you need to know. And you've seen these squeeze plays when they break out. They've been absolutely fantastic. And we got a few of them this week. It's not one or two. It is a few of these bad boys. But Berkshire, that's basically Apple, and then they hold a bunch of cash still. And it's a great company, and they still do incredibly well. I just don't see much of a trade in Berkshire personally, but that doesn't mean it's not worth holding.
Yeah, when I find out that they have a billion shares or whatever of Apple there, it gets a little bit insane. But yeah, look, good to hear about that. The market seems to be still pretty strong. I mean, you're still up to 15.4 on the NASDAQ. We'll wait to see what the S&P can do here as well. As we're getting through earnings season, and then we'll have to find out, you know, I don't know if the Fed has as much power anymore. We sort of know what they're going to do, possibly. You know, no more rate hikes. Let's figure out what that's going to happen in September. No August statement. So, yeah, lots of stuff happening. Some of these tech names are still holding out pretty good. We have Apple on our watch list, or on this sticky note here today as well, trying to see about second day momentum in that name. So that should come through as well. But yeah, I'm here. I'm watching AMC. I want to watch some Carvana today as well. I still just feel like it's still the summertime. It's only the first week in August.
I got a question. Well, two things I got to ask you. But the first one.
Yeah.
Have you seen the stash on the Blue Jays? Have you seen this kid?
Yeah, Schneider.
Davis Schneider.
Yeah.
There's a term. I have
like
to
a
do
truck
this.
driver.
I'm a baseball fan, but there's a term called like a grinder or a gamer.
Yeah.
And when you see this kid, he is exactly what every team needs. And I call him a kid. He's like 25 years old.
Yeah,
but
he's mad old.
he's an absolute gamer.
28th rounder.
8 hits in his first 2 games.
9 hits.
9 hits, 2 bombs. He had like an infield signal, which is more hustle than I've seen any player on the Jays make this year, outside of maybe Kiermaier and Varsho. But I love it. I think he's the kind of kid that gives the spark plug to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm a huge fan of this kid. He's like that, and I love that grinder mentality, because if you're a trader,
you're 25 years old playing in Buffalo.
Well, exactly.
You got to hustle.
Like, it's like nothing's coming easy to a kid like that. And that's sort of like, I love seeing it. That's why I want to be a fan of him. And then there's the other thing I wanted to ask you was, okay, so the trip was obviously
Amazing.
fun.
Yeah, obviously
amazing.
fun.
But what was, and this is a hard question to ask, what was the best meal? Like, what would you say? Like, what's the best thing you ate? What was the best experience? Like, what would you put at the top? I know it's not an easy question. People want to know.
Yeah. I'll have to let me think about what the best. Let me think about what the best meal was. We had so many good meals, man. I mean, I had some meatballs at the last meal there, which was amazing. I was trying to test various things. We got a great recommendation for a sandwich joint.
Oh.
So we went there, but had prosciutto and truffles.
Okay, now see.
The truffles, man.
See now.
With a pistachio spread. You can get a pistachio spread. It was like, and then we had this wicked, I tweeted out as well, this porchetta sandwich was amazing.
See, the porchetta,
Salt
I saw
and
that
boca.
one. We had a discussion about pronouncing it properly for some people on the show. Not people here, but people.
Someone said chetta? Porchetta?
I'm not naming any names.
I thought it was porchetta.
I'm not naming any names. I'm just pointing at Sharif.
But the soupli, like the arancini ball, like there's just,
God.
What, Sharif? I don't
know what was being said. I was like just in the middle of it, I don't know.
Now there's so many great things there, man. But you hit it on the coffee, the wine.
I'm already jealous.
Everything. It's more the life. It's like, well, you were in Paris there, right? So it's like you walk around and you see the streets. I have videos of the street life, like just walking back to the condo, and it was just like amazing. Like everyone's on the streets, everyone's tons of families there.
It's such a
It was
great
great.
way
And the weather wasn't too bad. I mean, it was 35 for the majority of it, but it was a little hot. But it was really nice, and yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with some of the sandwiches, man. Some of the panini and stuff was just amazing. That's what I remember. Just you get the high quality bread and stuff. It's like it's all freshly made.
Bread in Europe is just different.
The cheese is right there. It's like you don't need you don't need the mayonnaise. Like you don't need any of that kind of stuff.
Well, you
like,
never need mayonnaise.
No, but I'm saying like it's not dry. Like everything is right there and fresh. And yeah, I would go with that or the cornetto, which is a croissant. Like every single morning, my family, we went out and got the cornetto, and it was
so what's the difference?
amazing.
Like, is it
just? I think just the way it's French versus it's not. They're not so super buttery. It's not like a buttery croissant.
Because I've never had it. I don't think I have no idea.
It's just called cornetto.
But is it made differently, like a little bit? Or?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a baker, but I assume it's made a little bit differently. But stuffed with pistachio, stuffed with the kids like the Nutella. Like that's another thing. Yeah, like I could just go on and on. Like, why did you guys start with this?
We should
the seafood there.
We need
as
like
well?
a Nutella like spread here.
Gnocchi? No, Michael Noss can wait. We have Michael Noss ready.
He's good.
He's good.
He wants to hear about the food
loves
too.
good food as well.
Of course, he loves
that's
good
what it's
food.
all about. But okay, well, thanks. Okay, well, first we're going to go back to the desk, and then we're going to go see Michael Noss. So, anyways, thanks for the question, and I have another 10 or 20 minutes to go on that. So that was a good one, but thanks, everybody. It's great to be back, obviously a little bit tired. Yo, what's up, Obi?
Obi's in the house.
Oh, what's up, Obi? There he is in the back. I haven't seen him yet today. So, all right, back to the desk.
Fabian's very eager this morning, so we'll touch on DraftKings. I wanted to mention DraftKings to everyone because we're back to pre-market highs here, trying to get back through this 32.5. Remember, huge earnings, and then it faded the entire move on Friday, right back to $30 almost at the bottom there. But here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 5 or 6 even total positive analyst moves, including a few upgrades here for DraftKings. Has to be on watch again.
Yeah, everybody chiming in on this one, Brendo. It had fantastic earnings. We saw that they are going to acquire 4 more jurisdictions, I believe Kentucky and a couple of other jurisdictions as well, accounting for 6% of the population. What we've been seeing them do is take profits from the jurisdictions that they're already authorized in and then reinvest that to get licensing in those new jurisdictions. New revenue coming on board. I like the look, and so do a lot of other analysts.
Yeah, we'll get into this, I'm sure, throughout the morning and throughout the show as far as what happens with DKNG after that huge move back on Friday. As mentioned, Michael Moss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, back with us again after he was also enjoying a, I hope, relaxing vacation last week. Mr. Moss, good to see you.
Good to see you, and yes, it was a lot of time at the beach. I didn't eat as much as Sean was saying there, making me hungry.
Absolutely. When you're in Europe, you must. Let's talk about where things are at as far as the overall market is concerned here. Going back even, before you went on vacation, we were talking about we're at a point where we might need a little bit of sideways action just to work off some of this overbought state that the overall market is in. But here we go. We get 2% plus across the board for all 3 U.S. markets last week. To the downside, what are we looking at? What are you expecting here this week?
Well, this is going to be the kind of the crux of my talk this morning, because you're right. We are at a very important zone in a lot of the indices. There's a lot of work that a friend of mine, JC at All Star Charts, has done that I'm going to show you guys as well.
This guy name dropping.
And we're just going to take a look at kind of what's happening and then how to trade it. So first thing I just want to say is, hey, if you're on vacation for a period of time like I was, and you're getting back to trading, there's a lot of people doing this around this time, is go slow. One thing I noticed on the weekend when I was doing this work and scanning through things is your flow's off, I guess, maybe your mojo's off. So it took me a little longer and that kind of thing. So I don't feel as confident as normal. So I just will trade smaller until kind of that comes back. But yeah, last week we hit a little bit of a down week, and we hit it right at this important area on the SPY that I have highlighted here. And basically, the reason this area was important is because it's where the breakdown initially started for the markets, right? Where we've kind of broke down at the end of the 2021 kind of bull market, where the bear market started. We're right back there now. And the reason that's important is that price is memory, and traders who use price have memories. So there's a lot of people who were down a lot of money on a lot of things that are getting back to even. That can cause them to say, okay, I'm finally back to even. It's time to sell, which, all of us as traders know is the wrong move, but we know a lot of people do it. So it could be some digestion going on here. The next chart I have is just of the Qs. It's more of the same. A lot of these indices are just stopping right at this zone, right where we broke down. And that, again, makes sense because there's a lot of kind of chop that's going to happen there, the overhead supply that I talked about before. I think that might take a little bit of a long time to chew through. The next one here is just USO. And the reason I showed this is, I had a great week, even though I was off because I was long USO or long oil stocks going into the week. But the reason I'm showing this is to show that there are pockets out there of strength. And I don't think, the end of the bull market is over. I don't think we're crashing to new lows or anything like that. I just think we're in for some pause and maybe in for some sector rotation, maybe out of tech and into staples and oil and that type of thing where, in bear markets, right, everybody sells everything. In bull markets, people will sell things that are strong. They'll take the money they made from that and they'll buy other things. So that might be that kind of cycle might be what we're kind of going after here. This next chart I want to show is from the All-Star charts. So again, it's just 2 over in the charts there, just down the other way. It's that one right there. Perfect. So this is from All-Star Charts. Again, they're friends of mine. I know you guys have had Sean on, which is their option strategist, once or maybe a few times. idea behind this chart, and this is another kind of confirmatory evidence that we could be in for some chop, but it takes a little bit of explaining. So the blue line here is the average pre-election year, right? So we are a year between midterms and the presidential election, right? Again, I don't know much about US politics and I don't really care to know, but it's interesting to say this is normally what happens in the time after midterms. Generally speaking, this goes back from 1950 to 2019, and it averages out those moves. You have this up move, and that generally happens, the people believe, and we're taught in the CMT curriculum, is because after an election, there's some finality in the market. People know kind of what the political landscape is going to look like. They feel more comfortable buying. So you have these long sustained up moves after these types of events like elections. And then going into kind of the end of the year, quite often you have this sideways chop and consolidation of this move. And that's confirmed with the next chart here, which is a zoomed out version of this. So this is the 4-year cycle. So, right, Americans, they run on a 4-year election cycle. So the post-election term is generally bullish, and that's what we had last time. You have the midterm, the pre-midterm cycle, which is generally choppy or bearish, and that's what we had. And then you had the pre-election cycle, and this is where we are right now, this kind of highlighted red box, where you have a big up move at the beginning of the year, and then some chop, and then after the election, again, you usually have a nice bullish trend. So again, this is just averaging this out. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you take something like this, which is just called seasonality in technical analysis, and you combine that with the price action we're seeing, it kind of confirms some chop. So what I'm going to do, if we are going to get some chop and sideways action, is focus a little bit less on breakouts because they will fail a little bit more, and a little bit more on pullbacks. So that's the ideas that I have for you guys today. They are all kind of pullbacks either to the upside and the downside. I'm going to trade a little bit more both sides because, again, I think there's going to be chop. So more pullbacks, quicker profits, not really swing for the fence as I would if we were kind of in an expansionary phase.
All right. Do you want to jump into a couple of these symbols here real quick?
Sure. I've got 4 for you. I'll go through them real quick. First one here is SYM. So this is symbolic, I guess, 40% short float. That's the reason I'm watching it. Broke out there on earnings, pulling back. Again, I'm looking for pullbacks instead of breakouts here, and pulling right back to where it broke out from. That's about $54 a share, give or take. Next one here is Coinbase. Coinbase had a massive move from $60 to doubled at 120-ish, and then pulled all the way back down again to the breakout point. And after earnings, holding that area. This is going to be really dependent on what Bitcoin does, but a nice looking chart there on Coinbase. On the short side, we have Netflix. So Netflix had a earnings failure where it was running up and then gapped down. It's kind of hard to see, but there's that pink line overhead. That's the anchored VWAP from right before that gap. You guys know I like that on these gap plays. That seems to be holding Netflix down. If it can break this kind of uptrend line that I have drawn there around 430, give or take, I think that might be a little short. And then last but not least here is gold. So gold is one of those things that I think will exist outside of the normal market. And if the market gets choppy or maybe a little bit bearish, maybe we get a lift on gold. I have GLD as the instrument here, which is the ETF, and $180 a share. So if we get a lift off $180 on gold, I'll pick some up there. You guys know how much I love gold from that longer term point of view I've talked about a few times.
Yeah, Sharif and I were just commenting here. Gold, one of those things where you can just sit and never think about it or never even worry about it because it doesn't really do a heck of a lot. Good look, though, right across the board there. And again, the point of these types of ideas, guys, we can also transfer this intention and transfer that type of knowledge and that type of concept into intraday time frame and smaller time frames as well. So the point simply being, when the market is at a bit of an inflection area or a bit of an inflection point, we can, prepare ourselves better by having ideas long, ideas short, and then just see how things are presented to you. Great stuff, Mr. Noss. We'll speak again on Friday. Welcome back.
Awesome. Thank you. Talk to you then.
Just so basically, all I heard was buy the dip. Buy the you-know-what dip. No, it's interesting because you always
buy the MF stock?
Buy that MF. That MF is...
I'm never buying gold, by the way.
It's one heck of an MF.
Just let people know that.
But it's always good to know what kind of environment you're in. Is it one where, as a day trader, is it where breakouts are working out and then you take all the breaks that's set up for you? Is it one where dip buys are being favored, and when that's the case, you kind of temper your expectations? Because sometimes like you'll see setups for both, and there'll be weeks where all the breakouts are good, 80% of the breakouts are good, and the dip buying is terrible. I mean, dip buying wasn't as good on Thursday, Friday, but the breaks that were available have been okay lately. So we're going to get to PayPal in a second, but I was about to show you this because I don't want to forget this, and I'm going to if I don't mention it right now.
I want to buy more of that stock.
When Fortinet, and this needs to be said because the next time something like this happens, I don't want to miss an opportunity like
No
this.
pet rocks.
When Fortinet had that big quadrunk down, like 30-something%,
Yeah. Thursday.
obviously PanW was down as well. And I just want to point out what happened and where PanW turned. You look for a really quality company, and when it does the reversal that it did, have a quick look at this level right here, just underneath 215. This is like a 214-ish bottom, goes all the way back to June. So when Fortinet quadrunked everything, and then look at this wick bottom at about midday. Now it's lunchtime, it's really easy to miss something like this, but if you're watching the chart and you zoom it out and you see this wick right underneath big support on the daily, easy wick bottom, back above 14, it rallied $6. I remember looking at this in the afternoon, well, it was late afternoon, kind of on the way home, and was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how do you miss? And that is a clear wick bottom on volume, biggest volume candle since the opening, taking out that 14 level, immediately rejecting that price, and then it rallied $6 into the top. So the reason you can be looking for that is PanW was weak because of Fortinet, not because they're a bad company, but because Fortinet got their butt kicked. And so a lot of times you can be looking for a bounce in the sympathy play, and that was a really good one. But I wanted to bring that one up because I told myself I'd hate myself if I didn't. The next time a quality name is down that much because of a sympathy play, I want to look for that similar setup that was there on PanW. Right as everyone's chilling out at lunchtime, it was there for you.
Yeah, I want to buy some more PanW. I want to buy some more Uber off 50. Uber hit 50 and tanked, not tanked, but went down to 45. So I think that's a good thing as well. I want to give a big shout out. What's up to Chef Joe, my guy right there? What's up to Chef Joe? What's up? Whoops. What's up to everybody out here saying what's up to me as well? Tony Price. Well, get over there. What's up to Tony Price? No pet rocks. Nah, no pet rocks. Welcome back. Thank you, Kevin, and everybody out there. I'll say, so why don't I want to buy? What's up to Keenan here? Why do I not want to buy gold? Well, I mean, if I told you, and I heard this on the compound, you know, it's like if I had mentioned that all this inflation, all this monetary policy, everything, this is exactly what all those gold bugs wanted, right, for a very, very long time. This is like, okay, this is what should rally gold to the moon. And I mean, this is last February, and this is today. Gold is at the exact same price. Obviously, it dipped down, and the whole market took off from November, right? So if you just bought S&P, you'd have a very similar return. In fact, much better than this gold move back up to the upside. And now gold's trying to fade back out. So I don't know. I just feel like with everything that's happened, inflation where it was, the Fed doing what they did, 500 basis points straight to the upside, you would think that that would have had some kind of a run on gold, make that, you know, rip to the upside. It didn't happen. So I like it as a safe haven. It's not, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't be diversified. I mean, I think that I've been sort of pounding the table a little bit with oil and XLE and things like that. And I don't think that, although all this hype, look at this, $88, let's go right now. You know, buy stuff on dips, fine. But to buy gold for a hedge of some sort of thing, I'm not really in that camp, and there's way smarter people out there than I. That's why I try to listen to some podcasts and try to get a little bit educated before we talk like this. But I mean, oil continues to work. We talked about buying those dips despite everything in the EV world and everyone going EV. So I don't know. I like oil better than gold, and I just think that gold already should have done what everybody wanted it to do. And I just, you know, it's been great. If you bought the bottoms, great. But if you held gold for the last 15, 20 years, doesn't pay a dividend, doesn't do anything, just sits in your account. So, you know, if you like it, great. Just go back and look at a longer time frame of that compared to sort of any equity market you want, and you'll, maybe not any equity market you want, but then you'll see sort of, you know, what's up. And I think it's time for a trade, swing trading gold, things like that. When Michael Noss talks about buying dips, I think that's great. But as far as holding it into a longer term, I don't really think that that's a horribly great strategy other than diversification. So a couple points in your portfolio, fine. But people just asked about why I said that.
And the younger you are, I mean, those types of things are very big difference. Like if you're young, you need to be in risk assets at the end.
Yeah,
of the
like
day.
if my 11-year-old starts talking to me about buying gold, then I'm going to show him the stock of Roblox.
But if you're into retirement, you don't know how many years you have
Yeah,
left.
yeah,
I understand, and you want some stability.
But again, it's no dividend. Like,
Again,
I mean,
but then there's also better options at that point.
You can buy the
that
miners.
You can do. Like you can definitely have something that yields a dividend, or you can be more into bonds or something along those lines.
Right.
It's just more about understanding.
Yeah.
Like if you're looking for growth for 40 years, it's
And
a
we have-
much different story.
It's getting a note from the lawyer in the year. Oh yeah, we are not financial analysts or anything like that. So do not take, our advice to be your own.
The chart's a chart.
We're simply talking about exactly what we're seeing and what we feel, not for your own personal investments. All right, it's 9 o'clock. We're back in the building, baby. It's going to be another good day here. Despite it being a holiday in Canada, what is this, a civic holiday? What is this one
It's
called?
literally just called Civic Holiday.
Civic
they don't even
Holiday.
have a name for it, which is ridiculous.
When's
they
the
just
next
sort of make
US
it.
holiday?
It's the
Is it-
August
is it
one.
next week?
Well,
What
I think
is
they have to have one. It's like Caravana weekend. It's pretty smart that they do have one. If they didn't have a holiday on the Monday after Caravana,
Caravana is Saturday,
It's
isn't it?
Caribbean Carnival, but
Yeah.
it's Caravana.
I saw our Grady Dick was partying it up. I saw that. He was loving it.
He seems like a
And
lot
I
of
saw
fun for the
LeBron was
Raptors.
here. I saw a bunch of stuff.
Everybody from America.
I saw Drake
shows up.
wearing some Shohei Ohtani jersey. Man, wish the Jays would have grabbed him, but
If Ohtani had
I
been
respect
traded,
LA. I respect
I'm
that.
telling you, they would have lynched the owner, man. You can't.
I know, that's why I
you
respect.
can't trade. The guy's literally having one of the greatest years in the history of baseball. If
Yeah.
they traded him, they would have stormed the castle, and I don't know. He's way too good. I don't think the Jays have any shot of getting him. I think he's good. I think it's LA or
Yeah, I
Seattle.
think- I would say he'd stay on
Seattle's.
the West
I think
Coast.
Seattle's too. I think Seattle has a decent chance to get him, but we'll see what
Well, I
happens.
mean the Dodgers.
Dodgers are number one, but they always are.
No, I think the Angels. Don't you think? I'm gonna look it up on.
You think the Angels? I don't think. Okay, we'll see.
I meant to go in there and bet Jake Paul, but the odds were so bad. And then I was also, man, that fight apparently was a joke. I didn't watch it at all.
I didn't.
But
I didn't watch it.
I
but-
don't know what's going on with boxing. Like that's not professional boxing. Like Nate Diaz was like a drunk uncle out there walking around. I have no look. The guy lasted 10 rounds. Is amazing. And now they're going to fight MMA, and then Jake Paul's going to get his ass kicked in MMA, and then he might kill the guy.
No, he's not going to kill him.
No, he won't kill the guy.
Yeah,
But,
you'll-
you know, the one thing about Jake Paul, and people are going to be like, oh, the guy's whatever. Every single person he's fought has gotten their largest payday from that fight. And I know that's why they're doing it.
That's why they're doing it.
And at the end of the day, that's an entertainment aspect of it. Not to think, Jake Paul fought one fighter, and he lost to Fury there, right? So, it is what it is. I just wanted to get that off my chest because I meant to watch it and bet on it. But the apps lock you out. Because if you're not in the province of Ontario, you can't.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Of course, that makes
you
sense.
can't bet it.
Of course, that makes sense.
On that one. But that was just, anyways, that was funny. I logged into Instagram and I just see all these little things there. And apparently Diaz got him in like a guillotine and had to let it go and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I think it looks a little fake. And then Jake Paul rolls in on a tank and stuff like that. The real respect is, and this maybe goes back to my WWE days, is Logan Paul.
Say it, yeah.
I mean, that guy was amazing. He won SummerSlam there, hopped on the plane to go see his brother. Like, at least wrestling admits to be fake.
It is pure entertainment. There's
Yeah,
no
and the
ifs,
kids
ands,
love him.
If ands or buts about it.
Super
They're all
athletic.
fantastic showmen. Like they're ridiculous athletes.
Yep.
What they're able to do.
Weren't they both Disney kids? Or I think Jake
one of
was,
one
for
of them
sure.
was one of them for sure. Was
And
a
Logan
Disney kid.
actually
One of them.
fought Mayweather.
Yeah.
No, but I know. But at least he got in the ring with a real boxer.
I'll tell you that right now. I mean, I don't know how much you guys are paying me to get in the ring with Floyd.
Mayweather was showing some respect to him after
Because
that fight.
Floyd, like, I don't know. It's just like if he feels like he wants
But
to
he was
hurt
like
you.
100 pounds difference or something.
It does, but Floyd is just so good. It's like it's.
And
it's
Floyd is also
dangerous.
44 or something years old. I don't know. Is he that
Floyd's
old?
D
He's
and
pretty
his
old.
hands are so fast. He can fight till he's 50. We're supposed to be
Pacquiao.
talking about something.
Yeah, whatever we want.
I don't remember. Well, let's go back to the desk.
All right,
and
let's go back
figure
to
it
the
out.
desk.
Fabian is directing today in our ear. Couple of things to note here. We were just discussing the Fed essentially and interest rates coming up this week. We'll touch on this throughout the week ahead of CPI. Remember, CPI coming up on Thursday morning. There's a 57% chance as of right now that before the end of the year we get another hike. So keep that in mind. Here's some analyst moves for you. Meanwhile, upgrades and downgrades. Wayfair, United, PG&E, Camping World, everyone's favorite stock. American Airlines, Southwest, First Energy, and nVent all to the downside. Let's get a check of how the overall market is setting up to kick things off this morning. Here's Sharif.
Yeah, 4,500 holding right now on the ES. It's been holding all of last week. We kind of tested that range earlier on. You see here on the 3rd, we get a couple of prints around the 45.05. We break it Friday afternoon, but here we are. We gap opening at that 45.05 area. 45.22 is the high. Same level on the NQ, quite frankly. 15.4 holding as well on the morning. So keep those two levels in your purview. Now, if we hold above that 45.22 quite well, you may want to look for a long. If we dip back into 4,500, you want to see how it trades at this area. Are buyers going to step up, overwhelm sellers? Because that might be an interesting long.
A bit of a pullback right now for the overall market. There was that note on PayPal still hanging out here. They're launching a stable coin. I just saw this as well on Tesla. New CFO named for Tesla on a big spike downside here for Tesla, trying to stay in positive territory at the moment unsuccessfully. Let's talk about everything else you need to know as we head towards the open this morning. If you haven't done so, scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. You get that right to your inbox for free every single morning. Super easy and free, so why not? Let's get going. A number of things to talk about this morning. Again, this move a little bit bigger than I expected here for Tesla. So it looks like their current CFO has stepped down, so they've named a new CFO as of this morning. So a bit of a spike there on decent volume. It's worth noting here for Tesla. We had Amazon top of the board this morning, top of the watch list, coming off of what happened back on Friday as well. A number of positive analyst moves once again this morning for Amazon, coming off just a huge, monstrous earnings report Thursday after the close. Friday ended up being a bit of a difficult trade. It was back and forth, kind of choppy, but relatively strong. Remember, the overall market ends the day down 2%.
Yeah, no question. They absolutely blew away earnings. What I want to focus on here is cloud, because we kept talking about cloud being a declining variable in the earlier part of the year. That was as a result of corporations wanting to reduce spending, and cloud was where they were going to do it. Nuh-uh. This one, it did well month or quarter over quarter and beating analyst expectations, still down in growth year over year, but that's to be expected because it is a maturing sector.
Here is that note just real quick on Tesla, guys. So as of August 4th, in fact, new CFO named for Tesla there. So a bit of a move downside.
Yeah, that feels like if that was the only thing, I wish I had seen that it was a CFO and that was the news much faster, because $4 down in the pre-market was probably an easy dip buy.
Back, yeah.
But you had to, again, you don't know what the news is. It could easily end up being something more significant, and then you sit on the bid, it's something worse, and then you get blown away. So I don't think it's necessarily that big of a missed opportunity. I didn't think, like, Amazon was probably frustrating for everyone that wanted it to go in the first half an hour on Friday, but really, once it took 142, like, you waited around forever for the breakout, and then it gave you 42 to 44. So you just had to be patient. It was a strong name. It was what you're looking for. And you could have bought the dip off the pre-market lows as well. 142 was then afternoon resistance. If you were shorting the stock, you were laughing because you probably got a 44 short, and then you could have shorted the 42 level in the afternoon. If you were biased to the long side, well, that kind of sucked in the afternoon. So 142, I like that for potential resistance again. Maybe even get a break back up the top if it can get strong. So that's the level I like. 144, cross that bridge if it gets there to the long side. I thought the 145 half, 146 on the weekly was where this could go after earnings before you get the next big level on the weekly. And then once you're under 139, I think you're risking gap fill. So if this breaks 139, I'm thinking the shorts. I got to watch out for Yell here. Yellow Corporation.
What the hell just happened to VTGN?
Yellow's trying to make a run at 220. I'm going to get out if it takes out the quarter, but this is kind of like, it's not the same thing as Nikola. They're going bankrupt, but I want to be in the short underneath these breakdown prices and sort of sitting in it. But I do not want it getting a squeeze up to 250. So I was short off the $2 area a couple of times, but the next level up is 250 on Yellow. So if it does squeeze into that, I want to have a short into 250 on Yellow. So I'm going to give it up at that 2/4 and then look to re-engage it at 250. Amazon 142, it's just setting up that that's going to be the level again, like it was on Friday.
All right, so this VTGN right now, trading higher after the company announced its phase 3 trial successful here. So, yeah, resumed trading at 9 a.m. So it just resumed right now, and it is off to the races. There it goes, man. We've seen this name here just today. It was $1.70, $2, $6, $5, $8, $9, $10, $11, $12. This VTGN is absolutely going off right now, back up to the upside. So if this market was open, obviously it would have been halting over and over and over again right now. I feel like they probably should halt this, get this calmed down. But right now, VTGN is going absolutely ham right now. And I did remember what Michael Noss said. He said he's getting, off vacation. He's going to slow it down a little bit. So let's just get focused here, get back into the saddle. But there goes VTGN with a huge move to the upside. Congratulations, anybody that was on this one after a successful trial 3 right there coming through, phase 3, sorry, coming through on VTGN. So don't know much about this, but that's just a flyer right now. On the sticky note today, of course, is Amazon. It is going to be the #1 name, and I'm going to keep on doing stuff like this. Like whenever we see names that are flying around here, especially off earnings, Amazon has to be on this list, right? And so you're coming in here, day 2 here, 136 long. There was a missed opportunity, not a missed opportunity, but it did break through that 136 daily level. So I was just thinking if it does pull back anything here, there's 136 right here on the daily chart. Oh, God, we have that wick up there? Okay. Right there. So if we can get anything back into this area, obviously now the market is trying to go back to the upside and still climbing. 7:30, 8 o'clock, when we're looking at this name, it was down here. The market was a little lower. Amazon, little more near 140. Let's see if it does pull back a little bit. Maybe we have to use 140 as our level here on Amazon. But again, play the strength. If the market wants to go up, Amazon's already shown its cards to us. Great quarter, huge numbers for Amazon, and now they got to get reweighted again, right? And so it looks like it is trying to take out this pre-market level right now of 141, and then possibly, like Neil said, watch out for that 144 high that goes back. So I'm still looking at that, and then still amazed at this VTGN. Now 11, 12, 13, continues to go higher. Short float's probably monstrous on this name. Let me just check it out real quick. I was looking at PAN-W, like that's 370. PE, I don't know if that's right or not. That seems way too high. VTGN right now, let's just see what this is
it's
here.
It's the float that's the thing here.
Yeah, I know, and that's, the short flow is only 6%. It probably is a lot higher than that, but right there, market cap, Neil, 13 million,
that's the...
Like what's that's like the average house, it seems like in Rosedale or something here in Toronto.
Basically.
$13 million, obviously no revenue. That's about to change as you get up here to $13, $14, $15 and still climbing. This is what everybody waits for if you're in names like this. So I would say let this name fly. Like if you're in this name at $1, then maybe, you're getting some out now. But this was $1. This was $1. This was $1 an hour. This was an hour ago. This was $1 30 minutes ago. Now you're at $18, $16, $18. VTGN. I just talked about this name at $8, man. Brendo, 17, 16, 15. Where's the moon on this one? AMC what? VTGN right now, taking names on the short and plastering them all over. There goes 18 break on this name. VistaGen Therapeutics. Obviously, you're long this one, right, Sharif?
No question, Sean.
Obviously.
Who isn't?
Why wouldn't you be? 7.9 million share float on VSTG or whatever it was. Crazy move on that thing. Let's talk some Palantir up tonight after the close. If you remember, we faded that move going back to Friday. If I zoom out a little bit, we were gapping higher in the pre-market on Friday. There was a lot of analyst moves to the upside. Gets absolutely crushed back down to earlier lows from the week. Here we are trying to get going. I mean, it's going to be all about the earnings, obviously.
You be the Messi of AI, Brendo. Palantir reporting today after the bell. Dan Ives upgraded his look on the stock from, I believe it was market perform to outperform, raising the price target to $25. Essentially what this stock has done, it's been able to diversify its contracts between commercial and government. We know this one to be a big government acquirer of contracts, if I can put it that way. Let's see what they have tonight for us after the bell.
Yeah, Danielle Shea coming up later this afternoon. We'll get her take on maybe Palantir as well, talking a little bit about earnings as she typically does. Guys, what do we do here today?
Oh, so we were just saying that we
it is today.
comes on Tuesdays.
No, it is today. It is today. No,
by the way, $27 VTG.
You got to put just so you guys can have a look at this, because you got to go way back. A weekly chart is probably the best way to look at this. This is 24, and that is like 32. Like the last time if you look at the gap, it's like a $10 to $24. There's a massive gap on this stock. So when you think about where it could be going, those 30s are pretty ridiculous. 30, 32, 24, and then if you get above that level, I hesitate to say it, but almost like $40 up there. Those are big ones. So I guess every $8 from 24 is a pretty significant level, is the easy way to think about that VTGM, which I now have to put on the level 2. I was going to check the price of locates, but if it gets to 50, it probably has to get to 50. And then I think you can even think about it. But Palantir, they do report after the bell. I keep thinking it's the morning for some reason, but they do report after the bell. 18. Last week, 18 was just kind of the place to be on the bottom. It didn't quite get there any day, but 18.07 I think was as low as we got on Friday. Maybe it was 7 or 8. Either way, 18 was your gap fill. 18 should be your support. There is a risk of a flat bottom breakthrough there, and I think 17.20 is still a key level on Palantir. When it made that run into 18, it broke out from that level. It consolidated at 17.20. So if we break 18 even, I like the 17.20 dip. Otherwise, it's the 18 level for me today. If we so much as sniff $20, forget about fighting the long up there. Everybody and their mother was doing it last week. 20 should have just stayed a short, and then you were laughing. But I don't think we see $20 until potentially after earnings. I'd be very, very surprised if we saw that today. If it gets there, I'd short it.
Yeah, I think you see. I mean, let's see what happens. I think you see that $20 tomorrow. We've seen so many. You know, we saw Teladoc, we saw Unity, we saw SoFi, which is now back below 10. Some of these names that, you know, continue to get love, and yeah, Dan Ives called this the mess. Messi has what, 6 goals in 3 games or something? Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know why he called Palantir the Messi of AI. I'll take it. Right now, I'm in this name at 9 from the beginning, and then I bought more, so I don't know what my average price is now. But you know, I've loved this name since the direct listing when it came out at $9.20. It actually traded below that into $7. But I wrote down 1870 here on the sticky note, and that's all that I wrote. I said, let's see if it gets going. It's kind of the same thing here for Palantir and for AMC. You know, earnings are tonight, tomorrow. We'll see. Do they get the party started a bit early? If you break that 1870 level, again, I wasn't here last week, so this huge drop, we've seen this happen, man. I mean, right off the open, like, I guess just momentum in the market causing this to go down. 1910 all the way down here to 1810. That's $1 straight. So I'm with Neil, man. Any kind of a drop down here into 18. He mentioned 17 and change below that if it breaks 18. So I feel like I don't really want to play dip buys in this name. It's too dangerous. I'd rather play a breakout. Let's get momentum going. I feel like later on in the afternoon, you could get this 1870 break. So let's not play it early. I'm still there. It's going to be there. I have the order in right now. If it breaks 1870, we're going long. But other than that, I feel like we'll watch it, keep it on radar. That's why I put it at the top of the sticky note right here, just with, you know, 1870 there on Palantir, and then up here, Yell 270, and then AMC 520. So there's a couple key levels there for some names. Not much to talk about until tomorrow when we get their actual numbers. So I like Palantir here. Cannot believe that it hits 20 and fall. No, I cannot believe it. That is, I can believe it. It just sucks that, you know, not to be there to put that short on. But it did go up to 2035 there, so you could have got squeezed out of that position easily. Then here's the fall back down right into some positions here where, yeah, this is primed for earnings day. This is exactly what you want to see, a breakout above. Can it hold 18 heading into earnings? Then if they can guide forward, then kaboom. I don't care about any of their contracts or anything like that. Let's hear the guide for Palantir. This is the level I'm looking at, is 1870 on this guy.
Right. CNBC talking about this Tesla note, and Elon was discussing this Mark Zuckerberg and Elon fight, suggesting that he needs an MRI. I think it was his back or his shoulder or something. And there's maybe a problem that would require surgery before said fight might happen. But here we are still sliding downside here for Tesla, now 1.3%. Again, new CFO just announced as well. But heavy selling coming into Tesla. Speaking of EVs, speaking of earnings names coming up tonight, Lucid, someone finally told them that their cars are too expensive.
Yeah. A price reduction of $10,500 to $12,500 depending on the model. The only one not getting a price reduction is the really expensive one. Don't remember what it's called. Anyway, here's the look on this one. They're actually trying to spur demand, not just by price, but they're actually offering very attractive leasing rates for their executive. They're calling executive leasing rates. Analysts looking for a 33 penny per loss revenue, per share loss, pardon me, with $175 million in revenue, which would be, Brendo, up 80% almost year over year.
I would like a executive lease rate,
So would I.
if that's available. I don't understand. Big move down for the overall market on Friday. This was no exception, but 1.2% here, guys. Positive, anyways, for Lucid.
Of course you can get a
lease rate. Why couldn't
Of course you can get a
Brendo?
deal, Brendo. You're Brendo. Well, anybody can, but you can definitely get one.
How do you qualify for that?
Well, I don't know. But Lucid, let's see about this. If $7 wants to break, then maybe we cross that bridge when we get there. But 660, if you look at the daily chart, it's been down here 3 times in the last month and a half. So I think you look at that 660 level as not necessarily a line in the sand, but if there's like a wick underneath there, and you just sort of wick the bottom, it could be a long off that price into earnings. It would be so much more interesting if this stock gets back above 7 and breaks it out. Just the way that it failed 7 on Friday, twice it failed 7 on Friday. You were already, twice on Thursday and then once on Friday. So, I mean, a breakout here would be absolutely gorgeous, I think, over 705. I just think you're getting the bottom first. This Tesla breaking 250 probably, it just broke. It makes it a little bit more difficult to look for that breakout, because I felt like Lucid was going to have a chance to run into earnings and maybe break it out, but this Tesla move could put a little bit of a damper on that. But Tesla's still falling to the downside.
I don't even want to talk about Lucid. I mean, Lucid's, look, I mean, we have earnings tonight, tomorrow. We'll see what happens to Lucid. It should be a good stock there. We know we'll be trading it
40.
tomorrow. VTGN is at $40 right now.
Should have just taken the 32 to 40. The daily chart said 32 to 40 on that stock.
Yeah, so when I first brought, not I first brought, I mean, we're a trading show, so it just happened to be happening when I was talking about it. So this is why you want to watch Trader TV Live. CNBC right now is talking about Zac Efron or something. But you can see right now, this was $1, $2, $1 when we first brought this to you, and I was like, oh, it's now at $8. Remember I was like 16, 17, 18, $60 right now on VTGN, still ripping to the high side right now. So you want to get excited about something, man. You right there had 10x. On the call here from Trader TV Live. So let's go on that one. That's why you're rocking with us. That's why you've got the desk over there with the big guy and Sharif. And we're just going to keep on going, man. I mean, look at that. Wow, it just dropped $10, VTGN. Come on, man, you weren't short. But this is a huge move to the downside. I know, Neil, that you got shortable shares. They're probably not that expensive. I don't know if
7 cents.
7 cents. Okay, so there it is. Nice, huge downside move right now, actually. From 60 down to 40, taking names both ways now on VTGN. What was it, a 12... we said 7 million share flow, $12 million company at one point here today. Now ripping to the high side. This is what happens, man. This is why you take risk. We talk about sort of that canary in a coal mine. You talk about those black swans, things like that. This is why you have to be invested in certain risk assets. Now, I don't know anything about VTGN and whether or not it was a safe bet or not, but this phase 3 now, from having negative revenue cycle to what now is, and I don't know nothing about...
They were $100 in 2021.
That's the risk.
Yeah, this was a $100 stock in June of 2021.
And they probably reverse split or something to get capital or raise capital. I don't know what they were doing there on that, or an offering, I guess, to raise capital.
That's what it looks like.
Not from a reverse split, but anyways, man, this is an absolute monster. Now down to $37. So it just dropped 50% in the last couple minutes as we were talking here. So that's all right. It's all right. It's an eye move right now. But you know what's more interesting to me, and obviously something that more larger shareholders here. The dropping of the CFO into a new CFO right now does seem a little bit shady why it's down 1.5%. Wondering what the reason behind this is. I don't want to talk about, things like this, being negative for a company, but, maybe there's something under the hood, pun intended there, with Tesla, but I doubt it, man. I mean, this is such a widely covered company and a widely held company that I doubt that this kind of a change really deserves this kind of a drop down, but hey, market isn't wrong, or is it? Nice move down there for Tesla. I'd say, bless you, I'd say watch out for this 249.50 area there coming into play. That could have been the bottom. It's 923. Let's wait to see. Oh, one thing that we haven't checked, and I know we still have to talk about a couple more bankrupt names, and let me just get this out of the way because there are a lot of traders out here that like to look at this. All buy side right now, pretty much on the market imbalance indicator, but nothing of any significance. 200,000 for NEO. That's not going to be anything. We only have 1 minute until the NASDAQ imbalances come through, and I bet you Tesla's going to be a buy. Let's wait to see.
Yeah, let's get through yellow trucking here real quick. YELL makes it official, filing for Chapter 11. Downside in a big way. $2 trying to hold here, but very active once again for EL.
Yeah, this one we know about last week. It's not just this company, guys. There's multiple subsidiaries under this company that do other things that are also filing for bankruptcy. The latest word on this company is they're actually going to pay back the $700 million loan that was granted to them by the U.S. Treasury Department under the Trump administration, which they received a 30% stake in the company for. So apparently that money is going to be paid back. Interesting.
At what, though? I mean,
have
is
no
the question. Like, that's crazy. I was reading on the weekend, this company focuses on loads or trailers that are not 100% full or 100% at capacity, which apparently in this environment is just a very, very tough business model. But is there a trade here, guys?
I'm going to take probably a few swings at it. I think the $2 level is kind of obvious for psychological reasons. When you pull up the 15-minute chart, it broke out from 2. That was a monster breakout last week. And that $2 level, and then the 250. Like 250 right here was previous support. So I want to short pops into the 250 range. Just understand that when you declare bankruptcy, sometimes you get that squeeze or last gasp of air. It was already doing that last week, and maybe that becomes official. We can't hold stuff overnight, but we were sitting short in this pretty much all afternoon. And yeah, it's just what happens. Sometimes the move goes when you're not expecting it, and this one was an over the weekend thing. So I'm going to be short if it gets into that 250 area. If it's back underneath $2 at the open, I'd probably try that one again as well. I really am only thinking short, kind of like what we're thinking for Nikola, which I mentioned. Oh, we're talking EV stocks next.
Yep.
There's only 4 minutes to go, though, so I might just quickly get this one out of the way because it is 9:26 already. Nikola, $3. That was $3 in the afternoon. I like the 3 to 315 area for a short on Nikola as well. So both Yell and Nikola, I still think are shorts.
That VTGN,
Bye-bye.
$25 now.
That was fast.
That was quick. All right. Well, I mean, this is going to halt. So we'll watch this for everybody. We will have it up. We'll trade it. I just tweeted out the level 2 and stuff. I think you guys like to see that. But again, you know, this is going to halt off the open. There's absolutely no chance it doesn't. So you only got to move that 10%. It's going to do that in the first 10 seconds, most likely. So just watch out for that one breaking through. We did say that we'd look at the imbalances just real quick. Mullen. Wow, what happened to Mullen there? Reverse split now right back to 11 cents. That's a shame right there for Mullen, but we told you about that one anyways. TIVC, no idea what that is. Yeah, a bunch of kind of like no-name stocks coming out here, this SYTA. So I don't know, man. Take this for what it's worth. There's Apple. We didn't talk about Apple yet, so let me do that real quick. For me, Apple's here on a sell. I haven't put a sell on the sticky note other than Apple today. I just feel like any kind of a bump up on the market now, it's not bumping, it's actually going the other way. So it looks like we're going to be right. Watch out for a 180 break. I was thinking anything back up to this 185 or the 50 period moving averages here. 185, 186 on a daily for Apple. Kind of like that trade there coming back in. So any kind of a pop in the market, let's watch out for Apple. But Tesla is helping this market go to the downside. They're now being down. Well, it's only down 1%. So I like Apple today for sure for the short. So we're going to be trying to look for that. Getting a little anxious here, back in the saddle here for the first time in a week. It's going to be exciting. And like you said, hello world, it is God's plan.
All right, let's talk EV stocks here to wrap things up. There's a number of minor headlines throughout this entire group, including Nikola. If you remember, back on Friday, very volatile in the pre-market. It was, what was it, the fourth CEO in 4 years announced as a part of their earnings. Another change coming in that sense. This thing absolutely just fell apart into the close going into the weekend here. We're back higher, but I mean, long way to go.
Yeah, we got some interesting EV data last week from China. We saw Tesla sales were down month over month, but grossly higher year over year because their Shanghai facility was shut down last year for, I believe, upgrades. We also got Fisker reporting much less than expected deliveries, and the guide was really bad as well, cutting by over 10,000. We have Rivian Tuesday. Rivian did very well in July. Look at the stock price, quite easy to see. So I'm going to be very interested, Brendo, to see how they do tomorrow.
Yeah, that will be top of the list for focus anyways. I mean, maybe a big move for Rivian, either direction to come. GoEV had a couple of charging, obviously, had a couple of headlines last week. Also mentioned this morning in a couple of analyst notes. So a number of different angles here, guys, for EV stocks.
Yes, sir. We talked about a few of them already. We talked about Tesla, which is a big one, and then Lucid.
Here we go.
Rivian, with only 1 minute to go, I'm just going to quickly point one thing out to you on Rivian. This was 25 last week. It wicked 25 even, and then managed to hold it for 2 days in a row, right up to 27. So support at 25 for Rivian, at least temporarily, but that was the massive bounce, and then 27, that is your resistance. I think 27 is a short, at least until we get to earnings. So that's all I'm looking for on Rivian. Tesla is the one. It just held 250. I think there might be a chance to play off 250 at this open. I just threw a lazy line in there at 250. If it does the under-over, goes down there and wicks 250, I think that can be a long. I'm not sure who's going to be on the bell. In 15 seconds, Sean is back, and it is Monday, and it is going to be wild, but the countdown is on. Let's get this party started in
I'm looking to short Apple, just FYI off the top
Let's
here.
keep falling over. In 3, 2, and ring it. Oh, I like that look.
Let's do that. Let's
Keep
do
it
that.
on
Let's
the
do this.
chart.
All right, here we go, man. With the market falling down here, I am looking for an Apple short right off the jump. There it is. We are now short Apple. I was like, didn't want to necessarily get into something super early here today. And of course, I'm in within the first 3 seconds. So there it is, Apple early position. It took out the pre-market. We don't need to do anything other than that, man. There's the flush down.
Tesla.
We're gonna wait for this to work out now, but we're in the position early. Now it's starting to bump back up. We'll take a short. We'll take more shares here on Apple. Again, just an early tester. Thought the market was really gonna dump down there. Looks like it's going the other way as there goes Tesla, or there goes Apple straight to the upside. You mentioned Tesla too. Yeah, there it is. Right back.
Oh my goodness.
Talked about that 249.50 area.
You're kidding me. Forget about that. So there's no dip to be bought. If you had to
Scratch
buy the
that.
dip on that news right away. Tesla already back up to 253. That's going to be a little frustrating, but what can you do? Like, you either get the trade or you don't. Amazon diddling in the middle, doing absolutely nothing. That VTGN's back at like 25, so if you're watching this, it's going into a halt here up.
Get it. Shit.
Shoot.
I got to go over to it.
I'm not going to. Okay, so if a stock.
Oh, I just tried. I almost
was on
got
the
it,
bid.
dude.
I didn't get anything. I tried bidding. So when a stock goes into the halt band, all you can do is sit on the bid.
Apple.
All you can do is sit.
Apple. Uh-oh, Apple. And guess what, guys? I don't know if this was happening last week, but run it. It's already the Dollar Trade Club happening on Apple right now. So let's go, man. We got to take some profits out of this one. We are now short at 182.50 on Apple. As there it is, man. Run it, run it, run it. The cash register is back in the building now. Hopefully we can keep this one going as we're barbecuing up profits. There it is. Hey, told you, man. Day's goal met on one damn trade for Apple right now. Hey, what up, Michael Noss? Yo, we are on. Michael Noss is like, yo, back from vacation, time to slow down. Not for this guy. We go like that. We fail on Apple right now. Nice move to the downside. We are now out of half of Apple. And there it is, man. Day's goal met on one trade, but that doesn't matter. We're going to go harder and harder and harder on that one. There's that 183. We played the bottom range. We played the top range. Boom goes the dynamite to that downside there for Apple, exploding to the negative side there on Apple. We talked about playing momentum. AMC, meh, not doing much on that one. We're going to hold Apple, man, because if that breaks that 180, that's exactly what we want to do, because it's the Dollar Trade Club. Oh, guess what there? Oh, did I say Dollar Trade Club? Oops, sorry about that. The $2 Trade Club is now on for Apple as we're short at 182.75. Let's check out what Palantir's doing
Broke
as well.
18.
See, we didn't want to. You had a 1720 level that you like?
I like 1720. I didn't get an 18 break. I got into nickel on a bit of a pop. I didn't get the 18 break on Palantir. You can see it's already flushing. Lucid also broke the low. Lucid broke that 660 bottom. So this one's absolutely flushing. Tesla's coming back in. You have two halts. Yellow's halted, and of course VTGN is the other one. But there's your 660 breakout on Lucid. I had my offer cross to 58. If I cross to 55, we probably cash that one to said downside. But the market is actually still up. And you want to know why? I'm guessing it's the chips. Because hit enter twice.
I think it's Apple.
AMD just busted the 117 top and is up 1%. I thought we'd get back to that 115 level. You know, that was absolute gold last week. I think that's your line in the sand. I think you're long in front on AMD at that 115. But it's starting to break out again. This one's super strong on Friday. Looks like it's leading the pack again.
Yo, thank you so much to everybody, man. Thank you. What's up, Thorsten, right here, talking about missing me last week. Yeah, I'm back, man. I missed this place as well. Everybody, thank you so much for all the love there. And this is what it is, man. You don't need multiple trades. I said as soon as that bell was rung, I said, we're looking for Apple short. Now it's $2.50 in the damn money. So props up to anybody that's in this with me right here as we continue to go, man. Like I said, missed not being here last week, but we're back with a vengeance right now today. Now 250, but it just bounced off 180. I actually was bidding there 180.11 for some reason. The low of the day is 180.13. Didn't pick me up. We'll wait to see if it comes back down in there into that 180. Let's just continue to do that. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you so much to Renata, everybody, all your kind words there in the chat, man. This is what we're doing. We're doing this every single day live here at Trader TV Live. You're rocking with the best of us. We've already talked about that. Palantir, nice little bottom there. I've 1775 or so, I believe it went down 85. Sorry, of that. Oops, that's still Apple. Come on, Palantir. Right there. So just FYI, I'm out of 3/4 now of that Apple trade. Just watching out for 180 now. If it comes back in and fills that, great. Here comes Palantir looking to test lower again, man. So
Still not there yet.
yeah, it's still not there. Well, you like 1720. Yeah,
1720's level. Watch out for AMC. This one might
lower
actually
than
have a
1720,
chance.
man.
When is the stock opening back up? Okay, 1 minute till VTGN. Just look at the corner of my eye. But 517, that was a local high last week on AMC. It looks like we might get there previous to earnings. Earnings are this week for these guys. Could be the squeeze play to have. I'm only in one position. It's the same thing we started with on Friday. And that's short the first available curl on Nikola, and then see if he gets right back down into the low. So if we get that 75, we get out. I'm already bidding underneath that 260. It is flushing. I do like Palantir for a dip buy, but it is so far away. I don't want to rush into it. I totally forgot about NEO, guys. NEO is still holding a nice little tight range. If you remember on Friday, 15.20. That was a good level, both off the 15 bounce, and then again, I like a 15-20 breakout if it can get there. Brendo?
One that got going back on Friday in a big way, back to recent highs for AAOI. Big pop here on volume, guys. 20% short interest in AAOI.
That was a wild one. I didn't trade it. I think Sharif did. But here comes that 250 level. Yell's going to halt up again at 257.
Yell.
I'm going to play this. I'm not going to go long in this. I'm going to look for a turn on yellow. They're going bankrupt, so I'm just biding my time here. If it's another halt up, then I play off the 3 level if it opens anywhere around that particular price. I think this is going to flush at some point. And DraftKings making some moves, but Tesla's right back to 350, so 250. That did not last very long. If you bought the dip the first time, congratulations. It's trying to hold on here a second time.
All right, I'm still trying to watch this. I'm still bidding that 180.11, but it just keeps on dipping down here on Apple. So this is like a little bit of a pause.
Spends no time down here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a pause for concern for me here. But, let's just wait. Tesla. Oh, Tesla.
You
on the way
couldn't
down.
even get that. It just wicked
might
the
be the
same bottom and went $3 like that. You have to be sitting on the bid and get picked up on the way down. There's no chance. No chance. Tesla's now right back up to 253. They're buying up 250 like it's going out of style right now. That is insane. So it looks like the news, they don't care too much about it. Once the market opens up, it's a very different story than the pre-market. And in the pre-market, when it was tanking, it didn't seem like that CFO news should have been that big of a deal. And the market's saying that it isn't right off the get-go here. NEO is at that 15-20 level, Kushan. So I do like that break. It looks like that's going to happen. Potentially here, I like that in AMC. AMC is more of a 17 level, but NEO in that 15-20. That was a good long off 15 the first time. If it can break out from here, it's got a monster gap fill.
All right, let's look at what else we like to look at here. We like to look at Amazon on any kind of dip buys, AMC 520. We can check out that. Apple's making a move back upside, so it's a good thing that we did talk a little bit about sort of the concern that we had here with Apple down there at that 180 level. I still want to give it a little bit of room here right now, but it is, you know, I told you we only had a quarter left, and unfortunately we still have that quarter left, so we're gonna try to be patient, as patient can be. All right, let's check out Amazon real quick. We did want to have some dip buy opportunities in this name. You know, we talked about possibly, that's too bad. Well, not too bad, but we talked about possibly taking that fill there at 140 for the long. I mean, with this market kind of trying to curl, it looks like a little, okay, there it is. Let's go, Apple. Trying to curl back down a little bit here. Amazon now going back up to the highs. That's the daily chart. Yeah, I don't know. I still think we should be patient and try to catch the right fills on these names. So let's give that a little bit, but there's 139.50 there on Amazon. 139 maybe. I'm a little biased to the short here. Okay, here comes Apple. Now we're getting greedy. I'm just going to put a bid here at 30. There we go. Take the 31s. Completely canceled, guys. Everything. So I did cancel out on the 10 fill there just to take a 39 fill or 31 fill because, again, $2.50 in the money on the only trade that we have. You know, we're going to let this one rock right now too, hopefully even lower now. I did want to look at Alibaba, though. I'm trying to find names that are moving around, right? And so I think that that's obviously the key thing here when you're trading. So 96, 97 here. Alibaba's down more than the market today. Market red, Alibaba pretty red. Possibly a 97 level for Alibaba.
Yeah, still looking two breakouts they're right here. I think Neil's going to make the run. It's holding so nicely off 15. I just want a 20 break, and then AMC is kind of slowing up a little bit. VTGN, just for those of you still tracking it, it is back to $17. Yeah, I can. I did pay for locates, and I did try to grab a short in here. It seemed like it curled off the 25 level. I tried to grab it with a stop at 25 even. I did not get a fill, and I would have had less than $1 worth of risk on that short, but I did not catch it on VTGN. Yell's going to open up in 2 minutes. That is one that I want to be in, and Tesla's right back down to the bottom. It has bounced twice off here and gone to 52. I'm going to try it. See, you cannot get, it's not really filling. There you go. That's the first time I've gotten a fill down here. I just got 250.11s. Let's see if it makes the bounce. It's done this twice already. Can it do it a third time is the question. So far, so good. I guess it does size it wants to, but this is the third time. Usually the third time isn't the charm at the same level, so I'm going to scalp some out, see if it can break back up to that 52. Tesla taking out this low would not be good. I think maybe a sympathy play over in Lucid. Wow, Lucid's really far underneath that 660. I can cancel that
Apple's
short.
about to break.
This is just, like, Lucid is nasty, and it's a flat bottom break that I think can continue. Maybe the first available pop, just try to get into the short on Lucid. Wild. Tesla did drag a lot of these names down, like they were kind of chilling out, and then Lucid got huadunked at the open. If 250 can't hold, I give up this trade pretty easily at low of day.
I don't even... We are now $3 in the money. And I mean, you know, on the sticky note today, the only short we have on here is Apple. We talked about the 180 break. We're short 183, so it's gonna. I mean, obviously this is going to, hit pay dirt right here. As there we go, we cover some Apple right there again. And this is the only trade, man. Like I said, we're gonna calm down a little bit. There it goes, Apple to the downside. I am not going long anymore. There's nothing that I want long anymore. I don't even want Amazon long. The market is coming back in. If Amazon does touch something near that 137, 136 area, then possibly I'll look at it again. But look at what we're doing right now. If you guys have joined us late. I got a lot of love when I was gone saying, where's the sticky note? Where's the sticky note? Where's the sticky note? Well, it's back and it's right there. The only short Apple. Well, we can check on AMC, Palantir, and Yell. I don't know if any of those are at those levels yet. Palantir is not doing anything. We could check. I know Neil's in Yell a little bit. Yeah, 270. So I actually like the 270 short on this name. Maybe I should just go over there just because now for Yell. But wow, Apple falling down. Let's check out AMC maybe a little bit here today for anybody looking at it.
Broke the high.
520. I have that bid in there. So if it breaks 520, we're going long on AMC. This is the trade that we listed out, so let's take it if it happens.
So I just got into Yell for the first time since the open. I'm going to give my stop to this little wick high of the day. This is the last reopen after the second halt. That's 282. It just fell back into 270. I'll get to nickel in a quick second. I'll get to AMC. But I just shorted the 70s, giving it that 10 cents. If it flushes, I think 50 is the first out, and then down into VWAP and $2, which is obviously psychological.
Oh, wow,
I want to have
AMD.
bids all the way through there. So AMC did take out that local high. It's a bit of a random price. It was $5.17. That is this top up here, and it's trying to make a run past those quarters. I'm going to give it just underneath that 10. If it goes right away, fantastic. If it doesn't, no biggie. Nikola, we got the rollover in Nikola this morning, and we're short here at 66. Just to give an idea how much I think this can fall, I'm bidding in front of 50s, and then I think this can get to 230. We were talking about 230 on Friday when we're short this one to the absolute bottom, and just as we mentioned it, we're patient enough to get into Yell, waiting for it to get close to that $2 level, or $3 level, I should say. Grab 69s in there, just got some at 51s already. So better than 1-to-1, but I think this can be back at $2. They're going bankrupt. I mean, you can go long if you want. And VTGN, it just keeps halting. That stock, I don't know how tradable that's actually going to be, because I did try to grab it off 25. The spread is ridiculous.
Yeah. This is, I mean, we only have one trade on, and it's just Apple. But I was looking at Tesla too. Tesla just dropped again to that through the 250 area, and now it made a decent wick down there to 248.50, which is $1 ago. I'm looking to go short this name. I said I'm really not feeling the longs here today. With Apple collapsing down, the market's now below VWAP right now. A little bit of a broader look on the NASDAQ. Anyways, I'm going to be shorting around that 250 marker if it does come back up for Tesla. But here's the NASDAQ, and I mean, this is just a 30-minute chart. I feel like it wants to test this 15,350. I mean, we're not even that far. Okay, let's go Apple. Jesus.
Yellow halted down.
Man, yellow halting down right now. Apple 350 in the money. Look, one trade. I mean, this is why we're talking about share size. Put on whatever shares you want. This is a $3.50 winner right now, right? So you got to keep that in consideration when you're trading your stock. There goes Tesla down. Tesla's still cranking lower and lower and lower. I like your try there at 250, but I think this market, like I said with Amazon's actually holding up quite well right now. So if there is a long to be had, this could be the one. But I'd rather look short, and then so I think about, okay, so what's going short right now? And then I look at AMD, which is just ripping, and I know we've talked about this, up to 119. It just touched 118.20 and then fell all the way back down as well. So there are going to be some trades available to us. It's just a matter of waiting for them to come through. And I just think that, right now this market's making moves to the downside. This is an interesting one here, Micron. I'm just going to honestly, man, we're almost $4 now on Apple. Hopefully that continues to go. Micron maybe at 69.40 has a nice little bottom break to the downside, but that's still a ways away. I don't know. We could see a relief rally a little bit because you still do have that same bottom could turn out to be the stopping point right now. So I feel like there is some reasons to take profit on your shorts here. We only have now about 20-something% because we did take a fill there at 179.50 on Apple. I'm going to put another bid at 179 flat just because I think this could be
Alert AMD.
a little bit of an exhaustion point, and Neil has an alert on AMD.
AMD, just to remind everybody, if you were in the 115 long, just remember it got to 119 and that was a hard top. It's also where it flushed last week. Like this was dump city from 119 back on Wednesday, and then you had a Friday top of 119. I think that's where the short is on AMD. I'll get to nickel in a second, but a winning trade is kind of easier to manage because Meta is at a potential level as well. Okay, it's close enough. Remember 316? It double topped 316 2 days in a row, then two false breaks 2 days in a row with a 316.50 high on Friday. So I like the short above 316 on that. Nikola is now at 250, so this is basically just like Friday. You shorted at the open or you shorted in the pre-market. It just dumped into 250 here. Once it breaks 250, ooh, I should have got a fill. Let me take that fill there. I'll just grab some 54s because I'm sitting there at 52. I'm going to have half the position left when it breaks 250 and then be looking for 230 to the downside on Nikola. Yellow is halted to the downside. This one is going to the gates of hell, hopefully. Well, okay, that's a bad thing to say. The company's going under. They're the third biggest trucking company. A lot of people's jobs are at stake. But halted downside with a tap of 231. So there's a good chance this could get back into that $2 range as well. So I don't really see anything that's looking particularly good for a long as the futures is bouncing here. Are bouncing here, I should say. We'll try to find something, but everything else is looking pretty weak. If we do flat bottom break on the NASDAQ and go red, there's a lot available for shorts. I like AMD 119, I know that. Meta above 316 though. I don't want to short the 316 level. I think it's above 316 you want it.
So I need some help. Like what else was pretty red last week?
Square.
Square, okay, because we're already like this Apple trade. I don't even know where to get out anymore. We just got some out at 179.10. We talked about sitting there and grabbing that fill. That's a $4 winner. I don't feel bad that I only have one trade on. I mean, this is, you guys, this is what trading's all about. Making that money and trust. That's what's happening right now. All right, so there goes Lucid. Again, I think we talked about this level earlier on this morning, but it just faded out all morning long here, heading into earnings today. That recent local bottom of 540, that's not going to come into play today, is it? 620 coming through for Lucid. I'm trying to wait for some plays that might be moving around like off of some key levels. And like I said, Amazon still holding out pretty good. I liked your sort of talk there about AMD, but LiDAR. I mean,
LiDAR?
yeah, LIDR. Maybe some people looking at that. Apple, yeah, man. We already have this on Apple. So I'm going to go props up to everybody out there that has this with me on Apple. I mean, Apple's just been an absolute beast here today. And there it goes, breaking 179. I mean, if you don't like Dollar Club winners, then please close your eyes. We're now $4 in the money. Kind of speechless here to start off with. We came back, we put on one of the best trades, I think, for a while for me here, how clean it was. We got out of some there at 182.50 to get out for half because it was halfway through that trade. Short 182, short 183, and then boom, down to the downside. We're short 182.75. I shouldn't keep saying 183. But I feel like maybe this move is about to get exhausted. We have 10% left right now on this move. So let's look for some more trades. I don't want to necessarily just go back to all the major cap names, but I am trying to find something here.
Amazon's already through 140. That's a flush. Yellow's reopened up. It just held 230 there, so we're short at 270. If it can't get back above 250, I think it's on a collision course with that 20 level. So 220 and then 2 even. What I'm going to do here, though, is trail half of it to the 50 level. I think that makes some sense here. If it gets back above 250, then I think it could break back up towards 3, so you take some profit if it breaks that 250 level. Nikola has a size bid at 250. We've already covered in front of that. I don't think we're going to get that shot on AMD at 119 anymore. AMD's already pulled back $1. This market might just be too weak. I didn't see anything I liked on the bid for long. As a matter of fact, going back over to NIO, remember I was saying a breakout if it could get through 1520? Yeah, that's flushing as well. So this is where I cancel that. I'm not taking a breakout or leaving a breakout order when it's fallen 5% away from the breakout price. Like, it's still absolutely flushing. And by the way, Tesla now 246.
Yeah,
it bounced 3 times off that 50 level. I was able to get 50 to 51, but the second it took it out, look at that absolute flush. I'm only seeing shorts that I like. I'm contemplating, do I want to add to Nikola through 50? It was decent adding on Friday, kind of shorting every even level. I don't know if I want to do that. And that MF, I don't think $3 is here. Maybe it goes again, like a breakout through the high of the day could be it. I think I want to see it holding above 3, and then you can worry about one of these going second or third time. It's not really doing much. This stock in a 20-cent range is really actually not that impressive. The stock was moving much, much more impressively obviously on Friday, guys. So 20 cents is nothing here, MF. If it can take out the quarters, then it gets exciting.
250 short. What's up, Brendo?
I'm just going to mention Apple there real quick, guys. There was a note in the pre-market when we were discussing it before the market opened. 12th or the 15th or the 13th, 12th or 13th of September, we get the iPhone 15 apparently.
Ooh. Man, like, I love going on vacation, but the thing is like when I go there, I spend so much damn money, so it's great to come back and put on the other side of the equation right there. We were talking about it before. Like, when you travel with your kids, I was telling this to Neil, it's like an iced tea there is like 4 or 5 euros, 5, 6 euros sometimes, which is like $8 or $9. And then your kids are like, that's what they want to drink. I don't have problem sometimes spending that on adult beverages, but when you're there with your kids, you definitely got to take care of them as well. So we'll be here making a little bit of money here today. That is for sure. Look at that bounce back on the Qs though. Nice bounce back on the NASDAQ coming through. Intel trying to take out some levels as well.
Google's strong.
That's what I was going to say too, is Google, and I noticed also here Microsoft possibly in a little bit of a strong area here, up 1% today. Microsoft trying to break out some levels. This would have been a great dip buy. I was actually looking at this for that dip buy off of 329 there. Nice little dip buy opportunities. We did sort of consolidate down here. It was even a little bit higher than that. Even this little break right there of 330 basically break higher gave you that trade. So I think a pullback into 330 might be worth something here on Microsoft. So let's see what happens. The market's now trying to take out VWAP. I was getting a little greedy obviously on Apple there, waiting for that 180, basically 178 flat or so to get out of some. I think we'll get another piece out if it takes out this level right here, 179.65 or so. Let's take something more out here on Apple. So let's put that order out here. We'll take out half of what we have left. So let's show this right now on the show. 179.66. Tab it down. We'll take out of half of what we have left. So Oops, do I have another stop order? I do not. So put that order out, and that should trigger correctly. So right there, that's what we're going to do. Otherwise, we're going to wait for that level. And then on a little bit of a pullback in, man, if we're lucky enough to get Microsoft back down there, that could be a trade also back down there near 330. So let's put a bid for Microsoft near 330 to start the trade, looking at 329.50 sort of in here as possibly an out. That's where VWAP is. So let's try that. 330 flat or so for Microsoft. But let's not put too many shares because we don't need to get, nice little tan here. We need to get a little bit lighter on it in case the market does tank in because we do have the Apple short still.
Yeah, here comes AMD. It's right up at that 119 level. It's pressing still. It's all green on this chart. So you're looking for like a failed break of a 119 level. Just want to see it get over, maybe trap some longs above, see how strong the tape is. It's over now. Just got to 08s. There's not a ton of buying above it. I don't favor the breakout because I kind of felt bearish about things a little bit here. So I said I didn't want the breaks. I'm looking for that short underneath. There's a bit of an offer. I just got in, give it to the local high, and then see where it goes. I only want to risk, tight risk in here. So it just got to 8, so just above 8 is going to be my out, and I am short at 99s. We're able to get a fill at 99. If it pulls back to 18, I think that's fantastic. Just one update. Yale's not really doing a heck of a lot. That Palantir's back up to 18, which is a key level for Palantir. So we'll go to Brendo and then come back. I wanted to mention PLT.
Almost back to that pre-market spike high this morning in front of $64 if you missed it. They came out and said this, US-backed stable coin going to be introduced for PayPal.
Oh, right, that was the news this morning.
Yeah, we remember that one. All right, so I just got in and out by accident, of course, on Microsoft. So, on Amazon. You might have saw that flash through. I'm actually waiting. I just got in and out for flat. I want this break here, 140.20. So if we break back above 140.20, to me, that's the trade that I'm looking for here on Amazon. So, and then we'll use like a 140, kind of where we just bounced off of as some of our outs. So here it is. We are going to try to go long on this name right now, Amazon. So hopefully so far so good there. If it does continue to climb a little bit higher on that one, we'll have to watch out for AMZN. Again, want to try to find the longs. Let's try to do a little bit of that now as we're back above VWAP temporarily, maybe.
What is VWAP?
For the NASDAQ, what is VWAP on Amazon?
No.
What is VWAP? Yeah, volume. What did I call it one time? We used to do all these videos. We probably took about 100.
It was.
I said volume weighted average.
No. You said it was value.
No, it wasn't value. I think it was volume. I think the P was wrong. Price? No.
I have to watch. I'm gonna watch.
We have to go back and look at it. We have to go back.
It's an inside joke. We'll figure it out before that. I just said it because it was an inside joke between us and VWAP, and it's on all of our charts.
When you asked like what is VWAP, I was like, let me find the exact price.
No, I was making a
I
joke.
think it's 140. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry,
a couple of things. I do want to, not NVIDIA, I'll get to NVIDIA in a second. 119, up, down on Amazon, AMD.
Apple's
just filled 70. If it gets down into the quarters, I want to take that one out. And then second mover, I'll get to Palantir in a second. NVIDIA held on to, look at 450 on NVIDIA. Wish we'd seen this. I was watching AMD when this happened, but it bounced right off to 450. It might be taking out a 455. So NVIDIA is on one. And this feels like holding that 450, the stair step to the upside. Look at the gap above 456. I know I'm in the short here on AMD, but NVIDIA looks pretty strong above that 450, maybe a 456 break. If I get stopped out of AMD, I'm very likely to go over to that one in the other direction. I promised I would mention Palantir back at that big 18 level. So wick underneath 18, holds the bottom at 17.8. If this gets back above and can take out the top,
Apple,
that's
dude.
pretty bullish
183.
for this. But the shorts are paying off right now. AMD's in the money, still holding yellow, and double bottom on Nikola. I'm getting pretty close to wanting to say, do I just add to this? It's not at the low just yet, but I think this is going to be another. This one gave multiple 10% moves on Friday. I think it has another chance to do that today. So I don't want to give up on the short on Nikola just yet.
I'm with you on this one, man. Let's spin it again. We just took 25 cents here on AMD. We're going to wait for a hell of a lot more. I like that 19 level, obviously, as well. So there it is. Nice little move down, man. We've got this, man. We're now $4. Look at Apple. Apple is like, Sean, you are good, but not great, because I should have still been holding this. Well, we still are holding it. So, we'll do the Barry Horowitz there, tap ourselves on the shoulder for that, because this is now $4 in the money and still going down. And again, off the sticky note, we're pretty proud of that trade right now. And then we just watch out for AMD as well. That is just continuing to go downside, man. I'm glad that Neil has that as well. And we talked about it. Look at this move down here for advanced micro devices, man. I'm going to take a bid at 20s. Like, I got to take 50 cents on this, right? I mean, I have shares, so we got to, we're just sort of adding to the top of this. I'm canceling. I mean, where's Microsoft right now? I don't want to be long anything.
Everything's flush.
I'm canceling Microsoft. I'm canceling everything. I don't want to get any bids out here anymore. There goes AMD. Damn, man, we're on it again.
Oh my God, Meta wick 316 and immediately $1 to the downside. Immediately $1 off that 316. Everything is basically setting up and just giving you the short. If you want a price, you're going to get it. I can only imagine where Coinbase is. It's got to be in the depths of hell. I took my out on AMD. The stocks, I have the shorts I want to hold on to, but that's 19 to 18. I said I like the 18 as an out. That's where we're at pretty much right away. VTGM, we'll get to that one in a quick second. I did not get the ad on Nikola. If you're remembering, it's SSR, right? It's short sell restricted. So when I said I'm adding through 50, you can hit the bid all you want. It does not mean you're going to get a fill. So that broke 250. It was at 241 pretty much instantly, but you just couldn't get that break. This happened on Friday as well. You kind of have to be in that short. Sometimes you get the punch, sometimes you don't. But we're already at 241. The stock, I'm not saying they're going under, but it's not looking pretty for Nikola after that quarter. And they said they could raise. They might drop a shelf on people.
Okay, we've taken 2 trades today. Both Dollar Club members right now. AMD, $1.10 now in the money out of nowhere. There it is right now. We're on the bid here at 117.61. I just put 61 there because VWAP was right here. VWAP's at 61, so hopefully that's not the bouncing spot right now. Here it comes down. I might just cancel this 61 and just take the damn bid right now, because this is a nice trade, and we gotta, when the market moves like this, you do have to take out some profit right there. There it is again, man. So 2 trades so far today for you. One is $4 in the money. One we just took $1 on right there as we get lighter and lighter on these positions, man. Welcome to the jungle, man. It is fun and games here one more time today. So I just hope that everyone's enjoying the show, and hopefully, being able to see some of these trades that Neil and I are putting on for you here today, and just hopefully we're doing a good job explaining them. I said that honestly, man, coming back today from vacation, sure, we're jet lagged. But this is what it's all about, man. We get back into the saddle, and it's like we didn't miss a beat. This is what, you don't forget things, man. You don't forget things. There it is. Noah, you do not want to be like me when you grow up. But thank you so much, Noah, for that one as well. It means a lot to me. As AMD is going for the $2 club right now. I got to show that note, Noah, to my kids. Thank you so much for that one. There goes AMD. Man, we were patient with that 119 level. Let's go over to Brendo.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, back into a brand new week here. If you remember back on Friday, we got this number that kicked off some of the selling that we saw going into the weekend. Negative week for all 3 U.S. markets when all was said and done. 187,000 jobs in July versus 200,000 expected. First real significant downprint as far as NFP is concerned since inflation has been an issue. All eyes now turn to Thursday and Friday. This week we'll get CPI, we'll get PPI Thursday and then Friday. The next stop on the inflation train. Amazon discussed, if you're with us in the pre-market. Yeah, more positive analyst moves after Friday's earnings rally. Palantir and Lucid also with headlines this morning. Yeah, they don't like the price cut idea for Lucid. Session lows right now, 5% so far on the day. Apple, as I mentioned, September 12th or 13th, as I saw in one article describing the next iPhone event coming up next month. Guys.
So Palantir got back to 18, and it's already at 1750. That ish didn't last very long. You talk about like a wick through 18, like you can, if you're not staring at that level too and all over that, there is almost no chance. Like you got to be sitting there like Johnny on the spot to get like a 99 short. and then take it. I mean, you can put your stop at 1805. That's ridiculous. Again, I'm in the same names. Look at the yellow. It's not really doing anything. But we just broke 50 and then got 2 fills at 34 on Nikola. I should have found a way to get more, maybe sitting in a consolidation. It was probably a play, but it's short sell restricted. It's SSR. You know what's holding up? This is about the only thing holding up. We're at a double bottom on the NASDAQ, which I have to show you. This is where we're at in the NASDAQ. This is the last 2 days, 15, 3.5. That's where we are. So if there's going to be a bounce here, it feels like Amazon is maybe one of the plays. Amazon wicked through 139, if you do remember on Friday. This is what 139 looks like. It was a post-market high, and then it was the bottom Friday afternoon. So Amazon seems like it has a 139 dip by support, but the shorts have been way too nasty here, and too good, I should say. Nasty if you're in the long, but good if you're in the short. It has been a bit of a flush here in the open, guys. Amazon holding up. I don't really see too much else that I like for a long if you're looking for it. There was some other stock, VTGN.
Yeah, VTGN.
That's
hilarious.
I mean, it's still going down, but it's not dying like it was before. So if there's a second salvo to happen in this, it's only got a $2 range in the last 20 minutes. So if it does calm down, I think the only play is if this calms down, puts in a tight range, and then you just play a tight breakout of that range. Everything else is too wild on this thing, and it's still going to the downside. It's not really showing any strength. This all started at $4 or $5, and it closed on Friday at $170. So if it wants to pull back, there's still some room here, but it's showing signs that it could get going again. Because like last week when we got weak in the market, the only longs that were really giving you anything were squeeze-type plays. Everything else was just a short, and you had to play it that way or you're getting burned.
Yeah, I'm sort of similar with you on all this. I just put a what I think is going to be hopefully a starter position on, and maybe we can get a little bit longer here on Amazon against that 139. We did it again. This is on the sticky note as a possible short potential trade there for us. So let's just see if we can grab that. Possible long position, but we wanted a little bit longer. We wanted it a little lower to get long, but I feel like if the market does bounce, we did talk about where Neil just talked about it as well, where the NASDAQ was down here, possible, local bottoms back down to the 3rd of last week. So I don't know. We'll see if it can hold it. I think that as a trader, all you're trying to do is put the odds forever in your favor. And if we do have some levels that are potentially bouncing off there, I don't mind having a look at that for AMZN. So let's try it right now on that play. If it comes through, it comes through. We just got, by the way, $2. We need a new graphic there, Fabian, man. This is now getting to be silly. The $1 club seems minuscule now for some of these moves. As there you go right now. It's a huge move down for AMD. We're $2 now in the money on that name. So that's going to be Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Right now, he's going to make one with Benjamins on there. But there it is. It's coming down to the downside right now. Big trade alert for AMD. We have 2 trades on board today. They're both these shorts, and they're both kicking you-know-what. And this Amazon might get kicked in the teeth a little bit right now. But here it comes back in. Ooh, we were just bidding 16s there, and it stopped at 17. Okay, so let's see if it comes back down. We're trying to get a little more on this name here today for Amazon. So here it comes. Give us, missed it again. Okay, hopefully we can get it at some point for Amazon into more shares long. You know what, man? I mean, what do I even care about? We're almost out of AMD. We only have 20% left of that one. And we just missed Amazon again on that dip buy, right? Or did we get it? No, we missed it again. All right, let's buy some 23s now, just in case we don't get that, but we are waiting a little bit lower. And then if we break through 139, then forget about it as we go there. I need to go get another coffee soon. Amazon trying to bounce AMD right there and Apple. So those are the only trades that we have on. And we're doing pretty good today so far, 2 for 2, plus Amazon, which could slip out a little bit. Like I said, we're not favoring longs by any stretch of the imagination. But there's the fill now on Amazon to the downside. Really glad that Neil, everything brought up the attention of AMD because that one is now $2 in the money off of a very key level there. We doesn't seem to have missed a beat here as we come back. And I want to thank everybody for the kind words about the trading that's been put on for you guys here today. So up to 117. Let's go Amazon. We're reloaded.
Yeah, I like that 139. We talked about that wick bottom. It held 95, so 138.95 is the actual low on Amazon. The round number doesn't really matter anymore. A bit of a hold on VWAP for yellow, so I did take some out there. I said I would trail some of the 70 short off at 50, and then it gets to VWAP. Now I'm looking for $2 even on this. Again, they're going bankrupt. It doesn't mean it has to go to the downside. It just means I want to favor it to the downside. So again, another one of those shorts. It's just going to be paying off for you. Amazon's at the 50 level. I do like this bounce, but if you look at it stair-stepping down, I think it makes sense to take profit on the way to 140. So if it gets back down here, I think you rinse and repeat, play to the 140 level on AMZN. It has been pretty strong. Shout out to the Shim King? The Shim King. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about. But look at there's so many stocks that got to these big levels. We talked about Rivian and that 25. Well, it didn't hang out there for very long. So if you were on 25 when it got there, look at the move off of 25 for that flush on Rivian. It is stair-step to the downside. I'm not trying to pick a bottom here, but if it gets back up and breaks VWAP, I do think previous support can turn into resistance. Outside of Amazon, I think Google looks pretty good for a long trade. Oh, Google never even got to the low of the day, and it just held the breakout of the top price. So instead of looking for bottoms, if there's going to be an up day, maybe Google looks a little bit better. You're not having to really fight this long as much as some other ones. I didn't look at it this morning too heavily. I know 131 was a breakout, but it never got there last week. 130 is a big maybe. 129 looks good. I don't want to chase this move on Alphabet because the market needs to show me a little bit more, but this is one that should be some kind of a long. If we're going to hold green, we'll have to figure out a place for an entry on Google here.
Guys, could we have another one? We're going to go 3 for 3 here today. I mean, Amazon really blasting upside right now. Holy. Wow. I mean, there it goes, man. We just took 139. I mean, we were so anxious to get it. We even averaged into 23s. Then we took our 16 fill that we were sitting there for and just taking it. Take it. Upside for Amazon. Wow. This is great. This is absolutely great. Marissa just asked me, how's the morning going? Not bad. Right now, 130. I mean, when you're going to go 3 for 3, and I think Neil mentioned this to me. I'm going to tell people what you said because it's obviously not a bad thing. It was that to be able to focus on a stock like Nikola, to be able to focus on
100%.
a couple different names, and I just think that's why I put out the sticky note every day. We're short Apple and we're long Amazon. You got to have ideas that you're looking for, and then when they hit, you strike, man. You strike like that damn lion that you are. That's what it is, man. It's not about being lambs. You get in there, you take the trade, and that's what it is. And there it goes to the upside. Reward yourself for profitable trades. We put on the shares. There it is right there. That's 65 cents rate again for it. Everybody's, this is what we're doing this for. We're doing it for this. And that's what it is, man. And there's another one for you. We have 3 trades on today, right? We have the Apple short that at 8:28, I'm like, I'm going Apple short. The bell was ringing. I'm like, I'm going Apple short. We took this against myself $1. I guess about $1, yeah. About $1, averaged it in, boom, goes the dynamite. Right there to the downside, right? That's a trade. Believe in what you're trading. Then right there, thanks to Neil, coming up with this AMD level, right there, 119, boom, goes the dynamite to the downside on that one. And then trusting what you're seeing, man. We saw Amazon being strong last week. We took it, we waited for some levels, 139 came in, and we took it. That's going to be 3 for 3 right there. So there it is, man. I mean, that's what trading's all about. Having conviction, sort of trusting what you're seeing out there, and just believing in yourself and your abilities to make those trades. So that's what it is, man. And it is also welcome to everybody who's from Canada here today, as it is a long weekend for everybody here. Unfortunately, though, if you're at cottage country and stuff like that, yesterday when we landed, it was
raining all week.
Yeah. How was Saturday? Were you at the game? Oh, no, the Jays weren't home.
No, the Jays weren't home, so I was out. Actually, the weather was fantastic this week,
Okay.
but it's going to rain literally every day this week.
We have a
here.
game tonight, a Little League game.
Oh,
That's
good
gonna
luck
get,
with that.
rained
We have
out.
our year-end on Saturday. We have our year-end. It's not
it's year-end already?
It's not like an all-star thing. It's just like everybody gets to play.
Yeah,
and there's a
I
bunch
got
of
it,
diamonds.
yeah.
I don't even know what it's going to be.
It's like, what are they called? Like, not like a regatta. That's for like sailing.
I'm not sure how it works. It's just
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
shows up
We have those.
for T-ball for my daughter, and then you don't play on your team. It's just everyone kind of free-for-all. So
Yeah,
that's on
free
Saturday. I got to get to this play in a quick little second. Square. SSR, well, I mean, if you look at the bounce, obviously, on Friday, Thursday and Friday was not good for Square. Let's just leave it at that. But look at the tight range here, 63 to 65. The last time Square huadunked like this, It held a low of 2 days in a row, and then it broke out. So have a look at this 65.30. If the market wants to get going, this feels like it could be a good breakout trade. Shout out to Daryl. He likes Amazon, but it's coming right back into 139. Just keep in mind the gap fill if this takes out 139. So yes, it's managed to bounce here, but if it does not hold out, look at Tesla. Like Tesla was bouncing the first time $1 off that 150, so 250, and then it absolutely flushed eventually. So just be careful with some of these. Havana, Woody, and those of you asking about TTOO, I'll go over it. I didn't love TTOO today. We had some good trades on it last week, but I feel like those have come and gone. 27's not bad. If it can double bottom this 27 level, put in a higher low, that looks pretty solid. Let's see if it does a double bottom here. I still think it's on the downward trend. Holding here would be a first good sign. You want these to level off, and then they can make a secondary run. Thank you for the super chat here.
Ooh, I missed it.
We just got it. We just got a super chat. When Pan W call long entry? Thank you for $2 super chat. I was mentioning Pan W as a missed opportunity for Friday. I have not looked at it past that. It was more that it was down on sympathy, and it gave you like just a ridiculous trade at noon on a wick bottom at a key level on the daily. Ooh, now it's double bottom down here.
Amazon's going to break, by the way.
This has a double bottom at 2213.5. This might not be bad if we get to the lows again and bounce. Pan W off of this 213.50. If you get 14s, you're risking 50 cents. That's really not that bad of a risk to reward because this stock will move dollars, not cents.
Yeah, just attention. Attenzione! You know, when you're at like the Sistine Chapel there, they say, quiet please, no photograph. Right now, but you can take many photographs of charts because that's really all that they are. You have to sit there and be able to take the trade. And there goes Amazon again, back down to 139. We take that trade one more time, coming back in there and take a little bit of profit as it bumps it back up into the 25 area. So we take that out. This is not, that was only 10 cents, or that was 8 cents. Like that's not anything. I'm just trying to relieve some pressure here because this is a strange move down, man. We were not thinking of Amazon cracking this when the market kind of came down. Amazon definitely getting more aggressive than I thought here. So let's just keep that in mind with AMZN and try to make sure that we're on the right track here with this name coming through here today. So Amazon right now, let's just wait on it. We do have our out. Apple unfortunately did take that out. We got to be responsible a little bit here. Well, I think we've been really responsible today, actually. Scratch that. With this trade here on Amazon. So hopefully at some point it will come through for us. But right now, Apple, we did take it out once it broke through that 60 level. We talked about that. Not a great out for me on that. So we'll wait. Hopefully that can come back in. There goes Amazon again, now into the 30s. So that's going to be a good one. I put an offer in the 50s here. But if we could take this now for 20 cents, there it is. We'll take a 40. Okay. And then we'll see if this one can come back up to the upside one more time here for AMZN. So hopefully that will hit for us and everything will be fine. But right now it's another one, another reload. Oh, we have this one. I'm reloaded. All right, so we did reload Amazon down there. I really do like that one. Nikola, people asking about as well. So.
I just got a 20 fill.
Okay, good. So yeah, go over
It's still getting nasty over here on Nikola. I still haven't been able to add to it because there was no obvious spot. I like the 50 level. I didn't like 40s because I thought that 230 was a bit of a level. You can see this is now underneath Friday's low. Pull back to the 15-minute, which for some reason is, there we go. You pull back to the 15-minute, and all roads lead to 2 even. So next stop, I think, is that $2 even level. If we get there, I don't necessarily think it's an automatic long, but I'd probably at least give it some kind of a chance to be a long off the $2 level. It was way too good support. It was 2 originally to 290, and it's just reversing that entire move if it gets down there. So I'm going to get on the bid in front of 10s, and then I'm going to have a bid in front of 2, and then if it gets down there, I will be out of Nikola altogether. And what I was sort of saying is on Friday, if you were watching the morning show, it was long Amazon and it was short Nikola, and there were some other trades in there, but for the most part, it was those 2 things. Max was focused on one thing. I was pretty much focused on Nikola. It's kind of the same thing here this morning. There's a lot of trades out there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But there's a few that just kind of stood out, and I want to go back over, I have to, AMD just very, very quickly. AMD and NVIDIA, I don't want to ignore the chip names. If there's some kind of relative strength, it failed at 119. It got all the way down to 116. If it can hold, that's not bad, but the market's already bounced 30, 40 points, and you're still at the bottom on AMD, which is a little weird. If it was relatively strong, I don't think that would be the case. And as far as NVIDIA goes, NVIDIA kind of diddling in the middle, a little bit of strength, holding on to 450. If the market goes green, I still like this breakout on NVIDIA, that double top from Friday. But the market's going to have to show me a little something, something, and then we're going for 56 long on NVIDIA. We're $4 away, but you want to be prepared just in case it's 11 o'clock, and you got to be ready for it if it gets there.
I mean, there it is again, man. We're long Amazon again at 139. So there it is, a nice little move back up. We just took some out at 67 there, ahead of the 50 period. We'll see about VWAP up to 140. No more offers for Amazon, man. We're already all over that name. So let's just wait for it. I lie, sorry. I do have an offer at 140 where VWAP is. So hopefully it can come up to there and we'll just let the rest be the rest. Apple's still huge in the money, $3. AMD, $2 in the money. And still, I hear what Neil's saying about NVIDIA. You know, it needs to climb to get to any levels, and I think AMD the same way. It already did its work up to 119, and then boom, right down there to the downside. So if these chips fade out, man, we're gonna have like a absolute monster on this. What's up? Let me see what's up with Dan Emmons there, man. Okay, Dan Emmons, markets bottom repealed by testing, retesting levels, sweeping past everyone's so-called support levels. Examples of today's NQ. Yeah, okay, so. That's the thing. If you're able to hold past some of these levels, then they wind up breaking. Then you're really in it, right? And that's what we did there with Apple. Apple, for some reason today, I feel very similar to what you were saying there. Apple today went back up, right up into its zone. For some reason, someone was buying that early when we had a short bias. So we take the shares, did squeeze us a little bit there early, and then you're rewarded late with this sort of move to the downside, right? And so I feel like you do got to be patient when you're trading, and I think that we do a good job of explaining that here, especially to you guys on the show about what our trade ideas are and where they are. And that's why I'm really happy today to be going 3 for 3 on really 3 clean trades. And again, this is what's really adjusted for my trading here in the last month or so, is that the stocks are going to give you prices that you want. You just have to be patient. Now, the fact that it's this is not a 100% thing. It's if they don't fill out, then you don't need them. And I mean, a perfect example of this on the sticky note today. And by the way, I've had 1 coffee, so I still need to go get another one coming through here. This is called Real Life Energy. This is what this is, man. As I was drinking more coffees running around the streets of Rome, to be honest with you.
Well, you need more when you're active. I find
Actually,
the same thing because in Europe you're walking a lot, right? So it's like that same coffee, it kind of works.
I actually developed a healthier habit. It was more because of how warm it was just pounding back the waters, man.
You have to.
And there's
have to stay hydrated.
I mean, anybody that's been in Rome, the water there is just, there's so much, the clean water that's on the street, there's taps dropping everywhere there out of amazing fountains, and you just fill up your water. Everyone's doing it. And that water, man, wow, fantastic experience there in Rome. So it's really just feeling a little bit better. What I was getting at, though, was AMC was 520 level. That didn't come into play, so we didn't take it, right? And so that's going to be another level that I want to look at here. 520 coming through for AMC. I almost said AMD there. What's up, Brendo?
All right, number of high flyers here. Shout out to our friends at Benzinga. Guys, make sure you grab that deal if you haven't done so already. 50% off for life. And there's only 100 available, so make sure you grab that very, very quickly. Here we go. MF, crazy mover back on Friday. Started to go here in the pre-market. We get all the way up to 380. If you missed it, this was the news back on Friday. New purchase agreement, a little float on this one as well. 280 trying to hold right now, but back downside below $3 for Miss Fresh, a little Chinese produce company is what they do. VTGN was the one from bear with me. VTGN was the one crazy mover from pre-market here. $60. It goes from, what was it, $1.70 to $60 and then back to $13 in a couple of hours. Just absolutely insane price action. Phase 3 trial for a social disorder, nasal spray drug that they're working on, gets approval. So a good look for VTGN. And then this one as well, Save Foods, I saw moving around, SVFD, so SVFD moving around in the pre-market a little bit on this note. Hasn't really done much this morning, but just getting going once again right now on pretty heavy volume back to $1.75 for Save Foods. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
So that SVFD, this one in a halt at that 180, you go to the daily chart on this thing, and it is just halted above its last wick high, like this 170 level. I think it's kind of an obvious setup. You can see the room to 230. So if you call it room to 232 quarter, what do we have here? When was the last time we saw this? It was Siri, right? We essentially had a double top at a halt price. It opens up above 180. Well, I'm assuming it looks like it's going to open at 179 in about 2 minutes. So it takes out that top. For me, I usually like to have a really tight stop either to this local high 170 or even the halt price itself at 175. It either just goes or it goes. So if it opens up above 180, I can get a reasonable entry, not chasing it to $2, stop at 175, and there's a ton of room on this on the daily chart. Let's see what happens when it opens up, and then I wanted to get to block. Square got destroyed, obviously, on Friday. Anyone that was watching, Square and PayPal did not have fantastic days. But it is holding the bottom really nicely. This is setting up for a break back out 65 and a quarter here on block. The longer this holds, the more I'm kind of liking it. The market wants to hold green. This is a huge gap, maybe a $3 gap that this could fill out. So if Square breaks 65 quarter, actually it might be closer to 30 here. Yeah, it's 32. At local high 65.32, but I'm looking for a breakout here on Square. Brendo?
I just think a note on Microsoft here from The Verge saying that Bing-powered ChatGPT coming to your mobile device, quote unquote, soon, which is, I guess, a natural progression.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we know it was coming?
Well, there is an app. There's already a ChatGPT app. But yeah, interesting. Look, I mean, I think that a lot of us feel the same way about. By the way, we took basically took a dollar there. I mean, Amazon went right to 180, that 140, sort of 180. Ooh, wow, that'd be nice. Yeah, I feel like that was like Brendan and you guys just said there, sort of an inevitable step there for Amazon. So or for Amazon. For Microsoft. For Microsoft.
AMC's about to break.
AMC, okay, good one. Thank you, Neil, for that one. I like this 520 level, so let's get on here in case that does happen. Let's go with AMC. Man, how come everything I'm trading is A names right now? Okay, so there's the break. Now let's see where we go. We do have AMC shares on board here. So, yeah, man, if it goes, it goes. And we want to be here for that. So let's wait to see now what happens with AMC long at 520, right? Oh, we got 522s there. I'm surprised you didn't get 521s, but okay. There's a nice
Edge A you got to use.
Yeah. You know what, though? I had a 520 to 521. Yeah, because I could have got it, but it just punches the bid. So, or the ask, sorry, in that situation. But here we go. Trying to break a little bit higher. Targets for us. I'm going to use this area as an out. So if it does come back in below 510, let's just take that out. So that means that we at least need to take about 5 to 10 cents on this, at least, if we're going to give it 10 cents back. So let's go now with AMC. Hopefully the dog can bark here back up to the upside, and we'll get out a little bit of this one right now to that side for AMC. And again, if you're wondering where we're getting these levels from, it's called Sticky Note Nation. Become a member. It is free $99. Just go over to my Twitter account, X account, and doesn't sound right.
I don't like it.
But okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is that proud like X account?
You don't call X account's an awkward
what do you
way
call
to say
that?
it.
Because now I know that it's not retweeting.
No, it's just like
It's called reposting.
Yeah, just posting. Just you hop
That's
over
what I
to
mean.
your
Is it
X.
like I'm Xing today? Like that just doesn't sound.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't
It's not a
sound
good
right.
adjective. I like the
sound right.
Xing because you always knew Elon was going to do this because that's what he's always believed was the company that he wanted, was the whole X idea. But
Yeah.
I just don't like it as an adjective. Oh, there it goes. Going to a halt. Okay, we said this could happen. Oh, don't be a fake halt. Don't be a fake
Amazon.
halt. Don't be a fake halt. Halt.
What
I'm
is
talking
it?
about
SVFD.
SVFD. 179 is the halt price. I am long this on that breakout that I mentioned, and now I might just be holding through the halt up. Halt at 79. My stop is already in automatically, but this is about to go into a halt, and it was one of those like double top, and then there you go. Now it's halted. Okay. This one could be interesting because I can just stop this out on a reopen underneath 70, and there's room to 250 when we look at the daily.
There is some sort of a trade club that there's been a lot of members on today. Oh yeah. Man, Fabian, man. Amazon. So we've taken 3 trades for you today. All 3 have gone at least $1 in the money for a maximum kind of a position, right? There goes Amazon right now. We talked about it off 130. It's now at 140.30, 139. So 140.30. So there's $1 right there. I don't think, I mean, unfortunately, you know, not everybody can be part of the Dollar Trade Club, so I don't think AMC is going to get to that level, but nor are we looking for AMC to get anywhere near that kind of a level. So we took, look, it went upside, took out 10% at 25. It's got rebates for that. That was sucky. Now let's wait to see if AMC comes down there to 510, 511, then we'll get the rest out. I don't know if there's enough juice. The reason why we're in this again, thought the party could get started here without us maybe today, and we wanted to be part of it, right? AMC does report tomorrow after market, so just thought that this did have a chance to go, obviously, with the market kind of. This is why it's so specific. Like you could say like, okay, well the market's just kind of doing this. It's actually not doing that much. It's actually right where it opened up. So how in the world can you have, you know, these winners on? And it's just matter of factly, like you take the right positions. That's why on here, look, PLTR, Yell, Amazon, Apple, AMC, right? So we're in all of those. I'm in Apple, AMC, and Amazon. And then we added AMD off of a huge level. So, you know, so far so good. And this is what trading's all about. We said it here. If you don't love your job, then you're probably not at the right one. And I mean, right now, I'm really feeling everything. And I've been doing that, feeling it for a while. So VTGN, by the way.
There's a good question here. I want to get to this very fast. Flav K.
Flav.
Sorry, I'm new here. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the live trading show that is Trader TV Live. Do you guys trade the underlying or options? We are trading the actual equities directly every single time. You might see Sharif trade some futures contracts from time to time, but we're just trading the direct equity every single time. We do not trade options that day trade the world. So if you see us entering and exiting positions, we are directly trading individual stocks. We don't even, Day Trade the World does not have options yet. They've been talking about it for a while, but when it happens, we'll let you guys know. Just one quick update. I did get that 10 fill on Nikola, and my last bid will be at $2. When it gets to if it gets to $2, should not speak in certainties. This is what $2 looks like on the daily on Nikola. It's a double bottom since the breakout. You have the 200 period moving average there as well, and this is what it looks like on the 15-minute. I'm not saying I'm automatically going long, but I'm going to look for a long off the $2 level. Either like a few million shares on the bid to go long in front of, or maybe a false break of 2 even where it gets underneath $2, and then I'm grabbing a long on the way back up at like 01s or 02s. But I'll be all out of this thing if it gets to 2, looking for a reversal long. And then that SVFD, I need like a nickname for this stock or something. Save Foods. I'll just call it Save or something like that. Like I said, room to about 2/4 here. In the long, as it broke out the high of the day, it went right into a halt. Once it opens back up, my stop is underneath the halt price, which is currently 179. Oh, sure, this halt high here at 176, I think I give it to, instead of the 179. Let me just adjust that. I want to give it back to this halt price, not where it halted here, but like the halt high, which was a double top. And it's already 10:30. Time flies when you're having fun.
Amazon, $2.
It is already time to see what's going on in crypto land with Brendo.
Quiet start to the week once again, guys, for crypto. An interesting note I was just reading through here that is worth mentioning. The biggest weekly outflows from BTC last week since the initial downturn in March after the SEC announced tighter scrutiny as far as regulations are concerned in the U.S. 111 million total. If you scroll down here, interesting to note, Germany and Canada making up the biggest 2 portions of that, 71 million and 29 million respectively. Again, outflows from BTC, but it does also mention the fact that a lot of that went back into some of the smaller quote-unquote altcoins. Here we are. Bitcoin back to 28.4-ish, depending on when you look at it, but very quiet. Just kind of chopping around here as it has been over the past few weeks. Negative 0.12 right now. 29,000 holding as support right now for BTC. Basically flat for Ethereum to start the week.
Yeah.
So I just got out of AMC again. That break doesn't want to go.
I might have to do
I think the dip by, oh, shoot.
Okay, doke.
Snickles.
What?
Some shares there. Sorry, I was about to show something else. And then SVFD opened back up.
Save Foods, baby.
Save Foods, that's what it's called. So it opened back up and immediately wicked $2. So over 2, got to 05. When it came back under, I don't want this flushing and halting to the downside. I got nothing. So I did get some at $2. Now it looks like it's going to go into an up halt at 2. If it halts again, all I'm doing is moving the trailing stop at that point until it gets to, if it gets to 2/4, that was the other level, I'll get on the offer in front of 2/4, and then we'll see how far it can ride. I really don't feel, like until it breaks down 175 or halts up again, I don't want to move my stop, go into a halt. Once it goes into a halt, my trailer gets moved. No need to have that offer out there. So SVFD. Congratulations! But take your profit.
Yeah, not yet.
Well, it's already,
For you, yeah.
it's already given you a 10% move, but if you haven't taken profit, this could be at 150 in a hurry. I do want to hold for more, but my plan is take out the high, halt up, and then I can move the trail up to a different level. That hasn't happened just yet, so it's still break-even stop at this particular moment. There was something else I wanted to talk about, but I feel like I'm already forgetting it. Come on, give me that quarter, give me that quarter. Not yet. Oh, it was Square. Square is now 64.80. It is a double top at 65. That feels like an SSR breakout if this market wants to hold green. Here's a halt.
All right.
I'm just going to take some out at the halt price. Instead of waiting 3 cents, I'm going to take some out. Instead of waiting at 219 in front of 20, I'll take some out at 16, and then once this halts, I can move my trail.
Boom, big trade over there. Good job, Neil, on that one, that's for sure. Okay, so we talked about Amazon going $2 in the money. We didn't take anything out, but it did. Went to 140.80 right there. So we're, not $2, 180 in the money. Upside on that one. Apple still continuing to flush, man. That's going to haunt me a little bit. The problem is we were going long Amazon, and I just, not a problem. It's... I shouldn't say anything's a problem. That's far from a problem. But we could have reloaded that at 179.80 there, and we didn't. So that would have been a great short opportunity for Apple, as that is now getting back down into the lows of the day, despite the NASDAQ being nowhere near the lows. That's why we say you got to trade the names that are moving around, right? Neil wants to trade SVFD, something like that. Then, that's what's going to move around. But I do have a new position alert right now, and this is, again, right back into what we're looking at, man. We wanted to wait for Palantir. Palantir's been a pretty sick dog today, that's for sure. Down 3.5%, almost 4% right now, but maybe the damage is done. Maybe. And that's what it's all about, right? We talked about forever putting the odds in your favor as a trader. So right now it's come back in a little bit. We did buy this dip. We actually got a what's my average price? That's all that matters. 60. So we got a 62 and a 58. So right there. This is our average price, or a 50. No, we got a 50. 50, yeah, whatever it is. My average price is 60. So here we go. That's what we're working with right now is Palantir. Hopefully back up to the upside, a little break of 1750, and we're gone. I think this puts us in the right area. 10 cents worth of risk for hopefully a little bit more upside if it does get going. Our friend AMC, maybe no friend of mine. I haven't seen Barbie or Oppenheimer. Mixed reviews on Oppenheimer. I thought came out really big, and then I just heard some not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think it's still a good movie. But AMC today with Barbie cracking $1 billion in sales, box office there. So that's going to be a good one there. And again, AMC, we're only trying to front run this high right there of 520 in case it got going. It did get going a little bit, but it only went to 26. So, this could get squashed. I'm going to wait for VWAP break there, and we're out of this one. Could easily go the other way for us on that. So we're just going to sort of count our chickens there. All right, Amazon, AMD still $1 in the money. That's trying to make a move back up. Anything back up here I think is worth another short as long as VWAP is kind of here on the NASDAQ for that. Apple, I don't know, man. The market's bouncing. We talked about this when we went earlier on a higher level for the NASDAQ. We talked about this bottom, and it actually rang the bottom exactly, 15,360. Rang the bell down there. And that's where we got long Amazon. Could have got long a lot of things, I guess, at that bottom. But there it is. Nice downside move there in the market now, respecting some of those levels. So I feel like, the fact that we're pretty light on everything. Long Amazon, there goes Palantir again. Let's just take a little bit of advantage of that one. We said we needed 10 cents at least in order this to make any money or make the one-to-one. There we go. We'll take out something at 66 there as it rips up, and we'll take out a little piece here it is, at 66 again. This has to be scrolled over. Just to take a little bit out, we're long at 59s, or 60s, so that was not not a horrible trade. I still think Palantir can get at least to right there 75s. So we'll put some offers out there. I do have another offer at 69. If it gets back up there, great. And then I think we can empty it out a little bit if we can get into those 70s. But if this market continues to fall, then Palantir will be DOA a little bit. But let's see. Earnings coming tomorrow. We do like Palantir, or tonight. We do like Palantir here to try to hold against that level. So let's not take out too many shares, hoping that we don't have to scalp it out. The only position that's really in any danger, and again, it's a relatively light one for me, is going to be AMC. I actually canceled the shares. I only took half of the position I wanted to there on that break, just because it didn't happen early. We already saw 520 there, came back in. This is where you really want the long, where it baselines, so that when it takes out that high, you've already got the profit. I feel like that's what a lot of traders were doing. So now we have to sort of just calm down and wait for AMC to make the move. But I'm out if it breaks 511, something like that. I don't know where my
I don't know. I feel like I've been in the wrong breakout prices on AMC. I've had the long off this area twice on the break, but when I look back at it, like Friday's high was like, that's a cleaner breakout, like 508 there, and then it gets to that top where it goes to the other level that I liked, which was at 17, and then when it took out that double top, I just get in and get out. If it works right away, like I'd rather take a couple of paper cuts, like twice wrong on this for a small hit, and then if you get something, just an example, when it does work, you can then hang on to it for the bigger move because it just kind of works the entire way. Like that's what Save whatever the hell this thing. I just tried to say the name again.
Save Foods.
Save Foods. SV whatever. Like if it goes, you want something that it just works essentially right away, and then it's easier to hold on to it. Then it works out that every 10%, like it goes 180 to 2 to 220. Now it's open back up, and SF Save whatever. I'm just gonna continue to bungle it every single time. So now that if it goes, you can kind of hold the money. Ooh, wants to hold down. I don't know. I'm holding this back in. It has to be underneath $2 because to me, I've already taken out my profit, right? Like I've gotten 220. Suddenly, it can come all the way back in and hold. Now you have to take. Well, you don't have to, but I feel like you should be taking profit on these because they can quad in to the downside. It just fake halted down and now is going up again. So it's about to halt up at 226. It's easier to hold on to a position if you've wet your beak and covered some, because then you're playing with house money. Now, some people would hold this and say, well, maybe it goes to $5. Personally, that's not the way I would play it. I think I'm looking for a move at $2.50, $3. That'd be nice, but I think you got to scalp some out. I'm stopping out now at $2 because it's gone another quarter away. 225 is broken. I think I get out if this thing breaks underneath $2. Otherwise, it's $2.50, $3 to the upside for it. Still like Square for a breakout, but you know what? It can't seem to get through that high. So this is one that might just have to wait on block. It's a nice little double top forming, but the volume's starting to taper off. It's 1040. Doesn't seem to want to make that push just yet. Good chance that this could go, and it is short sell restricted, I think, day 2 here. And that's that's a big time possibility that you could fill in even half this gap that looks pretty solid for Square. But I got to wait for the breakout.
It's 1040 right now, guys. Does AMD want to find out if that seller's there at 119? Maybe, and we're going to be there to test it with it as well. If AMD does come back up, we're going to get out. We only have 20% left of this, 20, 40, 60, 80. Good out at VWAP right there, 116.50. So that was a good one. And then, by the way, Palantir now is going that dime in the money, exactly what we said we would hit that for risk to reward. So there's Palantir, man. We did it again on Palantir. There it is. Should we take a 7? Let's take a 69 or a 70 fill there as we can get. Our best outs are only 66s so far, so would like to get a 69. I mean, look at the average price right there, 59. Now through 70s. There it is again right there. Wow, man, we did not miss a beat coming back, man. Glad to be back here again today in the chair with my guy, and we're cruising today. It's been a great day. We're going to go Apple, AMC, AMD, Amazon, Palantir, ring the registers on all of those right now, with AMC coming right back up into the money again for us right now. So hopefully that will continue to work as we're trying to be as patient as we can with some of these fills. But with no patience, no man waits for Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you here for the S&P 500 to kick off a brand new week. A couple of standouts, obviously. Tesla being one of those, yeah, 2% still, glowing red right now. Same story for Apple. 1.3 off the lows, but pretty weak as far as big tech is concerned, comparably speaking anyway. Everything else nicely green, including, we talked about Berkshire very quickly there in the pre-market. BRK.B, the not 500,000 shares. 2.8% to the upside. Earnings on Saturday blowing out expectations. Records across the board for Berkshire. The rest of the financial sector as a whole, nicely positive as well. A lot of positivity coming through from healthcare stocks today. J&J on a couple-day run back to the upside. Once again today, Eli Lilly, AbbVie, to name a few here, all back to the upside, including that one, UNH. Also positive, some of the payment names looking pretty good. 0.6 for Visa. MasterCard to the upside. Retailers are positive as well. So we can get Apple turned around and going in the right direction. We might have a pretty good day on our hands, guys.
Thank you very much there, Berendo. Just a quick update. SVFD did halt down. Still have my stop if it gets underneath 2. Now we're long at a 178, but that's off this halt price. It'll still be over 10%, but I have scalped out. If I had taken nothing out, I would for sure would have taken something out on the way back in. Wait a minute. Oh, I can cancel these because we're in a halt. If it opens and holds 2 and fails that top, I'll probably try to get some out at 230. So if I see it hold 2 on the reopen and not get through the high of the day, I take more profit out. Got square. Square breakout doesn't go right away, so we'll get in, get out. This is what I was doing all last week. It's like if it goes, you'll hold. If it doesn't, just take your paper cut. Don't let any one trade burn you, and then the R&R is going to have to play out for itself. TTOO is getting violent. Havana Woody, I don't know about that. It's not really doing anything, this TTOO. I like it if it can make this double bottom and then put in a higher low. That's what it's trying to do. Nice sideways action. The volume not nearly what it was. Like last week when that was gold, it was easy. And today, I don't feel like it's there. Shout out to Ronnie Boy. You definitely, when you trade these save food types, you got in at 78, you got out on the way up. No one ever went broke taking profit. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I showed you, like, this is now halted to the downside, but you have to get out on the way to the upside. You do not necessarily want to wait for it to be rugging when you're trying to get toward the exit. That's just not the good way to trade those. Couple of updates here. Yellow still at VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, looking for 190 to 2 for that next out for the short. Then I'll be all out of Yellow Corporation if it gets down to 180. And nickel is a very similar thing. That's been a relatively easy short. Does not quite get to $2, but it got to 210. Bounced the second time off 206. And still looking relatively weak is Nikola. There was something else. Oh my goodness, Rory Alderton. I have not looked at Wayfair.
I love that name.
That is a great name. Is that your actual?
Almost sounds fake.
No, it does. It sounds very. It sounds like a movie name. Like it feels like a character out of.
Right, like
out of
like a Harry Potter, like something, some.
Yeah,
British.
like some kind of a British fantasy.
Yeah, Irish. I mean, I'm thinking about Rory McIlroy, of course.
Rory Alderton. Wayfair. I totally forgot
Does
about.
Does it have
Wayfair.
what you need, though, Neil?
This stock last week it had what you needed.
Of course, like I'm even getting Amazon packages delivered when I'm in Rome. Like it's crazy.
Of course
like,
you
we
are.
Get there. No, I'm just saying, like the can't stop, won't stop with Amazon. And
oh, Wayfair was so good.
Yeah, Wayfair does always have what you need. Look at Amazon, though, guys. We should have got out of that one. I don't know. The market did rip up there. It went to 140.80 again. So, guys, let's just... I don't know. I want to be long this name just in case. Oh, yeah. Palantir, we did get a 74 print there, which was great. And look what's happening over here. This is how we do. Hopefully, we're still holding a lot of this trade, man. Hopefully, AMC can get going there up to the upside. And we're all about this today. And if you haven't been enjoying the show, I apologize. For me personally, I can't really put on a better show. So, although join tomorrow, I will put on a better show. But right now, look at this. Amazon, 136 long. That didn't come in, so we took 139. Apple short, $4 in the money right now. Amazon, there's the clean break with levels right there, right? Palantir, we knew we wanted the long, it gave it to us, and then Yell we haven't looked at. But right now, today, we're going to go 4 or 5 for 5 here on the show. So we're really happy with that. What did Palantir do? The Sharif over here, the professor, comes back, and I was talking about my positions, and he goes, wow, that Palantir is a great long off the double bottom. But that's what you wait for. You wait for opportunities like that. And it's just about being patient. So when it climbs right back up, you're able to take some profits out there. I do want to hold this in case the market does get going. But again, it did hit our target. And you want to talk about risk to reward. We were long at 60s. There's our out at 74. Or I think maybe 70. 73 or 74, I'll double check it. But right there, that's good risk to reward there. But we were always planning on scalping this out with holding something for much more than the 1-to-1, right? The 1-to-1 is right here. So if we're gonna try to hold for more, we're taking a little bit out, then we're gonna hold the rest. We still have half of this trade for hopefully something higher. If the market rallies, Palantir reports, we sort of know the sort of media hype that's been behind this with Dan Ives and everything like that, and then just the AI name itself, right? And so let's wait to see. We've sort of cracked higher here on Palantir. Just 4 days ago, we were at $20. Obviously, we're not. Talk about Palantir more, Sean, because there it is right there. Let's go, man. I don't know what exactly is going on with this name, but it's a nice bottom there, now upside, and it's running into its own support again. So if it runs, resistance, if it runs into its own resistance right there at 80, I do have an offer. So I have an offer at 78, so that's good. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Combest RX1 right there. It does mean a lot, man. Neil, myself, Brendan, Sharif, the whole team here, Max, Brad, everybody puts in effort to put on great, not just great shows, but great trading as well.
I've seen a few people ask, what is Max in right now? It's a Canadian holiday, so a lot of times when it's a Canadian holiday, some traders will take it off. Max is off today. So he's not in trading this morning. So if anyone that's curious, it is a civic holiday in Canada. He's enjoying himself a long week. He put in some work last week. So he's deservedly time off, to be sure. Just a couple of things here. SVFD, come back over here. SVFD opened back up underneath 2. I got my stop out underneath $2. It's a 179 break. It gave you actually gave you like a 30% move if you had it perfect. There's no one ever going to get these perfectly. I just think you got to take your profit and run. So we're out of it. Take the money and run every single chance you can get. That kind of a halt breakup, we've now seen it twice in the last month. Once was Siri and then SVFD, where it happens to halt top at basically the same level, sets up a pretty obvious breakout price and a tight stop for you here. So I'm out of it. If it sets up again, you guys can trade if you want, but that was a very specific setup that we saw on Siri as well. So still holding on to Yellow and Nicola, where everything started off here. Let's go to Brendan at the desk.
A little one moving here, BSFC. A few people mentioning 7.6% on the short side of this one. They regained NASDAQ compliance with a reverse split going back a few weeks. From what I'm reading, it looks like the same industry or the same business anyways as that Miss Fresh, MF, that's also going. So BSFC, another one to look at. Yeah, for anyone wondering, Max is in a golf cart right now. Probably the only thing.
Yeah, he said he was golfing.
Hopefully not around here because I think it's raining. But hey, a golf cart has a roof.
Is it raining now, or is it going to rain?
No.
Yeah. It was raining when I was driving in. It was like starting to go.
I love golf, but I'll take today. 5 for 5 right now on trade ideas today. 5 for 5 so far with Palantir absolutely trying to get back up there, and then we're right at that level again. So let's cash that out. I mean, this is, there we go, we're taking 83. There it is right now, man. That's it. 5 for 5. Apple, AMC, AMD, Palantir, and Amazon. And they're all bangers, man, including multiple Dollar Club members. Everything went $1. I don't know if Palantir can go $1. I think it can. I think you can get back up here into 1830 and change as well. So there it is, man. Yeah, let's look at that. Shout out. Let's do some shout outs right now. Shout out to everybody watching. Let's do this because this is what we're doing. What's up to Cute Puppy? What's up to Jameson Barna? Ponzi Fonzie, man. You're awesome too. Oh my God, he's always here. What's up to D's Nuts? What's up to Darwin? What's up to Brandon? What's up to 4L Taz? Bears versus Bulls, my guy. There's Ponzi Fonzie. What's up, my guy? Adam DeLuz. How's the day going? Adam asks. You should know about that right now. What's up to Renata? What's up to Damien, Aurora, everybody? I can't even keep going on this. 2-5. What's up to Hello World? What's up to Will Evans? Everybody there. I'm sorry I'm going to miss you. What's up to Salami? Hey, what's up to Mortadella right now as well? As we are back. Sean's on fire. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mirko. I have a great Serbian friend named Mirko. Actually, Croatian friend named Mirko. So shout out to you. His name's Mirko. So shout out to all that. No, he's not a soccer player there, Sharif, so don't worry about it. As we continue to go upside right now on this market, but I want to give a big shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for supporting.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
The show right there. Yeah, we do have the Barry Horowitz. Hey, look, you guys missed me. I missed you more, believe me. That's probably not true. I loved being here every day, but it is nice to be with La Familia, of course. Shout out to everybody that's out there, man. And let's just get going. I got, apparently. I don't know what that means. But shout out to everybody.
D's, that's why.
Oh, D's? Oh, I said that on purpose. So, yeah, you didn't. Nobody got me on that one. That's
We haven't fallen for the
Neil and I
whole
have talked
D's
about that
thing.
for a long time.
I mean, like, there's been, people
Remember
do
when-
that in the chat all the time. It's fine.
Remember
Sometimes
Krispy
we'll say
Kreme's
it. Yeah, sometimes we'll say
D-nut?
it. D-nut.
D-nut, the symbol, D-nut.
Oh, you missed. So last week, I'm usually ready when Dick's Sporting Goods has earnings.
Oh, no.
But then randomly, no, Chris, it's the first time ever on this show that I talked about that stock and I had no puns ready because out of nowhere, Brennan came with a story about Dick's Sporting Goods and I simply was not prepared. When they do earnings, I've got 5 or 6 puns lined up for the entire day, but I was just so unprepared for it. I think it was on Thursday. I want to get to this. Before we go to Money Talks, shout out to Super SPAC Man. You tried to get my attention on BSFC. Obviously, a lot's happening. It's fast moving and a lot of things are moving. This just dipped off of 170. What's 170? Look at this. So that is your, okay, how many times have we seen this exact same setup where a stock reverse splits, falls down, reclaims $1, wherever it happens, finds support, and then it tries to squeeze through the previous top on the split, and 170 is a decent level. If it holds on to this price, I think I'm looking for a second long. Well, I'm not in the breakout, but if you were in the breakout, it would be a second long. If it can hold 170 throughout lunchtime, this one has a chance that it could be a nice little takeout the top or a consolidation long off 170 on BSFC.
Before we go to, I just want to shout this out because this is what we got to go to.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Brendan there. But just shout out to Ronnie Boy. Thank you so much. Shout out to Sean and Neil for hosting the best trading show on the planet, man. We tried, to bring something unique, something original. There's no other traders that are out here showing you their trades, their executions every single day, giving out free information, free resources. There's just simply not this. And so we wanted to do something different. We did it. We've accomplished that, I feel like. And thank you to all the love to everybody that's out there. As I see the Obi-Wan Kenobi getting ready to come through here. With Sharif on the midday show. So that's another thing that we've added. Not only do you get to see us, but then we get the content right back at you all day, every day. The market is open. And someone said, Max, quite the patriot. Yeah, unfortunately, we've decided to take it's American holidays off because.
But it's not even like a real.
It's a real holiday.
Okay, I hate to call something a fake holiday, but there's nothing to it.
Like I don't want to get
no,
religious.
but like there's at least there's like
Christmas.
Canada Day is like a real holiday. Like they just made something up so we could have a holiday in August. They should. Right. They could just call it. There's a few things they could call. I'm not going to get into it because then I'll probably start ranting. But there's an obvious thing that it could be.
Rant. I'm going to watch out for the watch.
Well, if you know, Caribbean Carnival has some. Let's just see. If you go back into history, there's a reason for it around that time of year.
Oh,
and if you start to think about Canadian emancipation here in Canada, they could turn it into something related to that. That's all I'm going to say. But it's still just civic holiday here in Canada. We're here anyways, and Nectar or whatever this stock is.
No traffic. That's what I'm feeling.
I got here so fast. I once again, and speeding is bad, but there was one point on the Gardner. I was like, oh, whoops, Neil. Let's slow down a little bit here because there's nobody on the road. Like you don't.
Wow, Neil.
I know. I'll self-admit it, and then if you back off a little bit. But there's nobody on the road on the holiday, so I'm breezing into the office.
Control, baby.
I'm breezing home until I get to like I said, the construction.
That's actually a good name there, Hanging Man. Diversity Day.
Well.
That shouldn't offend anybody.
Well, I think it should be a little bit more
specific.
Yeah, I think it should be more specific.
Yeah, I get it.
Sometimes Canada act like slavery didn't happen here too.
That was a different.
But I want to get to I think I have to get to this stock for a second because PIK and CEI had epic drops off the dollar level on Friday, and this NKTR, whatever they are, it doesn't necessarily matter. This is the last time it got to $1. It got to 110 and flushed. It is screaming into the dollar level. Seemingly a little bit too fast here. I'm going to pay for locates because if it gives me a false break of $1, I'm shorting 99 all day, every day on.
We have ranted a little bit too much. So we
Nectar
have to,
therapy. It is Nectar. Yes.
Always that sweet, sweet nectar. But who has something for us right now?
Oh,
we are a little bit extended past this. Let's go to Brendan at the big screen.
Didn't we go to
Big
Brendan
desk.
already? No? My bad.
Brendan?
Here I was getting the earnings board ready for you guys. Let's talk about the USD here real quick. This was this morning, if you missed it. Feds Bowman, Bostic also making some comments this morning. More additional rate increases to come from the Fed, according to both. Again, that was out about 8:30 this morning as soon as we came on. If you go to the Fed funds tool, still about a 60%, 57 to 60% chance of another quarter point hike to come before the end of the year. Meanwhile, still within the range here for the DXY, holding on to 102 once again on the daily chart. Not a lot of movement across the board as far as other currencies are concerned. I just, however, read JP Morgan sees ECB, the European Central Bank, delivering interest rate cuts, cuts, not hikes, starting Q3 of 2024. So that would be well ahead of schedule if that is the case, guys.
I just looked over and it's like, why do I not have AMD short again? Because it did come up to that 118. Yeah, that's interesting about the money flow here. I'm excited for Canada to finally stop pausing a little bit here as our housing market's actually held up quite well.
Surprisingly well.
I actually want to talk, anyways, okay. AMD was 118.75. I was at 118.74. The most it went to was 73 there. So I was like, why am I not short again? So I'll take a fill here at 50, but still waiting to get this price. Right where we're short before. Again, sometimes they see orders and they run away from them. We were sitting there at 74. And that's where it went to. It went to 74. And the gateway that I was on was NASDAQ. So probably should have been on one that was a free one. So therefore, I might have got filled by an algo or something. But either way, there it comes, fading back down. We just took another fill. So if you're seeing a little different change here in price, it's because we did take a small fill, hoping that we'd get a little bit more to that top side. Because I said to Neil, like, why is my net not moving here? And we did not get that fill on AMD like I thought we would. But what's really cratering now, again, is Apple. And again, I waited up here, missed it. We should just follow this 50-period moving average. If there's anything you've learned here, hopefully it's that we know how to trade a little bit, and that 50-period moving average, which a lot of traders have added here, 180 right there, it's followed it for Apple. So we'll have to watch that. Maybe 179 now as we're getting ready to hand it off, man. It's been a great show. Thank you, everybody. Neil's covered a lot of those small cap movers there for you. And I've just been, I'm going to go 5 for 5 here. As now Palantir fell back down, and look where we emptied out the clip, man. We said if it ever got to VWAP, this is what we wanted. So we have 3 big outs there. We only now have 25% left of Palantir, so probably won't reload until it does get about 10 cents lower into this fill area of 17.55 where we took it originally. So, well, not originally, that was our second fill. 56 is what we have right now. Apple's collapsing there. AMD, we missed that fill, and Amazon still a member of the Dollar Club. Thank you so much for watching. We'll both be back on at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we're back, and we have 1 minute to go. Just to answer a quick question for Illuminati here, if you didn't see in the chat.
I missed it.
Nikola reported on Friday. So if you're wondering why it's this week, it's not just random meme stock that was running his reverse. Like, these guys reported, and it was not a good report. So there's a legitimate fundamental reason why this is coming to the downside. I know a lot of squeeze names did fall on Friday, but this one actually had some news there. So I said that, and Nectar Therapeutics, it's at 90 cents. If it gets to $1, I want a false break of that level. Meta, this was a miss. This was a missed opportunity. We did say 316 over. If it gets over 316, look for the short. It was very, very quick. It got over 16, got to 20, and then just immediately fell. So I do have a support level at 9s, I want to say. Let me just go back to this chart. Yeah, it's from Thursday, it's just about 309. If Meta gets down to 309, underneath 10, I'd be looking for the dip buy this afternoon. But yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity shorting that 316. 316 was pretty good last week, but it looks like the same thing again here today off that level. Let's go back to the well over and over again. I did mention Wayfair, but just to set it up, and this is if it breaks out. I'm not saying Wayfair is going to have what we need today, but 86 break looks pretty juicy here. That's where it flushed. Like, look at the symmetry on this chart. Wayfair on Friday, 86 to 81 at the open. Wayfair today, 86 to 81.5.
Sometimes it's easy, man.
Like, that's why I was like freaking. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Wayfair was really this easy this morning, but I wasn't looking at it again. We forgot about this one. It was a big mover on Thursday. It was pretty like $5 here. If it holds higher and breaks out 86, I like this for a squeeze play. It's 32% short flow on Wayfair. 86 long. I'm taking that break this afternoon if it gets there. But it is time for us to pass it off. Before we do that, we'll go to the desk with Brendan and Happening Now.
Yeah, 11 o'clock, guys. Let's get you caught up to date here as we kick off things for a brand new trading week. If you missed it back on Friday, we got non-farm payrolls for July that came in significantly below estimates for the first time since this inflation thing has been a problem. 187 in July versus 200,000 that were anticipated. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga once again, bringing you all the information you need on the show. Qs, meanwhile, we gapped to the upside in the pre-market. We've done nothing but kind of chop around within the range from Friday. Remember, heavy selling all afternoon, right into the close on Friday. So 372 down here on the Qs definitely needs to hold before we can start moving back in the right direction. Amazon discussed if you're with us in the pre-market this morning. Yeah, more positive analyst talk today coming off of Friday's earnings rally. Palantir as well after the close tonight. Get ready for their earnings. Lucid also announcing price cuts. They'll report as well tonight. BSFC still watching this one back to 160 on a pullback on a crazy run. And Apple session lows right now, as I was mentioning. Got to get Apple turned around if we're going to have a decent kind of a day for the market. Guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif. Yeah, man, what a morning it's been. We bit of a range-bound trade on the future, kind of a little bit up, a little bit down. Right now, we're trying to hold 15.4 on the NQ. Every time it dips around 15.4, looks like we're getting bought up. So we'll have a look at that. We talked about that in the morning. We really didn't come down to 4,500 though on the ES. So interesting day. Yeah, Brendo alluding to this earlier. Apple at session lows, trying to hold that 178. What a day for Apple to retrace. I got into Apple this morning, guys. FYI, full disclosure, in my personal account. We're going to hold this one, hopefully long-term, trying to try dollar cost average into this bad boy as it retraces off that bad earnings 3 straight quarters for this, guys, with a declining revenue. So we'll have a look and see if Apple can pull, you know what, out of their hat. Interesting day in September. We're going to have the launch of iPhone 15, and there's supposed to be a new iPhone.
Every 3 months or something?
I know,
No, I'm
honestly,
joking.
right? Yeah, for real. No,
There's a new product every 3 months.
Yeah. We'll hear a lot more about what they have to say during that whole Apple conference thing. What did you do today, Obi? How's Amazon?
Amazon's been all right. You know, second day earnings. I was like, okay, yeah, you know, let's. We had a high RVOL first day on Friday. On both Apple and Amazon, so we got a couple levels to work off of that were given to us on Friday, and then coming in today, I was like, well, okay, let me try to work off some of those levels. We know that 142 was a key area for some trouble last week. 142 over under had the idea like midday as well, and then we kind of flushed below that. Coming in today, I was like, okay, if we pop up into 142, I want to get short in front of 142 and look at the action that comes in pre-market. That was a great price to get short, and then it doesn't even hit 141.50, and then kind of clips up. It can't even break pre-market high. So I was like, well, a little bit of FOMO. I didn't get the price that I wanted on the short, so I kind of was like, okay, let me just move over to a little bit of discretion, wait for this tape to come in, and see if we can take pieces off and kind of chop this up. Now, there's a lot of trades that went on here, long, short, mainly long on the downside, and then getting short on the upside, counter trending. But I'm still trying to work on this, where it's like, if I took the short off the pre-market consolidation low break right here in the 140.80s-ish area and followed that momentum kind of down, I think it would have been much better to take this trade on the short side, as the shorts were definitely more forgiving and the long was a little bit more of it's a counter trend. You can get the tape read in a little bit easier because it's like okay, heavy selling, a little bit of buying comes in, okay, get long, and then when it stops you get out, right? So there's quick scalps on the counter trend, but the trade, definitely the better trade was the short, and I still have this 140 as an over-under. Now let me pull up where is VWAP on Amazon here. It's right at that 140 level, and we're in and around that level. So we've taken trades in and around here. We had that hard sell-off on Friday, so I was looking for a bit of reversion coming into today, as both Apple and Amazon sold off pretty heavily last Friday. We got a bit of that reversion on the market gap up in the pre-market. So I was like, okay, well, we might not even get to some of those places. Now looking left, look at what we can't even break. Now, this is something I got to get better at, where like if a pre-market level kind of rejects like an intraday consolidation from last week, we were like, okay, we consolidated, sold off, and then heavy selling into the, I think this was the imbalance time. Yeah, in and around, well, no, not really, but like into the imbalance at the end of the day, you sell off and then you continue. So definitely some sellers there at that 141.50, and then they kind of come in there again today at that 141.50 after a very strong quadunk from last week there. So yeah, got that on watch. Got a little bit of a short bias here. I was thinking about getting short here. Didn't really take it. As you can see, I got a little chopped up there, or took some chops. But yeah, it was getting a little sweaty here. But yeah, the short is definitely on, as we see. I had 15.5 as an over/under on the NQs, and we're kind of holding below this 15.4, which is again supporting me on my short bias. We see what Apple is doing today. We saw how strong of a hold that 185 was on Friday. That 185 was extremely key in my opinion, and I was very frustrated because I didn't have the short. I had a couple of longs here on the hold, but when that all-day hold finally breaks, like I got to learn to give up that bias, get short, get big, find places to get even bigger on the momentum, that 185, and then yeah, we can see that coming in today is straight continuation. We saw that Apple was kind of accumulating while the market was shooting to the upside, accumulation, not going sideways, and then when the market finally exhausts and comes down, brings in Apple with it, and we're coming back down into this 175-ish area there. Heavy selling kind of following through in on this. We played a bit of Apple too, as you can see here in the morning, in and around off of that 180, that 180.50. I was like, okay, the 180 is holding. Let me take a long for a bounce. Didn't really come, no follow through, and then follows back down for the short. 180 over under. Seems like that was a place on Apple, and I was like, okay, well, that's around VWAP as well. So let me look for shorts on pops back into VWAP, and look at that. Doesn't even give you that chance. Raging back to the downside there on Apple and Amazon. So that's what I've done today. So far, I am a little short bias on the day, so let's see where this price action can lead us. I should have stayed short up here in the 140.50s, in and around VWAP, and as we break back below VWAP as well. But here now I'm like, okay, we held 139s. Right, we held 139s. ES is kind of stepping up, right? But the NQ is definitely much heavier. It's back to the downside, and we're about to test these lows from Friday that we had hard selling kind of come in and get blocked in and around some of these levels, and we're testing these levels again for a potential continuation move on the NQ. So I'll be watching 139 on Amazon as that is low of day, and last week's low is around 139.60. So that's kind of what the idea for the scalp here was. Last week's low, I was looking for that to hold around 139.60. I think it's 67 or 57, something like that, this area. And we started getting long, and when it looked kind of weak, I did kind of get a little short bias, but it did extend back up into the 140. But we're back down into this 139.60. Let's see what we can do here. Do we hold last week's low, or do we get below? Let's take a look at the weekly chart on Amazon there real quick. Where is the weekly? Bing, bang. Okay, take this VWAP out of the way and take a look at that. So yeah, you have a top wick on this crazy accelerating candle, and then coming in today, we hold above last week's close. So if we are to continue this kind of strength we've been seeing over the past couple of days, past couple of weeks, I expect this kind of candle to come in a little bit, maybe get bought up in the 130s, 137s even, or if we can hold above last week's high, that makes this even more bullish. So let's see what this week does. That's what I have on watch. I'm taking a look at some of those Apple levels as well. The weekly, last week's Apple weekly low was 181, and we are kind of pulling back off of that move. Now, taking a look at the longer term trend here for the longs on Apple here, where can we look for a potential bid, right? That's what I'm asking here. So a bit of in the long term trend, we are entering into this consolidation. We are kind of violating some of these moving averages, but look, long-term trend, we dip into this, what is this? This is the 21 or the 50 period, and maybe even the 200, right, for the ultimate buys, and then we kind of scoop back up as Apple is literally the market leader, super strong. Since as far back as we can look around the tech boom, we've been in that uptrend, that 200 moving average, holding on the weekly chart. So yeah, some great places to look forward to there as we take a pullback back into the bottom of that long-term trend here on Apple. So I think we got some room to go. I am short bias on the day. Let's see where this brings us. So that's what I got on my plate.
Yeah, I just got the dip off yesterday's, Friday's support level on the NQ. We'll see if this one can give us a little bit of a bounce. Already a couple of outs. Let's see if we can get a nice little move up. Let's just sit here at the 80 level and see if we can get continuation through there, dancing with 75. But I want to talk about crypto, because crypto will have a catalyst no matter what, no matter how you look at it coming up. And the reason is ARK, Kathy Wood's essentially a company ETF, has filed for a spot Bitcoin ETF. They were the first to file for it. I know you heard about BlackRock and other GBTCs trying to have their futures changed into spot. But the deadline actually for the SEC to respond to that application is August 13th. And, there's a lot of people posturing one way or another. Some people saying, it's going to have to be a litigation that forces the SEC's hand into that spot ETF. Others saying, they may actually agree this time around because concerns with respect to market manipulation have been addressed, and that got addressed in the futures ETF. In any event, we're trading below 30,000 on BTC on the day. In fact, we're now below 29,000, 28,956. It's down 1/3%. And some of these other equity-related names like Mara and Riot, they got 8 1/4, 7 2/3 to the Southside Coin, also almost 3% down today with 4 million shares done. So it's an interesting look here on some of these names if you're looking for something quite volatile and something that will have a catalyst no matter what. Look no further than any Bitcoin or cryptocurrency related equities and ETFs. Now, I should caveat all that with the fact that it is up to the SEC to maybe kick the can down the road. They don't actually have to give a black or white answer on the 13th. They can actually extend it. I believe there's options for a 90-day extension. I believe the last day they're able to extend it to legally, if they were to use the full extension powers that they have, is like late January 24th, something in and around that region. So we'll have a look and we'll see what Bitcoin is going to do the next little bit. But that's a good little piece of information to know. Okay, here we're bouncing on the future. We're about 20 points or so in the money on this MNQ dip. Now, the reason we got into this is it's just a Friday defend of the level. This is a scalp trade. So 3 outs already. I won't let any part of this trade go against me. So if it comes back into my level, I'll be out, quite frankly. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see whether we get continuity here as we get that dip trade. But I got to kind of agree with Obi. It is more of a short bias day. You've seen Apple quite weak. You've also seen a little bit of volatility with Tesla with the CFO change there. Tesla down almost 3 1/4%. Yeah, it is. In fact, 3 1/4% with 50 million shares already done on the day. Elon, on the weekend, making more headlines as Elon typically does. There is going to be a fight with Mark Zuckerberg. We all know about that. They were bantering back and forth with respect to, venue, with respect to date, with respect to what platform it's going to be streaming on. Elon coming out saying he wants to do it on X. Mark Zuckerberg firing back, kind of sarcastically saying, let's put it on a platform that can actually generate money for charity, meaning that, X, I was about to say Twitter, doesn't really have any viewers or users at the moment. So there's that kind of stuff. It's always good to have these kind of headlines in the news, especially if you're Elon Musk, right? So yeah, interesting look today. Yeah, now Tesla down 3 1/3, Obi.
Yep, I'm getting a little long here on Amazon there, just above, looking for that higher low formation. We got a little bit of bounce there on the NQ as well. We kind of wicked up at the same level-ish where the last candle kind of did as well. We printed a green. So looking for that kind of bid up there, looking for that potential higher low formation as we had these wicks kind of above that 139. So getting along right in front of that 139-ish, 139.50, starting a position there to see if that kind of move comes in. I also like that Apple is kind of held that 177.50, pushing back up towards 178. So a bit of a turn there as the ES candle I see from the corner of my eye goes green. So yeah, let's see if this 139.50s kind of holds as well. Now, tell us what you guys are trading in the chat. We can take a look at it as well. Now, I don't know if did you cover some of those earnings names from today? We had Berkshire and I think I said Tyson Foods.
Yeah,
was
they
it?
missed big, I guess.
TSN as well. So we can take a quick look at both of those names as well. Wow, look at TSN. There is a buyer on TSN just from looking at the chart there. Bit of a grind on the 3-minute grind up there. Let me see if I can make this. Okay, yeah. Look, take a look at TSN right here. TSN down more than what on the day? Kind of. Let's see what the open was. It's about. It was down more than 6% on the day, but now it's down about 6%. For the day. Getting bid up off of this 50 level, $50 bounce on TSN seems to be following through as we're wiping the move back up, testing 53 there on TSN. Now Berkshire is also one as well. I'm watching this Amazon kind of come back into this 139.20. I got an eye on it. I got it on watch as well. But yeah, no, Berkshire very, very strong on the day. Pre-market high break on the earnings drive. That 356 we were talking about. Very, very strong. Pushes into 360 and then back up, holds above. So yeah, Berkshire, great trade as well on the opening drive earnings play. Yeah, didn't really have either of those names today as I was a little bit more focused on Amazon here and Apple, waiting for Apple to kind of give me some more chances to get in. But yeah, that's what I got on watch now. Sharif, I think you have a super chat here if you want to.
Yeah, I'll get to
take a look at that.
In just 1 second here, as the future comes right back down. So if this breaks 15,353, I'll be out. That's yesterday, Fridays. I keep saying yesterday's. Friday's close. That's the support level off which I got in. So if that breaks, it's no longer valid for me. 4 points out of the money, but already taken a bunch out. I had my next little profit taker at 90, didn't quite make it up there. So now we're retracing just like that. Quickly down we go. So 13,355 is a low day, and that's the end of the trade for me. Let me look at ENPH. Where is my chart over here? Do I have some side charts? What happened to all my side charts, bruh? All right, there we go. Okay, so let's have a look at Enphase. This one you'll know is in the solar business. It has some proprietary switch that allows the the photons being received by the what do they call those? The solar panels? Yeah, the solar panels to be converted, I guess, into DC or AC. I don't know, man. I ain't no engineer. And allowed to be stored on the battery. So this is a proprietary switch, and that's kind of what I understand their claim to fame to be. Bad day today for them. I know that they reported either last week, yeah, I'm pretty sure the last week or the week prior, and they missed. Today, we started off the day around 141 and kind of been down into the right. Now kind of hovering around this 136-ish area. We just broke it now, 135 3/4. This is the 1 minute chart. Let's have a look at the 15 and see where we're at here. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit more so we can get back to the earnings date. 30. Yes, and the earnings, this is it. You can usually tell because there's such a big move down on Enphase. So, where were we hanging out? We were at about $1.70, 170 bucks. $1.70, come on, wake up. 170 bucks before that big drop down, got down to about 137, 138-ish area here. You know, you get the retracement. I guess some people taking some profits on the shorts, and you get up to about 150, but now we've been stair-stepping down. We kind of hold level between August 2nd, 3rd, and then 4th. That's 3 days. You're hanging out at 140. 140 is an obvious level of support. And then today, another big move down, almost $5 south. Now, I'm not seeing any catalyst to account for that big move down today. But, you know, a lot of these names are moving down. But what I do have is an indication here that we are at 52-week lows on Enphase. So, you know, depending on how you're looking at this could be either a great time to get in for you if you're looking more long-term, or this could be a disastrous breakdown that you want no part of. Going all the way back here to May 12th, this is the last time we were at these levels. And on the day of, tell you in one sec, yeah, May 12th, we got as low as 128.67, but that was a quick wick. And in fact, the closing print, where is it here? There it is. The closing print was actually that above 140. So it actually held the 140 level that day. And the dip below that was quite transient. It didn't hang out for that long. But I don't know. You have a series of lower highs here off that 330 top. That was December 2022. January, essentially, we're hanging out at 330. This has been very counter market, to be honest. I mean, if you compare this to the S&P or the NQ, just January 2023 was a great year for these tech names. It's kind of been the opposite. It's almost like a counter-cyclical right here for Enphase as it continues to lose value, and we definitely have 52-week lows. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Let's look for any support levels here. Like I said, May, we got down into that 130 area, 128-ish area. It held. Prior to that, the low was February, late February, and the low there was 116, and then prior to that was about 113 or so. Hey, look, I don't know the technicals. I mean, the fundamentals of the company, but the technicals definitely don't look all that great. You had the death cross too back in mid-Feb where the 200 was crossed to the downside by the 50. So if you're using any trend following systems, this is kind of one you have to be aware of here. Yeah, bit of a tough play.
Nice. Yeah, a bit of a strength coming in off that 139.20. I added a little bit more there when we bid below 20 cents below that 50. So I was like, yeah, there's some demand in this zone, and we're seeing a little bit of that follow through with confluence with the ES and NQ wick to the downside. So I am keeping in mind where VWAP is. Look at all the spaghetti. Look at all these players that are playing off this spaghetti. Right, so can we get back to VWAP? I'll piece off a little bit here to kind of better my average there. But yeah, no, kind of if we can get a reclaim of VWAP down in here, right there, there's VWAP at 140. Again, we were talking about 140 being very key over under for the day. So can we recycle this 140 price over under over and over again for that range trade, for that type of kind of reversion trade? On the day, like I said, I am short biased, right? But down here, am I punching in short because I'm short biased? No. I'm like, there was demand here before, and I'm looking for a demand for a potential bid back up. It could come back in. We saw the action that was here on top of the 139, and then we also have VWAP that we can kind of magnet back into. We are doing a kind of a sideways chop fest as we slowly kind of bleed to the downside. So I do have a short bias, but I don't want to slam into the ticker at whatever price, trying to make the bias true instead of kind of following the chart and applying the bias at the right places in the chart, right? Trying to stay flexible. So we got the better entry down here at the 139.20s. Now we're at 139.70. VWAP is at 140. So let's see if we can get that last kind of quarter in, or do we make a lower high here as well? As that's the interim trend since kind of 10:30-ish. So that's what I'll be looking for there. Decent position working out, but it could very well just go back to the downside here. Like I said, staying wary. This is kind of counter trend, right? Bigger picture move. This long is a little bit counter trend, but yeah, let's see if there's follow through on the move as the NQ kind of tests last week's end of day low here at what is this 15.3. So I'll be watching that 15.3 quite closely to see if that kind of comes in and tests. We'll do that as an over-under for sentiment on the day as Apple kind of holds above this 177.50. So I'm keeping that on watch as well. Apple, Tesla, no down
is
anymore.
Popping up, Obi, that nutty stock that was up like
VTGN.
3,000%. Yeah, curling up off that $10.70 base. Now it was like breaking through 15, 16. I'll get to that one in a second, but yeah,
We
very
were watching
strong.
this pre-market, crazy, low volume
nuts.
run up,
It was
right? So
nuts,
it's
right?
like, is it sustainable? Is it repeatable? It depends. Not sizable, I would say.
Moving though. Here, let's get to some earnings. I don't know if they did it. Did you guys do earnings on the? You didn't. I didn't think so. Okay. Palantir. We talked about this one in the morning. Palantir is definitely on deck for tonight. They're looking for 3 cents per share. Earnings win. We know this one has been acquiring government contracts in addition to commercial contracts. So keep your eye on that. Dan Ives, the analyst, I don't know who he works for, calling this the Messi of AI. Obviously, take that for what it's worth. Palantir, Lucid, we know they came out with a price reductions essentially today on the majority of their models between $10,500 to $12,500. Paramount, the streaming service, this has been coming up more on my purview. They've been advertising quite a bit. Looks like they've got some interesting content. So Paramount definitely on deck for tonight. Nothing really else catching my attention, but tomorrow, big Lilly. Now, you know that they have a weight loss drug in the pipeline. So this could be very interesting. I want to know more about what they plan to do with this. What do they expect in terms of earnings out of this? What's their TAM, total addressable market? We know how well Ozempic has done. If they can steal some of that, obviously, we'll be looking to hear UPS. We know that they fixed up their issues with the union, signing a new contract there. Li Auto, I got into this one this morning. Now, call me a little bit late on it, but I punched in, finally was able to, get myself to get in. Now, I want to know what they're going to have to say with respect to earnings. Now, we saw what they delivered, because the Chinese Electric Vehicle, whatever, Association, Consumer Market, whatever, they told us how many they delivered, and it was above estimates, so it was good. Now, we're going to have to make those estimates, or those deliveries, pardon me, translate into profits, or at least beat analyst expectations. So Lee on deck, Datadog, Under Armour, Fox, Energy, and the New York Times. So some interesting plays definitely this week. We know that Rivian will be on Tuesday. So if you're in the EV sector, some good names there. All right, let's talk back about the future, because looks like we're holding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we
Look at
dipped
that
below.
ES wick.
Go.
Said, look at that ES wick. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
We dipped, but we kind of picked back up. So I took that scalp there back into the 80s, and then I was like, I got it out. I got out the rest in the 60s, and I saw the rebid above the $0.50 on top of 139. I was like, I'll take a quick scalp there. Punched in for a quick 10 cents. Looking for a dime, top of the line. You know that song?
Looking for a dime.
All right, so yeah, 139.50 kind of held there. Took a quick scalp up into that 140. That 140 doesn't look like it's coming in just yet, but I did like that wick back up on the ES and the NQ, and I was like, okay, well, that came in, but no follow through on the 80 cents. So quick scalp out there. But yeah, it could have definitely, this area here, 139.20, we are kind of turning off of that area as well. But like I said, I am short biased, so I am going to be a little wary on the longs that I'm taking. As you can see, a lot of the longs that I did take, I literally scalped out. I shorted on the I guess this in-term front side. That's why I was kind of tight with it as well. But yeah, let's see if this 140 comes in, and that'll be very interesting, as we're only a quarter away from that 140 VWAP area. VWAP is at 140.03. Originally intended to kind of see if this makes it back up to 140, but a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of trouble there, and like lower high as well. If we're seeing that selling kind of come back in at a lower price, as well as under VWAP now. So again, I'm keeping all those factors in mind, and like those are all kind of the things that kind of change the probability as price dances around in and around that VWAP here. I'm waiting for this 177.50 on Apple to crack. It's looking like it's acting very similar, not very similar, but for now, for the limited time that it's been holding above here, it's acting like that 185 on Friday, this 177.50 on Apple there. So let's see if that can crack or hold. It might even give you a couple trades to re-up on the 177.50 for the pops back up into 178. But yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on Amazon as it is in place. Second day earnings can have a lot of opportunity, as I am learning.
Second day, third day.
Yeah, second day earnings. Yeah,
was
second
it
day
Thursday?
earnings.
When did it report? Thursday?
Thursday it reported.
Gotcha.
Thursday after hours it reported.
Yep.
So Friday was first day earnings,
Yep.
right? So you have a high R-vol day that defines these kind of levels for you. And then on the second day, you can kind of play off of those levels.
I love
right?
that.
So decent, I think that's a decent theory. Not mine, of course. Again, seasoned traders kind of passing that along. The second day earnings is a pretty decent place to put on some risk.
All right, let's have a look at the big tech charts. Reliable Rudy, I'll get to Pfizer in 1 second. Let's just have a look at what the big tech names are doing. I call these the big 8. Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Tesla, AMD, and NVIDIA. Now, I substitute between AMD and Netflix. Sometimes depends on who's having the more important day. Now, let's start with Meta. Meta just bounced off that 310.75, 72, whatever it was. Friday's close, held it very nicely, and now it's giving you $2 almost to the high side here as Meta pumps above 312. Meta was a bit stronger than the overall market this morning, obviously retraced on that decline, but holding key levels. Interesting look here for Meta. Look at all that buying. Every time it dipped below Friday's close, it was bought up. Every time it dipped, it was bought up. These are 5-minute candles, so this is about 20-minute period right here that we're looking at. So that's Meta. Good look there. Obi was mentioning Amazon at much the same level. I'm talking about Friday's close. That was around 139, mid-50s, high 50s or so. It's at that level right now. We'll see if it can hold. Last time around it dipped, and this was earlier on. All the buying stepped up here in front of 139. Does 139 hold on the day? Technically 138.95, the low on Amazon. Microsoft as well got dipped into that 327 and 3/4 area, and that's a quick, and then you got back up almost $1 immediately, 328.50. I think it topped out here at 65-ish. So at critical levels, because these are support levels from Friday, especially if we're going to hold here on the future. Apple, you know, I don't have to tell you guys. Here we go. I've got actually another. Now look, the trade on Apple is for a long-term trade. By long-term, I'm talking about like 3 months to 6 months or so. Trying to dollar cost average into this one. I've got another buy set up at that 175.25. We're at 177.50. We are very much at day's lows as they miss revenues 3 quarters in a row, and you know it's been more of a service in terms of generating profit. It's been more service-based than it has been device-based, as Mac sales and iPad sales continue to decline, and now analysts may be saying the consumer may be in trouble. Therefore, iPhone sales may also be in trouble the rest of the year, and we're going to have a retracement. We'll see. Tesla, interesting look here. I mean. They shuffle around the CFO. CFO is not a small position in a company like Tesla. Now, we don't really know what the reason was, or I haven't seen it quite yet for the move, but the market really making Tesla pay on the day. It is 4.25 to the south side. Let's see where we can find some support here for our friend Tesla. Okay, so we haven't been at these levels for Tesla since late June. And the support level in late June was undoubtedly that $240 level. So if we reach 240 today, this is the 1 hour, by the way, I'm looking here on Tesla. The 1 hour on Tesla for everybody in the stream here. 240, no question, is a support level. And prior to that, it had to be early June since we were at that level. So definitely going to put a little, notification here for Tesla. I'm going to put it at 240 and 3/4. Let's activate that bad boy. So if we get all the way down there, I want all the smoke, and to see if we can get possibly a bounce here off a key support level for our friend Tesla. Let's keep going on. Talking about the other bunch. Reliable Rudy, I promise I'll get to that Pfizer in 1 sec before we send it back to Obi-Wan Kenobi. NVIDIA looked strong on the day, kept holding 450. Every time it dipped into 450, it bounced. Every time it dipped into 450, it bounced. But it was very wicky, and it was kind of like an extended opening range breakout, right? Where look at these candles. These are 5-minute candles. This is 450, and this is 450. Like the candles are $5 in range, right? That's very difficult to trade unless you're super quick with the keys, and you kind of get lucky, quite frankly, because how do you know what direction it's going to go? Anyway, 455.40 the high on the day, but we just broke 450 now. We're at the 449 level. Friday's close, though, which will be an interesting support level should we make it down there around that 447. It's 446.80-ish, I believe, is the closing print on Friday for NVIDIA. By the way, there's a big sovereign wealth fund or a pension fund, one of these big funds in Europe that just punched into 225,000 shares of this bad boy last week. So there are still big money institutions hitting the buy button on the stock, despite the fact that it's quite extended. So just good information to know there. NVIDIA and then AMD, not really the same look. I mean, it's up more. It's 1.2% to the good. Positive on the day, but still very rangy, to be quite frank. I mean, 116 was a low, 119 the high, $3 worth of range so far. Holding this 117 level, we'll see if we get continuity. Now, let's have a look at Pfizer, because Pfizer's kind of been a dud lately, and I don't mean to disrespect it, but here's what happened with Pfizer. They had a weight loss drug in the pipeline that I think they were really relying on here for some good movement on the stock, because the stock has not done well. It's been down and to the right essentially since late December. Yeah, mid-December. We topped out at 55 bucks. Let me put the ticker in for everybody here. PFE. So we topped out 55 bucks mid-December, and now we are just clinging on to life here. $20 removed from that level at 35. Technically the low on day, 34.90. So I mean, support levels are going to be hard to come by, especially ones that are more recent. So going back here to the weight loss drug, they actually had to cancel that, or they had to suspend the trial due to safety issues. Now, that's never what you want to hear. If anything, you want to hear more like, oh, it wasn't as effective. But when you start hearing safety, that's at least when I get a little bit worried. Let's look at the daily here. When's the last time we were down here on Pfizer? And you got to go all the way back to March 2021, a year and a half ago. The support level at that time ended up being that $33 area, kind of a random area to have support, $33 to $34 area. We're not that far away from it. So we get down here, you may have to start thinking, okay, maybe we'll get like a mean reversion bounce. But I got to tell you, big picture, if you're in the fundamental picture here, I don't know. Until you hear more about this clinical trial getting stopped for safety, I'm not punching the buy button on this, Obi.
Yes, sir. That break had a little bit of a failure to follow through there on that 177.50 breakdown. Like I got a little short there, added on to the top of the trend, and we pushed all the way back to 178. So I am watching that as well. So like this is the idea here. Strong downtrend, we kind of pop back up and kind of start to violate it as well. So keeping that in mind, I don't want to stay short too long, but as long as we can kind of stay under that 178, I think we will be fine here on this trade as the markets, as Apple still looks a little heavy. But yeah, let's wait for this candle to kind of finish printing here on Apple, that 177.50. Failed to follow through. It dipped down into like, I think it was the 30s, and then rebid back up, and then kind of got to 178, top of this range, and then now we're kind of selling back off the top of the range. So let's see how these candles kind of print. Amazon kind of catching a bid there back into that 140, panning out off that 139.50 area. So you could have re-upped on that trade as it gave it to you again as well. So I'm keeping in mind that the NQ is also still holding this. This is what? This is a 60-minute chart. Okay, that explains a couple of things. I'm like, this chart isn't really moving that much, but it's a 60-minute chart. That's why. Okay, got the 15 on. So yeah, 15-minute candle is how much time is left to print this 15-minute candle here? We got about 5 minutes left to print this 15-minute candle. So let's see where it goes. But it seems like we're holding some of these lows on the day here as Apple kind of ping-pongs between this 177, pinballs between this 177.50 and 178 area. As the day does still look weak. I have the 15-minute chart here. On Apple with some moving averages. So we're well within the downtrend still, and we are kind of strong to the downside. But let's see if the markets kind of bring in some of this bidding, and if Apple can catch a bid. But yeah, no, seeing as how last week was and this week, it does seem like this name is pretty heavy on the day. Andrea's saying short Google right now. What's Google doing, man? Let's take a quick look at some of these large caps to see if anyone is tugging some of these futures around. We're looking at Apple already. We see what Amazon is doing. We can take a look at Softy real quick. Softy near low a day. That we know that 330 was kind of key, and we've been holding underneath that level as well on Softy. I haven't taken a look at Nvidia today. Nvidia near its lows as well, in and around that 450 level. So I think that 450 might be a decent look, as there was a nice churn around that last week, kind of a magnet on that 450 from both sides on Nvidia there. But yeah, Google straight to the upside. I was watching this, and we know that 130 as well is kind of key from last week, and we kind of pushed above that, flushed all the way back down, and we're retesting that 130, 130.50 area. Maybe even you can call it the 131, 131.50, where we had that strong selling come in. So yeah, decent move on Google today. But yeah. Doesn't seem like these markets are too much in a hurry to get back to the upside.
Yeah, no question about that. All right, Jay Lee, good friend of the show's asking about Packed Up. Haven't seen this name in a while after that merger. Who'd they merge with, Neil? Yeah, Bank. Thank you. Banco, I think Bank of California, or I believe. Yeah, I'm almost quite certain. Jay's was pack under 9 now, 890, breaking down further short. Well, here we go. The flat bottom definitely was not 9 because, you know, I would have looked at it at 892 because that was the initial dip on the opening range. But 9 actually seemed to be resistance here, Jay. We curl back up to 9, reject, reject, reject. Now we're holding 890. Let's zoom out a bit and see what the price action is here. All right, back on the second, we dipped ever so briefly into that 8 3/4. That was kind of the resistance level there. You had a couple of touches, albeit they were on much less volume earlier on in the day prior to the open. The actual after the open low came in August 3rd here, and that was at 881 area. We're not that far away from it with an 887 low. Look, you know, this one is just not enough in there for me, Jay, to be honest with you, to be getting in at these levels. I realize you can make quite a bit of money if you punch in the right size. It's just not the type of stock that I take. Yeah, there's just way too much noise in and around these levels for me to be confident that, okay, we're going to find a nice resistance level here. Okay, we're going to find a nice support level here. I'm going to have to leave this one to you. I got a really, to be honest with you, no real opinion on PACW. I know I didn't put the ticker. We're talking about Packed Up PACW and that $9 level. Let's have a look at what the future is doing. It's gotten to another huge position here. If we're holding these lows at, I'm sorry, not lows. We're holding these Friday closes here at the 53. So let's see if we get continuity possibly into 4, have another scalp trade in there. He's already took a nice little out there through the break of 75. We're right back there again. See what this one does. What else was moving today? All right, let's get to this super chat first. Samuel Martin, 199 super chat. Thank you very much. NNDM doing 230 mil buyback, 1/3 of their market cap. Whoa, are you for real? Let's have a look here. NNDM, nano dimensions. Okay, big move up for NNDM today on that news. Looks like 8 o'clock was probably when that headline dropped. We were hanging out at $2.80, got up to 3.08. Now we're just dancing a smidge below 3 as we're at 2.99 at the moment. Let's put the ticker in here. NNDM. Let's look at the headline. Why nano shares dimensions are jumping today. Initiated a share buyback. The company's board of directors authorized a share buyback to invest up to $227.5 million. Their market cap, $755. So you do the math. Shout out to you. This is an ADR. It's American Depository Receipt, meaning that it trades on primarily on a different exchange. Don't know where. Nano Dimensions exited their Q1 quarter with cash equivalents up to 788 million. The company expects to report Q2 earnings on the 21st. So earnings for this bad boy on the 21st. Last week, NNDM disclosed successful implementation of its SAP as its new cloud enterprise resource planning system, thereby boosting the efficiency of its organization operations. Okay, sure. Let's look at the price action. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the half. Figure out, you know what, from our elbow. Okay, so oh wow, interesting. Kind of a tough trade here, dude. No question about it, 335 is the top. That's where we got up late July. July 27th was the top. We reject off there multiple times. But, you know, other than that, it's going to be $3 a level. Can it close above 3? I mean, this is not, again, my type of trade. Not enough intraday volatility. I get that it has a catalyst here, but there's just way too much noise around these levels for me to be confident, okay, this is going to be support. Okay, there's going to be resistance. So I'm going to have to pass on this one.
Yes, sir. A bit of fighting going on here from my part. I keep shorting this move, kind of believing in that downtrend as Apple kind of bids back up. But the thing is here, I am watching this 140 as well on Amazon and kind of the ES here and the NQ. So I am kind of looking for that continuation of the downtrend. Now we know we were trying to play that 177.50 to the downside on Apple. Couldn't really break below. Started to bid back up towards that 178, and looking like we are pushing and testing some of these lows that we formed in the morning here in and around this 178.20-ish area. So yeah, I will be out if there is any further continuation on this move here. But it's looking like these are good places to sell. Just my opinion here. But yeah, let's see if there's follow through back to the downside. Looking for that downtrend to kind of continue and coast. And I don't necessarily see anything that tells me we're going to start ripping right back to the upside very vigorously just yet. But yeah, no, kind of keeping in and around some of these trends, right? So this is what I'm looking at here as well. So yeah, we are trying to curl a little bit, but still underneath VWAP, still underneath a couple of longer trends as well. Yeah, the retracement could go a little bit more, but we're looking for that kind of flush to come in, and looking like it's not really here yet. But yeah, I'm going to stay staring at this tape as I pass it back to Sharif, as I need to manage this position.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
do your thing, man. Just scalping out here as we pop up here on the future. This is second trade on the future, both positive, letting this one run, but you know, I'm obviously looking at 400 as a level of resistance. We were looking at 400. I'm talking about 15.4 as a level of support. Prior to that, it didn't hold, so we looked at Friday's close as a level of support, 10 points in the money. Really nothing to write home about here, but definitely a profitable trade. We'll see if we can get some more upside momentum as some of these big boys curl back. I know Amazon curling back through 140. Meta was strong earlier, popped through 313.50, and then now retracing back south. Here we go on the future. Let's take another one out there as we continue to pump to the high side. What's happening here, bro? Why? Okay.
What's happening?
I hit the wrong keys as per usual, Obi. So let's just go ahead and have resting orders because I can't seem to get my ducks in a row when things aren't in the resting position. So there we go. We'll see how this one rocks and rolls. 45.20 on the ES at the moment. Good look there as we stay positive here. The ES outperforming the NQ. The ES up half a point while the NQ is just 0.15 to the good. There we go. Moving up back into 78. I've got a resting order at 80. 79s. We'll see if we get filled or not on this name. What's curling here? Apple finally starting to curl off that 177.35 low, curling back into here 178.50 possibly. It curls. I've got a resting order on Apple at 175. All right, the other trade that I got into today was Nat Gas. Now, call me crazy. Call you, you're nuts. You're getting into Nat Gas. Nat Gas is going to be a big boy loser, this and that. Neil likes it. I just got the thumbs up from Neil, and if I get the thumbs up from Neil, and that's really all that it's, no, I'm kidding, of course, but Neil's opinion obviously matters a lot. The reason I got into Nat Gas, guys, is because we really did base out. Let's talk a little bit about Nat Gas here. We could look at any number of things. We can look at the spot price of the future. We could look at UNG. We could look at Boyle. We could look at whatever you want. Let's look first at the actual future position, the Henry Hub natural gas on the NYMEX. Go to the future, and let's go to the continuous contract. And then let me show you here the daily. And then you tell me if you guys see a base or not. All right, well, there you go. This is why I got in. Look at this. I mean, if it breaks this 250, I'm out, right? I got in what I perceive to be a good price. Now, why am I getting in here? Because, well, we're curling into winter. And if we have a cold winter in North America, if we have a cold winter in Europe, I want all the smoke on this name, all right? We can move up big. I'm probably going to incrementally add to this position. This is more of an arbitrage, okay? Let's be real about it. It's up 7% on the day or whatever. It is today 5.75%, but this one is more for like a December hold, a January hold. That is, of course, unless I get stopped out. We're looking at the NG continuous contract for nat gas on the NYMEX. That's what I'm looking at right now. Now let's look at UNG, which is the ETF. Much in the same look. Look at that. Obviously different prices, but there is a bit of a basing out here that I like, and that's why I kind of got into this name. If this breaks the $6 level, I'm out. Simple as that. I'll lose $1.50. So yeah, we're up 5 1/3 today on the UNG contract. Now this has bamboozled a lot of people before. This is where originally I wanted to get in. Remember when Luca was on the show and we were talking about this and that? We got off that. This was at the time all-time lows. And, we broke out thinking, okay, we're breaking out through the high here, this and that, and then we retraced back south. Now we formed a bit of a base. That's why I like it at this level. I also got into Caterpillar. Oh, I'm crazy. Caterpillar had a big boy move last week. Reason I'm getting into Caterpillar, simple. Millennials have nowhere to live. Whether it's in Canada or whether it's in the United States, you gotta build homes. All right, whether they're condos, houses, what have you, build them. And who's going to build them? Well, it's going to be John Deere. It's going to be Caterpillar. It's going to be these names. So that's why I'm into these names. These are like 3 to 6 month swings. These are my personal accounts. And so I thought I'd share them with you. But you know what? I'll share with you this money. Well, I'm not going to share any of my money, obviously. But this move up here on the future, OB, as we continue to pump 20 points in the money.
Yeah, that's crazy. I am kind of in a bit of this bag hold here as Apple comes back into 178.50 and tests about $1 away from where we kind of entered. So not really seeing too much of that trend continuation to the downside. Still waiting for these sellers to kind of come in. We were talking about this kind of me taking positions in anticipation versus taking positions with what you see. And you're seeing a live example of that bad habit in play here, where we kind of held this idea of the 177 break, and then we were like, okay, maybe the trend is going to continue to the downside. But yeah, still well within, but we could stay insolvent before we could get insolvent before this move kind of continues back to the downside. As 178.50 rebidding, and some of the strength coming back on the ES and the NQ as well.
I believe it.
So yeah, let's see if this 178.50 kind of holds above or below. We saw this consolidation kind of bounce up on top of that. So maybe that support is giving us a little bit of trouble here as resistance, as is it a $0.50 mark as well. We have kind of retraced back into some of this range here as well. So I'm keeping that in mind. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat as we will check it out here for the day here. Songling saying, cut the loss for Apple, man. Yeah, no, I'm getting to that point where I'm like, yeah, no, I got to get out of this position pretty soon if this does not follow through. Yeah, no, the bid's definitely there, but let's see if it's met with some of that selling kind of coming back in from the morning here. Now I know, yeah, you know what? Let me take a look at the TQs as well. Someone mentioning it in the chat. Let's take a look at the TQs real quick just to see where they are at. yeah, look at this kind of consolidation, pre-market consolidation. We're kind of testing that consolidation from the downside as we've kind of, we couldn't get past pre-market highs either. We kind of reject that 41.80 and then flush down into that 41 level as well. And we know that 41 has been, I think it was either 40 or 41. No, 41 from last week has been kind of key. We're looking like we are bouncing off of that level as well. So yeah, no, definitely not looking too great for this Apple short right now.
All right, Man U, thank you for bringing this to my attention. My most hated club. No, I don't hate anybody, of course, but I don't like them. As an Arsenal fan, I dislike them as much as I dislike Tottenham. And anybody who knows soccer knows why. Let's have a look. Manchester United jumps 11% on reports Qatari Sheikh is nearing buyout deal. How many times have we heard this before, Obi? Let's read it anyway. Monday morning, alongside multiple reports that Qatar Sheikh Jassim is emerging as the buyer of the storied soccer club, the Sheikh has been engaged in a multi-month pursuit of the club against billionaire, I don't even know how to say this dude's name. Billionaire and what? Ineos chairman. Oh, I don't even know. Ineos? Guys, let me know how to say that. Chairman Sir James Ratcliffe, since the November announcement from the owning Glazier family that it was weighing a sale in part or in whole. In the intervening months, multiple stories have suggested twists and turns in the Glazier's mind about how much they wanted to sell. Now the stock is jumping on tabloid reports that Sheikh Jassim has been doing due diligence and pursuing the full sale of the club at the £6 billion, not dollar, pound valuation. And the club is convinced a sale can be completed by November, partway through the season. Yep, that'll be like 3 months deep. Ratcliffe's bid is reportedly for less overall than that of the Sheikhs, but also provides for keeping the Glaziers on in a minority ownership stake. Oh, they might be interested in that. In any event, Man U knocking on the door of 23 here, as we are moving up to 22.96 HOD, and we're very much at high a day. What's the volume on this bad boy? 200, get it together, Sharif. 2.11 million shares, the 5-year average, 1.88, so we're above already. On the day yesterday, Friday, we closed out at that $20.50 level, 20.48 to be exact. We're almost $2.50 removed from that on Man U. Now look, this is kind of one of those ones where, like, I don't know, where do you get in? You made that 22.50, we retraced back into that level off the high when we touched 22.90, and that was where it was. That's where the pullback came to an end, and we started pumping to the high side. You also have VWAP 22.20. This is not one of those ones where you have clearly identifiable levels and are able to say, okay, well, this looks good, I'll get in at this level. No. This is kind of like a momentum play. It's up 12%. It's up 12% on a specific name. It doesn't do that much volume. So this is one of those ones where you're going to have a little bit of luck. If you want levels 22.50 or 22.20, that's where the pullback ends, and that's where VWAP is. So we'll have a look there. But all I can say is this futures trade is absolutely insane, and that is the end of the trade for me, Obi, as we break through 15.4. There we go, baby. That was, where did we get in? We got in at 15.368. We got out at 15.414. That is a good trade. That is a nice hold of the bottom on the future. Friday's close ends up holding. We're 0.4% to the good, and we're still pumping. Just wish that I hadn't got out all these exits here and I had held the majority for here. That's 2 for 2 now on the MNQ on the day off identifiable levels.
Yeah, I saw that kind of that candle forming, and right into the close of the candle, we got about a minute left for this 15-minute to close, and it starts to accelerate into the close of that candle. So I like seeing that, and as we can see, a lot of these accelerating candles that we've had today near the end kind of tend to top wick. So watching this close of this candle, got about a minute left for this 15-minute close as we push back above that 15.4. We know that 15.4 has been key as well. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a retracement back down into the 15.4, because if we are going to turn on the day, I don't really expect us to straight snap back up to the upside just on the next couple candles as well. But yeah, that grind kind of back up to contest some of the sellers that we saw in the morning. We could see some of that coming into this later half of this of the lunchtime session here as we move into some expanding volatility here. Now that reminds me, I do not have my eyes on the VIX right now, so let me pull that up real quick, and we can take a look at what the VIX might be doing right now as we speak. So yeah, a bit of a fade there on the VIX. We know that we gapped up into that 17 area. We tried to push for the 18, and now we're kind of reverting back down into this 15-ish area from last week there. So yeah, a little bit of action there, some strength. Let's see where this next 15 kind of prints here.
Good job, Eric Lundblad. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Is that how you say it? Lundblad? Said followed me on the future trade, and he's printing. All right, guys, last trade I'm going to tell you about that I got into on my personal account. I got into 4 today. I punched into 4 positions. Li Auto. How many times did you guys hear me say that I wanted to punch into Li Auto only just to watch it pump up, and not have any part in it? Have a look at this stock, bro. It is the monster. Now, look, let me tell you, quite frankly, I hope I don't offend anybody, but I am scared of Chinese ADRs, and there's a reason for that. There's a lot of politics involved here. They may be on today, they may not be. We heard a lot about their accounting practices. You know, the SPCE can come out and say any number of things. I don't know. But the point is, this automaker is delivering, okay? Month over month, quarter over quarter, year over year, they're pumping out the cars. Now, in addition to being able to actually reach and exceed delivery expectations, there is a subsidy now by the Chinese government to spur the purchase and the demand for electric vehicles in China. And we saw that come out last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. You have to assume somewhat that will be reflected in their numbers, right? We saw with Tesla, as soon as the subsidies came in, Tesla responded saying that, you know, demand shot up month over month. Obviously, we got the numbers last month for Tesla. They were down month over month, but they're up huge year over year. Anyway, make a long story short, I like this automaker. They're able to prove that they're delivering cars, unlike some others, which will remain unnamed. But this automaker, finally, I'm getting in. Call me crazy, but tomorrow they actually report. Yeah, you know, a lot of people say don't hold into earnings, this and that. I think this is a good calculated gamble, and so I am into Li Auto. Now, what's the levels on Li Auto? Quite frankly, we're almost at all-time highs. $50 or just south thereof, 49.25. That's all-time high. That takes us all the way back to November 2020 when EVs were all the craze. But now we actually have a move supported by cars, and so I don't really care that it's at high. I don't care that it's all at all-time highs, because there is a fundamental reason why it's up. And we'll see how it does tomorrow morning. Probably going to keep me up all night. I'll probably be waking up to check what's Lee doing on the Hang Seng, or I think it trades on the Hang Seng. And then obviously at 4 a.m. I'll be looking to see obviously what it's doing here. All right, back to the future. We're hanging out above 15.4, just right at my exit point. I think we touched 15.420. Neil just letting me know that Google high a day 130.90, technically the high there. We're still heading up though on Google. Let's pull up the chart. GOGL. Let's go to the 5, and let's put the ticker in. GOGO. There we go. Start off the day at that 128.10. That's where we close out on Friday, and it's been very strong. Here we go. Look at that dip on the VWAP. 129.90 was bought up aggressively. A lot of buying coming in and around there. And then multiple green candles to the top as Google retraces. Now, hold on. Let's talk about some levels. Look, we crested out there around 12:30 on Friday at that 130.70, and that was a rejection level. The opening range top on Friday was 130.20. Those are the closing prints. The wick took us to 131.50. So those are some local resistance levels that we can be aware of should Google continue to pump through that 131 level. What's the catalyst on this stock. Let's see. Google. Gene Munster. Oh, Gene was talking up a storm today. Gene Munster says Alphabet stock is setting up for a great AI play over the next several years. Gene Munster obviously is followed a lot. He has a lot to say about Tesla. He does not like Tesla. He has a big following, and it looks as if his words today might have helped. Let me just keep making sure that there's no other catalyst here. On Google, what's going on with Apple? No, Gene Munster. Yeah, all I'm getting is Gene Munster headlines. So probably that's the reason.
Yeah, nice. It seems like I am a little bit overtime here on the day. Kind of just in a bad position here. I should be getting out of this, and I am out of that position right there. Thank you for watching that degenerate trading that I just performed for you guys. But yeah, no, still, what's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. I got a little stubborn there on that hold. But yeah, as the markets kind of recoup and hold above this 15.4, yeah, I'm curious to see what the rest of the day kind of has in store for us. But yeah, with that, I will be signing off. And
okay, let me just set up before you take off.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just got to set up for our sponsor. So if you could just look over one quick.
Yeah, no worries. I'm watching again. We were talking about that Amazon 140 over under for the day, and we are kind of strong back up, bidding back up above that 140, that 141 potentially coming back into play on the day, and then we're also watching this 179 on Apple. But yeah, no, I still do have the short bias, but that selling never really came in. So I was holding on and hoping, not really trading, but yeah, giving back a good chunk of my day on that trade. But you know what it is? It is what it is. But yeah, what's the next trade? I will figure that out once I get back to my desk. But thank you all for having me.
Yeah.
Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate you having on, Obi. And you're going to be on tomorrow again, eh?
I think so, yeah. If Max is not here still, yep.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll let Obi go, and we'll allow Pratt to set up, guys. All right. We are brought to you by Search Trader, account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. And I saw quickly here before you take off the screen, they actually have over 50 books, assuming they're technical analysis books on here, that are available to people who sign up. So make sure to check out their trading resources there once you are a member. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. All right, let's get the future here. Someone saying, why did you get out of your future position? Yeah, that's a good question, man. I had 15.4 pegged as the resistance level that I thought we may reject off. Now, we got into Friday's close, but we definitely couldn't hold 15.4 earlier. As you can see, we big boy huadunked off that level. And so I said to myself, well, if it's going to be that kind of a day, you know, I'm not really going to be holding a lot, and not really the day that I want to be holding a piece for the dream. Maybe that was a mistake as we now curl back into 15.420. Let's zoom out here and figure out where we could encounter some resistance. Here's the NQ contract. Let's bring that bad boy up and put the ticker. So this is a 5-minute on the NQ. Definitely the range that we had from earlier in the morning was 15.463, 15.460. Essentially, that was the top, done on much less volume. Pardon me, that rejected as well at around 9:30 in the opening range. We wick up to 15.473, but then we curl right back down. Friday's levels, what are they? Well, we know what the close was. It was 15.353. But that peak there, the crest, we actually broke 15.6. Now, that's 185 points removed from where we are. So we'll have to probably consider 15.5 as the main level of resistance before we can even talk about 15.6. But Friday brought us multiple rejections off that 15.6 level. To be quite frank, 15.5 didn't even come into play on, Frank Cabrera. On Friday. We had a bit of a support level off 55 initially in that opening range. We redipped into 55, bounced back up, but then we rejected right below it. And then there wasn't too much time spent at 15.5 on our way up, quite frankly. There was more time spent at 15.5 and a quarter than there was at 15.5. So we'll see if 15.5 ends up being level. That's the end of the trade for me anyway, so not much to analyze there since I'm out. Let's talk quickly here about the big tech names before we reintroduce Bradley, who's just getting set up at the moment.
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
With 140, 75, essentially 140 and 3/4. That was the resistance level earlier on Amazon, as we couldn't break it after that opening range dip between, I want to say, 1020 and 1045. We had multiple rejections off 1075. That's come and gone. Amazon with a beautiful looking double bottom here, or so it seems. Can we get a break through the peak, this crest of the W? We'll definitely need to break that for confirmation. And then the ultimate confirmation, high a day, 141 1/4 minus 1 penny. If we're really going to get going there. Friday's top, though, let's talk about that in case we make it up there. 143.50. Couple of rejections off that key level earlier in the day on Friday, Bradley.
Yes, sir. How you
Welcome
been,
back,
man?
brother.
How was your weekend?
It was okay. It was okay.
You watched the fight?
I didn't. I fell asleep, and then I went and obviously went and checked it real quick. I heard he whooped him. It was a boxing clinic.
Nate Diaz put him in a standing guillotine choke, and he won in round 10. That's all that matters.
I heard about that.
A standing guillotine choke is the only thing that
really,
matters.
though?
Yeah,
Did he
he
actually
put him in a
put him in
standing
it? I
guillotine,
gotta pull that
and he
back
almost
up.
he had him tight in that standing guillotine.
Are they going to do
it?
Are they going to run it back MMA?
He said he'll put $10 million down if they do run it back in MMA, and they said they are down. But you know what I want to see?
What?
I want to see both the brothers from both parts, both the teams. So Nathan
team
and
match?
Nick, and Logan and Jake
not bad.
in a WWE cage, but MMA rules.
MMA rules.
WWE cage, but MMA rules.
You're really
because
going for it.
They're part of the same company now. Endeavor, WWE, MMA, they're part of the same company. Right?
Speaking sense. You're
Nathan,
speaking
Nick,
sense.
both have worked for USC. Logan works for WWE right now. So I think this could be very much possible in a big money event.
it's great.
But let's get to more the money event right now that's on hand, which is the marquee.
Amazon's
Man, my
flying.
trades have been pretty much flat today. I've had some banger shorts and banger longs throughout the day, but at the moment I'll tell you exactly how much I'm in the money. $0 lost, $0 made. No joke about that. So I made how many executions have I even pushed today? 151 executions. So a lot of money was shuffled around, and like I always say, market makers love me. Day Trade the World Fee Structures loves me. My bank account doesn't love me. But
Shout
today,
out to Day
man,
Trade the
good
World.
trade on the board right here on Palantir. You see that Palantir long, baby?
Yes, sir.
Look at this Apple
Talk about
short. Look at this Apple short.
You're hurting
Shout
me,
out to your
Bradley.
boy Katina Man.
What'd he do?
Katina Man was calling it out. He's like, dollar in the money right off the rip. I'm like, how? What are you looking at? And I hear other people on the floor talking about Apple, so I take that 180, 150 break, cover. I add on the 180 break, cover. Sadly, I don't hold any for the bigger move. I didn't have that plan out. Hey, but you know what? This is what trading is all about. You find a setup that is repeatable. Maybe the dream is allowed sometimes, not all the time, but it's how many times can you do this again and again and be profitable on it? Looks like many times if you can find the right trades to do it in. Here's Tesla, did the same thing on Tesla, 250 break, short, cover, tried this 245 break, lost, went 244, re-entry to 244 long, got a quick dollar on that, and now here's a bigger move on the long for Tesla, monster, push back up, almost back to VWAP here. Here's Palantir off the open for me, man. I wish Palantir really ripped off the open to the north side. Sadly, it sold off. Wasn't ready to go short on it today. Tried a long on a couple times, multiple times. Long here. Then later on, right before 17, I start scaling into long slowly with the plan to take most of my size near 17. I do that, but sadly, I don't take my profits properly. I take my profits very poorly, so this is why my day is only flat at the moment. If I did take my profits properly like I planned to, I had orders layered all the way up to 1750, but I just had no faith in this trade. I was talking to Neil about it too. Neil goes, it was a pretty easy trade. You just had to throw your stops out and just believe in the move and just let the trade play out. Because if you lose that penny or two, that's fine. It's part of the setup. But if you don't lose that penny or two for the amount of size that I had, not only do I break even, I'm actually doing sitting pretty on the day. But at the end of the day, we had this trade plan.
I haven't heard that expression in a while.
What's that?
Sitting pretty.
Sitting pretty, baby.
like it.
Sitting pretty like platinum Brad.
Oh, yeah. Guys, we're getting a real move here in Google. We're getting a real move in Amazon. Google's 2.5% almost to the good now. 131.23 top on our friend Google. Where is the chart on Google here?
Pimp said bet days too.
Oh, it just didn't switch. I have it, but it didn't switch. There we go. Google 23 top. Breaking that 130.5. It was a bit of a resistance level here. We couldn't really break through it earlier on. That's no longer the case. Good look for Google. Gene Munster had a positive comment on Google today. And I guess the market was listening because it is doing well on the day with really no fundamental reason other than, I believe, his statement. I don't see anything really here. I've been looking at my blotter all day and I really haven't seen it. The other move, Amazon, 141.24 top. Look, there's a bit of a resistance level here. We got to talk about that. I talked about it quickly while Obi was on. I'll talk about it again. Look at this level that we were dancing at earlier on, 141.25. We get multiple wicks there. Yes, this is in the pre-market. Yes, this is on much less volume. You can make of that what you will. The point is, this is an interesting resistance level off which we just rejected with a topping tail candle here. Now below 141, dancing here, 140.90 and change. But we did break the crest of the W. If you're looking at this as a double bottom, this would be the middle part of the W, which I call the crest. 140.80 was the technical top here with the wicks rejecting off there. You break above there, you close above there, albeit on the 5-minute candle. Make of that what you will, but strong day on Amazon. Continuation, like Obi mentioned, second day play. Now, the reason these matter, second day, third day, why are we telling you this? Well, because there's a reason. Big money institutions, they don't punch into positions willy-nilly like us. There's no dude just hanging out there, oh, they did really good, punch. You know what I mean? No. These guys have buying committee, they have committees, they go through a process where, it's really digested. Their analysts make, these models, they present it to their superiors, and then a decision is made of whether we're going to actually position into this stock or not. And that doesn't happen immediately thereafter. There has to be some days, 3, 4, a week, whatever. Michael Noss giving us very good insight into that when he was here. He used to work for a hedge fund. He knows the process. So that's why these days after earnings matter, because then you get big money positioning. And we're going to see it probably for the next few days, up 1% to the good.
Yeah, well put, man. Exactly. That's why day 2, day 3 trades, like I always say, day 1 trades are very emotional-based trades. A lot of retail flow comes in, and I like to look at the day 2 plays, day 3 plays. Also on the day 2, day 3 plays, like your boy Sharif just mentioned, you'll see stocks actually grinding off of VWAP or EMAs or certain setups over there, which is big hedge funds giving off their order flow to a market maker, and a market maker basically setting up a buy program that buys every time it's around a VWAP or around a thing. And if you reading the what's that book called again? Anchored VWAP book by Brian Shannon. Reading that book too. It tells you how they span those big orders, millions and millions of shares of orders. For example, I think this was the example in that book, Warren Buffett had to buy a ton of size on I forget what stock it was. Let's just say Coca-Cola. I forget what stock it was to be exact. And it shows you exactly how on a span of a certain days, the stock buys this exactly around VWAP and ends up being exactly the price of VWAP all through that time frame for his average price, and that's gives you an idea of how these stocks base themselves around, or how hedge funds base their positions, and how the buying program kicks in around VWAP and so on. That's why every trader that you see has the VWAP on their charts. There's almost no trader that I see not trading without a VWAP. It's like the golden indicator at this point, because a lot of hedge funds get graded on how far away and how far close do you take a position or short a position on that stock. Someone in the chat talked about ODFL, very low volume and a $400 stock, but I guess you're talking about maybe on a longer time frame over here. The stock did recently have earnings, popped up to the north side, Old Dominion freight line, so I'm guessing something related to transportation, trucking, and freight services. recently popped up off the earnings, making a new all-time high near $420, $429.24 to be the exact all-time high on the stock. Let me just put that marker down there. 429.24, the exact all-time high. But now a nice little pullback, healthy pullback, I'd say, to 400. I'd expect support to come back in around these $400 area. But if the stock does break 400, look for supports to come back in somewhere near this 380, 376 for a possible run back to the north side on a positive recent earnings report. Looks like a little bit of a mixed earnings report, actually. They didn't have too much of a beat on EPS or revenue. Once again, don't really know too much about this company. Need to look into it. Why does the yellow blames bankruptcy filing bullying by Teamsters come up under ODFL's thing? That's pretty weird.
VTGN, I mean, this is the one we were talking about in the morning, up over, yeah, you guessed it, 1,000%, 3,000 at its top, 3,000 plus. Nice move off that 16-ish, 15-ish, was a bit of a consolidative area. 19 looks to be a bit of a resistance level, was hanging out at this level here for a little bit of time now, breaking below 19 by a couple of pennies. Does it hold this level? I mean, 20 for me would be that nice whole number that you want to see either as support or resistance. 19, a bit of a rando level at which to find resistance. Here we go, rejecting 19 and right back down into 18. The volatility of this one probably unmatched on the day now, sub 1,000%. It's done 35 million shares, 1.5 million shares in the last 5 minutes. That's plenty of liquidity. Let me just look here real quick. The 52, no, that's not accurate. Okay, let me have a look here. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, for me to get into this stock is kind of, I'm going to have to get in with like 20 shares. You know what I mean? I mean, this is not the type of stock that I'm willing to risk on. It's just, it can do anything. Right? Now, there are momentum traders who may disagree with me. I know that there are small cap traders who trade these type of small cap gapper names, low float, whatever, and they have it down at a science, quite frankly. And they got guts punching in here, maybe because they've done it so many times. To me, it's kind of hard to justify the risk to reward ratio with a name like this, but I do know that the reward can be quite good on this name. It's a prop firm. It's not my own money. So we gotta make sure that the trades are based in logic and in risk management parameters have to make sense. That's what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to say without any degree of eloquence here. 1850 looks like it's basing out at. I'm keeping my eye on the tape. The spread is respectable. 7 pennies, 2 pennies. It's not crazy. Here we go, right back into 19. Do we get continuation through here? I mean, nice little pullback through 18. The buyers step up, and I think some of people caught offside again at the shorts. We're going to come back into 19. There's some, it's not, I don't want to say size at 19 because it really wasn't for an $18 name. So we'll see what we're going to get over here, but it's definitely stair-stepping up after finding a bit of a base at 11, Bradley.
Just going through a Trade Ideas scanner over here. This one I actually haven't used in a long time, but shout out to your boy Michael Noss for creating this one, going through to see if I can find any trades from here for us to trade at the moment. Looks like what's the time right now? 12:22, sorry, and it's around 12:18 or so. Pan W pulling back to prior resistance, so I'm expecting that should give you some sort of a short trade based on that scanner. Let's see, a previously SSR stock, it's on SSR day 2, which means on Friday it would drop down by around 10% or so, and today it looks like it's on SSR day 2 here. Is that even right? Because I don't think it dropped down 10% yesterday or on Friday. It might have. Yeah, okay. So Pan W over here now trying to show me maybe a little bit of a resistance around this 216, 217, but I don't really see a trade for myself over here. I also kept cycling through a couple of my positions that I traded on the day today. Why don't I show you, no, I don't want to show you this one. I wanted to show you this one, SVFD. Shout out to your boy Neil again. Neil actually was talking about the stock in the morning when it halted around right here at 178. I took the market on open print. I had to stop at the low of that halt price. Never really came back into test. Ripped all the way to the north side. Took profits. Got stopped out. Had a nice run up on SVFD. Was a pretty easy trade, but I'm not really used to trading stocks like this, so I couldn't really take too much size with confidence like I did with Palantir. But I guess you could say like, hey, you didn't really trade that properly, so how much confidence did you really have, huh? Right now, though, I have a little bit of an idea of possible shorts over here on Palantir. Somewhere in front of VWAP. Looks like size is on the bid. They are trying to push the stock higher and higher, so maybe we give the stock a little bit of room to the north side. They do have earnings later on today at 4 o'clock, and shout out to everyone who does come to the 4 o'clock streams, because tonight we get to look at Palantir moving and a bunch of other stocks moving along with it. Here's 1760. Wow, Brad, for the amount of size you had, why couldn't you just trade the stock a little bit better? You could have easily had a good, decent day on the green side today instead of just being absolutely flat. Let's look for the next trade, though. As Obi always says, what's the next trade? What's the next trade? What's the next trade?
15.4 just held on the NQ.
15.4 held on the NQ, and it's above VWAP. Good observation, yeah. So maybe I should be a little hesitant on shorting here. I mean, look, yeah, Palantir wants to just stair step all the way to the north side right now. It did just take out 1760. VWAP came into play, but let's see if the bids can get smacked over here and push back down a little bit. We literally had 1705 average.
Pump it. All right, couple of soccer news headlines here.
Ooh.
Arsenal beat
Lanesra.
Man City yesterday in the Community Shield Cup. We beat them on penalties. We scored with like 2 minutes left in added time, right, which was awesome. I was very happy about that. And then we beat them on penalties, which was sick because we really haven't had good record with penalties. So, yeah, Man City 0-1 against Arsenal already. That's how I want to start, especially because Arsenal didn't have a good preseason. So, pumped about that. Arsenal taking the cup yesterday against Man City. Also, Tottenham fans. Tottenham just rejected £100 million for Harry Kane from Bayern Munich. I'd have sold him for 50, bro. I don't think he's not the player he used to be anyway. We know that. So interesting look there. Tottenham trying to make a statement, I think, rather than trying to do business, quite frankly. So Tottenham Hotspur fans, I don't know, I think you could have used the money a bit more wisely than keeping it on an aging striker. Shots fired, baby. Oops, wrong one. All right, here we go. 15-4 holding on the future here. 15-4-2-0, looking to curl back up through the local high. The local high was 15-4.25. So if we get, continuity through this area here to touch, what was the high a day today? Let me look at the NQ chart real quick. High a day. This is the after the bell high, mind you. 15-473. So that gives us about 50 points to the after the bell high. I mean, we still have quite a bit of room in terms of gap between the highs of Friday. Look at this move down on the future here on Friday. What a head and shoulders pattern that was. I mean,
head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Here we go. Yeah, big move down into essentially 15-350. That's where we kind of closed out at. Trying to hold a 15-4 right now. It's a good look on this future, man. It's been a nice buy off Friday's close, no question about that. But do we get continuation? I don't know. Let's see. Zion Lala, Brad, Sharif, thoughts on Palantir and Lucid earnings today, long or short? Look, I'll tell you the truth. Without even looking at the charts, I'm long Palantir. I'm not actually long, but if you were to ask me, I'd take Palantir long. I like that. I like the tailwind Palantir has right now. It's got the AI tailwind. They secure government contracts. They're expanding into the commercial space.
Stop pumping it, bro. I'm short.
Sorry. But I'm just giving a fundamental look. But Lucid, no, man. I'm sorry. First of all, it's very expensive. Their TAM, total addressable markets, is very small. They don't have any, cars that they can scale. They're doing price cuts when they're already not profitable. I don't know. I don't like the look on Lucid. Maybe down the road. But yeah, if you're asking me, Palantir long, Lucid short. What do you got?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Lucid doesn't make any damn cars to begin with. Let's be real. Like, what are we joking over here? And Palantir actually has products and actually sells, government contracts and has AI that helps the government with a bunch of stuff over there. Honestly, I don't know what, but it helps the government with a bunch of stuff over there with their technology. Here we go. We now are into a short of Palantir, trying to see if we can lean on that VWAP rejection, 1760 area rejection. Previous low a day right here around 1755. That's where we tried to take a long near that triple bottom. It failed us. So now we're waiting to see if that triple bottom rejection would come into play as another resistance, and demand cuts off over here. Supply opens back up, and we push the stock back down into demand areas around the 1720, creating a higher low previously than 17, showing us that there is new demand still here, and we know how important the 17 level is on Palantir. So continue holding that 17 level by showing us demand at a higher price point. So waiting for that pushback, and honestly, we could see the stock holding up at, somewhere around 1740 itself and not really push all the way down to 1720, which would negate my trade completely. And I don't really want to hold it if it comes back through the 1755 area after bouncing off the 1740s or so. So going to be watching this trade a little bit longer. I am in a short though, with not too much risk off the higher side. And for whoever asked that question about long Palantir or Lucid or whatever, yeah, I have to agree with 100% with your boy C-Dog over here, Sharif. Short Lucid, but I guess that'd be negating what I said earlier on Lucid not too long ago on this call out. So this 52-week hold call out that we gave out on Lucid that pushed it up to 1750 or so, that was a monster long. And I think this was when the stock announced, I forget how much of a beat did they announce? Did they announce like a delivery beat? Or no, this was the Saudi partnership. This was the Saudi partnership that originally brought the stock down, did not really break the previous 52-week low, and then launched all the way up to 1750. Notice how we had a line already there. We see a little bit of rejection already coming. Yeah. We know where the possible supply is opening up at, and demand might be slowing down and pushing the stock back. So now the question is for Lucid on this earnings day, do we hold up at the previous 52-week low or the current 52-week low, sorry, or does this earnings report create a whole new 52-week low and smash to the downside? So that will tell us as time comes. And right now, looks like Palantir shorts might be working because the market's already pulling back.
Yes, sir. But Amazon is just an absolute beast. The market might be pulling back, Bradley, but Amazon just made a new high a day. 141.54, breaking through that high of the opening range. The high of the opening range technically was 141.37 or 38 or whatever, but the closing prints were all sub 141.25. We are now closing above that level, looking to break the $0.50. Amazon uber strong, 1.3% to the good. The other one that's real good today is Google, 131.32. Yeah, 131.32, the high of day. This one continues to pump up. 2.4%, was actually about 2.5 a second ago when it reached a high, tracing a little bit back now. As you mentioned, the market pulling back, but those two names undoubtedly strong of the day, followed by Meta up 1% to the good, not bad, but rejecting Meta off 314.50. I will have a look at Moderna. Somebody was asking me in the chat to have a look at Moderna. But before I do, I want to mention this to you, Bradley. You can keep doing your trade, but just listen up. Mbappe was offered a contract by Paris Saint-Germain that guaranteed he would be sold next year. Okay? So if he stuck around for one more year at Paris, they guaranteed contractually that they would sell him next year. He rejected that. Yeah. So he wants out. He's putting his foot down.
Where did he want to go?
Real.
Real Madrid?
Yeah. That's obviously what's being touted by
Who's
Paris.
there?
Well, Real Madrid is storied. So you want to go to Real Madrid so that you can be king, there and win with them and make your legacy there. Much like Ronaldo did. Ronaldo forced a transfer outside of Manchester United because he wanted to go Real because they're so storied, right?
Right.
And that was a look there. So Kylian Mbappe rejecting all sorts of money, even with a guaranteed sell. And I don't think they guaranteed him to Madrid, but they guaranteed they would sell him next year, and maybe that's why he was rejecting the contract. All right, Let's look at mRNA. mRNA down on the day. I think this one, did it report? Yeah, it reported last week, reported August 3rd. It had a decent move upside on the algo spike earlier. What time? It was a pre-market report, a pre-market earnings release. It broke 119 by a couple of shekels. I think it got almost to 119.5, but that was really early on, like 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m., and then essentially sold off after that the entire day. Now, it did hold that kind of 108, 109 area. I mean, we resold, and then August 4th, which was Friday, was a bit of a dud. There was no continuation. We kind of got up to 111 and 2/3, but we kind of sold off with the general market into the afternoon there on Friday. Today, we open up at 108 and change, 108.15, 108.20, but it has been down and to the right. The elevator, not the escalator today, guys. We're rejecting that 108 level, coming down all the way into 99.
That's a nicer way to put it.
Yeah, but a bit of a double bottom here, Pradley, holding that 99. Just broke through 100, though, so maybe some relief buying. 100 was definitely a resistance level going from about 11:30 till just about now, 12:30, so about an hour of resistance, but we break above it. VWAP on mRNA is about 101.20-ish area, so if you're looking for a profit target, maybe that could be it. Otherwise, we really have to get going here for you to meet the next profit target, which is about 108 level. I don't see that happening.
What's the usual saying? It's like
sorry, I didn't put mRNA in the
stairs up, window down.
Stairs up,
window down.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, the elevator. I just tell the elevator.
You take the stairs up and you take the window straight down.
Sure.
Amazon over here. I'm trying along as soon as you mentioned through the opening range. You know, I like taking that opening range 5-minute breakouts, but today might not be that day once again as the market stuck in yesterday's ranges, and Amazon might just be trying to be stuck in yesterday's range over here too. So you just got to be a little careful. Thankfully, that Palantir short is working out. Here comes Amazon back to our average price. Market's trying to bounce back through VWAP at 15,400. Sharif, trying to hold on the market. So if that actually manages to hold, maybe this opening range breakout on Amazon can actually give us a trade. If you remember how important that 142 level was on Friday, on Friday, how important that 142 level was. The first time it breaks 142, breaks it by only 2 pennies, traps everybody, pushes back down. Later on, breaks 142 successfully, rips to the north side, and was a monster trade. So if we do manage to push back towards that 142 area, I would like to, maybe take that breakout also. Right now, let's see if we can add a little bit on this 142.50 area breakout as this market's trying to march back up. NASDAQ just peaking right back through VWAP over here and holding that 15,400, up 0.35% on the NASDAQ basket. S&P 500 up 0.58 right now, above VWAP, and holding up slightly above VWAP also. So let's see if NASDAQ and if S&P 500 can take out the high day and help NASDAQ just squeeze a little bit to the north side. I don't know why I said squeeze on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ doesn't squeeze. But if the market can push a little bit to the north side, that would be amazing. Here goes Palantir trying to take away from my shorts. Looks like Palantir wants to push a little bit more up north side.
Aaron saying, Sharif, my news says insider sell on mRNA. Interesting. Okay, so that's always something to be cognizant of, whether it's insider buying or insider selling. You always want to take note of that because typically there are reasons, not always. Sometimes it's just repositioning your portfolio to take profits for tax purposes, et cetera, et cetera. There could be a plethora of reasons why an insider would be buying or selling, but it is something that you need to take note of because, there are sometimes really good reasons why they're selling or some really good reasons why they're buying. But like Pradley said, 15.4 looking to hold on right now. Every time we dip a couple of points below 15.4, where there's renewed buying here. So I'm 2 for 2 on the future today, right? With really good trades to the top. Now, I don't want to give any money back, but I do like this 15.4 hold. I just don't want it to get too far removed from 15.4 so that I could actually use that bottom end of the trough as my out for the technical purposes. We'll see. I don't want to punch in quite yet, but Meta moving up, Amazon moving up, Google definitely moving up on the name. So this is giving me some, confidence, I should say, maybe to to enter into another long. That'll be a third long today on the future. Yeah, I want to think this one through a little bit, to be quite honest with you. Let's see what everybody's saying. Lone Sophos. What up, Lone? Good friend of the show. Says, I'm still anticipating a Huadunk. Well, you never know, man. That could come in any time, right? These markets have been quite volatile. I wouldn't put it past, for sure. Ganesh, Sharif, any trades on SVFD? Now, I did see that bad boy popping up on my chart. What's up? The Katina man.
Oh, Ashley from Dallas, Sharif. Dallas. Thanks, Brad.
Are you a Cowboys fan? She's not a Cowboys.
She's scared because I'm here. You could just say yes. You could just say yes. Anyways, from Dallas, so this is Sharif and, of course, Trader Brad.
I'm the one with the hedgehog.
Hedgehog Discord is what's being talked about right now. You want to say anything to anybody? Hi to family?
Hey, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Okay. Thanks for letting us interrupt your show, guys.
No worries.
Oh, of course. Anytime.
Thank you. Ciao.
Nice to meet you guys. All right, let's keep a look at here. 15.4 comes and goes here on the NQ. We were talking about this being an interesting level of support. Let's see, man. We're only a couple of points below it. Does this level hold, or are we going to get the lone Huadunk, right? Lone was looking for the Huadunk. We may well get it. We'll see what is up there. We'll keep an eye on it.
The chat loved it, man. Chat just goes, hey, Ashley. Chat's like all over with Dallas. Ashley, I love it. I love seeing chat support chat.
Oh, no question
Right? That's
about
awesome.
No
Getting
question
each other's
about it.
backs. Oh, you know who's not got each other's backs right now? The market. The market's, let me hear it, Sharif.
What? What happened? Huadunk?
Oh, man, you got to be proper. Let me hear it.
Huadunk.
Thank you. The market is going down right now. The shorts might just be getting ready to pay us a little bit of extra dollars over here as Donkey Kong Shorts has been in a new position. Let's talk about Donkey Kong a little bit. My worst trade of the day. I was so bullish on Donkey Kong, tried to really destroy the stock on the long side that I had so many shares actually got destroyed instead. Instantly started off the day with the bad loser on the day with Donkey Kong, and then I got short. And I got lost on the short too, and guess where the stock goes later on?
Where?
All the way to the downside. Right?
Dang.
All the way downside. Miss out on the short, miss out on the long. I mean, there was no long, but miss out on the short, and then miss out on the double top over here, double top, I guess? No, it's not a real double top. This would be considered double top. But miss out on the re-entry around the same 32 level. And now I figure I don't want to miss out on the short around 32. Palantir pushing back up to the north side, taking more shorts on that position. We'll see what happens over there. Ooh, close my chart.
Yeah, somebody was asking before Ashley came on, SVFD. This was a penny stock. Let me just put the ticker in so that everybody can follow along. SVFD. First of all, we're going to talk about what this stock does, what the float is, et cetera, before we talk about the price action. So let's have a look. Save Foods. Don't know them. Save Foods. Who's calling me, man? Leave me
Mommy?
alone. No, it says likely spam. I like how Rogers tells me that it's likely spam, so I don't even have to bother listening. Save Food Incorporated is an... It ain't boggy, I promise you that. Is an agri-food tech company. The company specializes in eco-crop protection that helps reduce food waste and ensure food safety while reducing the use of pesticides. You definitely want to hear stuff like that if it's actually factual. The float. Let's talk about the float because that's important. 4.3 million shares, very small, micro float. Not as micro as some of these Chinese names that we've seen, sub 1 million. We've seen 400,000, 500,000. 4 million is still very small. All right, let's see why it's moving on the day. Da-da-da-da, ba-ba-ba-ba. No, that's not what's going on with Safe Food stock. There we go. That's the one. Shares are skyrocketing higher on Monday despite a lack of company-specific news. Geez, don't you just love that? SVD shares are ripping nearly 200% higher on very high trading volume. According to data from Benzinga Pro, more than 52.5 million shares have been traded compared to the stock's 100-day average of 560,000 shares. What kind of RVOL that is? No idea. All I need to know is that there's no company-specific news. That makes me very wary of it, despite the fact that I see the price action here on Friday. Somebody's punching in here, bro. At 4 o'clock, just when the halt parameters were gonzo, did somebody start punching in here at 64 pennies, and lo and behold, we pop up into 144. But if you were looking for this to be kind of like a pump and dump, it hasn't materialized quite yet because we close out Friday at 8 p.m. at that dollar mark. Actually, we did hold a dollar. Did we? Let me just look quick. The closing print, yeah. The closing print was 103, okay? We gap up at 4 a.m. The volume starts coming in at 7 again. We're at that $5-ish, $10-ish, pardon me, area at 7 a.m. and the volume starts pumping up all the way. We get to 169. Retrace, hold 105. Technically, that's a low on the day, but that's as bad as it would get so far, at least, as we pump up here into $2.36 the high, retracing now and breaking below VWAP at that $1.50. Does the $0.50 level hold? Now, there's a nice amount of action in terms of if you're looking for a support level at that $1.50. You wick above, you wick below. You wick above, you wick below. There was a fight here, no question about it, between buyers and sellers at that $0.50 level. We're back at that level. Does that mean this is an area of support? Well, it's a good area to start looking, no question about it. Maybe we can try our hand here with some small shareage. But what I don't like about this is look at the declining volume. I mean, the volume is really huadunking here. We were at 3 million shares per 5-minute candle around 10:15. Now we're talking about sub 500,000. That's a multiple-fold decrease. It's not what you want to see on a type of name like this where volume is king. Because without that, we're really not moving up here. So as SVFD, definitely on my radar, but not ready to punch in quite yet. What's up, Bradley?
Missed my trade on ON, man. I guess my alert triggered and I wasn't paying attention today. Let me see if my alert did not trigger. It still says active because my alert set at 104.94 on ON and it only pushed up to 104.87 today. So missed out that trade by only a couple pennies, exactly 5-ish or so pennies, not too much over there. That sucks because my overall trade setup was right here. I'll show it to you. The previous all-time high, which was 105 area on ON, which was around this 105 area. Bang, that 105, which was the previous all-time high, earnings number comes out, takes the stock to a new all-time high, pulls back, and now we start testing this 104 area for possible support and resistances and so on. So I wanted to short that 105 or go long through that 105. Semiconductor sector, I believe, was pretty strong today. Let me quickly go verify that. SOXX on NASDAQ. Let's go see if the semiconductor sector was strong today. Yeah, it's still up on the day, right now near the low of day. I mean, NVIDIA was positive as much as I remember seeing it. Let's see if it still is. It still is, but trying to take out the low of day. Wow, NVIDIA pushing through the low of day. Markets flushing over here, I guess, with the help of NVIDIA. Wow, NVIDIA really putting the hurt on for the chip sector now. Let's go see if AMD is moving along with it. AMD still at 117, not really pushing down. Is Intel doing anything? Intel near 35. Is that the low of day on Intel? Yeah, pretty much the low of day, only down 0.3%. Neil, is 35 a level on Intel? It was a level on Intel, says Neil. I'm wondering if we could take short off this 35 break and use it as a sympathy off of NVIDIA, which just now took out the low of day, instantly flushed to 448, took out 448 by a few pennies or so, and now trying to hold 448. Market not really flushing down, but hey, S&P 500 futures are still green. I'm expecting S&P 500 ETF to be still green. Yeah, still is 0.5% up on the day. So no real flushes coming in just yet, but NVIDIA for some reason sold off quite a bit there. Let's go see if Apple, man, the short that we had today, if I just had held this trade a little bit longer and my Palantir a little bit longer, I would not have to worry too much about those trades. Palantir at the moment is pushing up to that 1780 area, which was the opening 5-minute range a low number. I believe it was 1784, 1785 or so. So I'm trying to take more size shorts in front of this while I take some out. I'm getting out of some size over here so I can get a better average. So basically taking some for a loss out and then trying to get back in at a better average at the higher end of that range. Let's see if that opportunity comes into us. If it doesn't, then we just hold the size that whatever we have after taking that initial first lot of size out for a loser over there. DraftKings seems to keep on pushing up north. Ooh, wrong box. Let me go here. DraftKings finally back to that opening range 5-minute low again, like it was previously. So let's see if we can see a little bit of a rejection on this bad boy too and push back down. Previously had a good earnings day on the stock and ripped up to the north side, I believe. No, it actually sold off on the earnings day, right? Let's go see what DraftKings did.
It did well, and then it pulled back. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember there. Yeah, sold
It's a
off
good
quite
name,
a
bro.
bit.
There's no question about it, man. Anybody selling this is because maybe they're, I don't
Making
know.
profits.
Well, I don't think it's been up here. Can you go back? Can you go back to that? Zoom out. This is all time.
No.
No, we're not. Oh, that's why. Yeah. They're fundamentally, bro. They did
Bagged?
well. Yeah. They
Yeah.
did well. There's no question about the fact that they did well. And they're doing well. Doing well. Okay, I like the 14. I like the 15.4 dip buys here, okay? Every time we come back into 15.4, we're getting bought up. So I'm in another future position. Let's see if we can get continuity. I'm going to try to take profits at 15.25. Let's see how well we do here. They're just wetting my beak with another out. Let's pump up here because I like these. Look at it. Every time into 15.4 gets bought up. Every time into 15.4 keep getting bought up. So this is the third trade I've had on the future. All right, let's see how well we can do here. I want to talk quickly about Nat Gas. Now, we don't talk politics on the show, but it's almost impossible not to talk politics when you're talking Nat Gas, sadly, because the nature of this particular commodity. Now, Russia is an exporter. I want the what's up?
Is she talking
ahead.
about Ripley? Ripley the Hedgehog? The Sonic Hedgehog? Well, the viewers who are here on the show today, remember the
She was mentioning the hedgehog being
hedgehog.
in the chat. Is she in the Discord group?
No, I guess she's in the Discord group, and yeah, the Ripley was the Hedgehog's name, I guess. Now I remember the Hedgehog. I haven't seen the Hedgehog in a long time. Sorry, I just got
Yeah,
distracted.
it's okay. That's fine. I mean, they're not going to be here forever. So yeah, obviously that's one for you. So Russia is a net exporter of nat gas, right? But we know that they shut down the Nord Stream pipeline because, well, it's a political thing with Germany. So how are they exporting nat gas? Well, I'm going to suggest that it's by boat, where they cool it, they cool the nat gas, they liquefy it. That's why they call it LNG, liquefied natural gas, and then they export it that way. Well, what happened on the weekend? Essentially, Ukraine now has these drone boats that they're attacking Russian ships with. And any type of Russian ship is going to be a target. And Zelensky went on and basically said, you know, you're not safe anywhere. We're coming after you. And so could this be an interesting move here on nat gas where it becomes a supply thing? I mean, if these ships are blowing up and they're carrying nat gas, I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. So fact check me in the chat. Do they actually ship their nat gas using boats, or are there still pipelines? Because my understanding is the Nord Stream pipelines are shut down. And that was the only way really they were shipping it to Europe. So fact check me on that. Just a thought, thinking out loud about the issue, because it was one that really kind of caught my attention over the weekend. All right, let's talk a little bit about what people are talking about here. Miss A asking about NKTR. Sure, that's just showing up on my scanner. Just broke the $1 mark, actually. So we're going to have to talk about that real quick. Good look here, 91.5% to the good on NKTR. I don't know anything about this stock. Let's put the ticker in so people can follow along. Friday's close was that 50 penny area, and then all of a sudden, boom, goes a dynamite, and we're 106 to the good on the name. Nectar Therapeutics. Nectar Therapeutics is a clinical stage research-based drug discovery biopharmaceutical company. The company is focused on discovering and developing medicines in the field of immunotherapy. Okay, that's all we'll read about that. What's the headline? Price target maintained at $6 by Mizuho. So that's one. Let's see what else. Nectar Therapeutics says data by Eli Lilly for Respeg presented an event incorrectly calculated by Eli Lilly. What is this? Efficacy data by Eli Lilly for this drug presented at September 22. Congress was incorrectly calculated by Lilly. I guess that's good for them because maybe they got played down. So there is a headline. In any event, it's above $1 now, 106 the high. Let's see if this holds up above a buck. It's at 89% to the good here, proudly. I just want to read some of the comments with respect to what I said here, so I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I was thinking out loud saying these are both bad trades on board that I have right now. So I'm going to stop adding to them, and I'm just going to give them tight risk at this point. They both seem absolute trash trades, honestly. Don't like them anymore. Don't like the idea that I had anymore. Don't like the thesis in them anymore. Yeah, thankfully we're not losing too much on this trade.
God, I'm
and if we do
flying
keep
here,
the
bro.
risk tight on it, we should be able to at least come out unhurt, not hurt at all, and still be good to come back tomorrow with a nice little clear set of mind and better setups to kind of come with an attack. But right now, yeah, I'm just getting ready to wonder where I can throw my stops out on both of these positions. While I do that, let's see what the chat's doing. Need Apple to get off its AAA. Okay, let's go take a look at Apple. AAPL, buddy, come on. AAPL, 178.85. I mean, it is making a bounce for you. What more do you want Apple to do for you? It's making a nice little bounce. Hold that 177, 178 area for you, making its way back towards that 50-period EMA on the 3-minute chart. Almost back to VWAP over here, and the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. It's quite a bit way, I guess, for look, the market just took out the high a day over there. Or
on
it's
this
trying
future,
to.
bro. Absolutely killing this trade on the future, bro. This is 3 for 3 on the future, man. Every time that 14.4 comes in, oh my goodness, 15.4. I can't even talk properly. I'm so excited. All right, we just took some out here, Bradley. We're looking for that top, the local top. Several rejections off that 15.4 1/4. No question about that. You don't have to be a great technician to see we're rejected here. Why isn't it showing me the time? I got to move this up. There we go. Initially, we break through 15 1/4. That was early on. That was 11:10 a.m. Another rejection. Come back up again. 11. Sorry, that's not 11. That's 1 hour back. This is Chicago time. I always forget about that. 12:10 rejection. 12:27 rejection. Now we're right back at those levels again. Another rejection off 15.4 1/4. Look at us come right back down. 15.4 1/4. You're not going to convince me otherwise. A local top, and there is definitely resistance at this level. Every time we get up there, we reject. I'm long 15.407. 4 outs, 1 remaining. Let's see if we get the hold of 15.4. I'm going to give this a couple of points to the south side. The Katina man is here.
Signing up a mug for Ashley.
Awesome.
Sean, could you ask her if her hedgehog's name was Ripley?
Ripley?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Good.
okay,
You
good.
signed. Oh, did you sign?
Okay, good. Now I know who I'm talking to.
So you know what? Okay,
Now
so
I know
now
who I'm talking to. Yeah.
that's great. The Warthog, Sharif, congrats on the trades. I've had similar entries on the ES levels. Yeah. So I talked about it this morning. We talked. Let me pull up the ES here.
This
We
is
talked
awkward
about
to hold. I don't wanna
4,500 being the same or similar. Not same. That's incorrect. Equivalency. A similar level on the NQ. It didn't end up playing that way though, because we never even got to 4,500. No. The dips were all at the initial dip on the ES, 45.13, and another one 45.14, and it's been stair-stepping up, higher lows all throughout. But look at that, much in the same way that we're having trouble at 15.4 1/4 on the ES, we're having trouble at 45.30. Man, I'm screwing up everything. Much in the same way that we're having trouble with 15.4 1/4 on the NQ, we're having trouble with 45.30 on the ES. Not able to break that top, but what I do like is a series of higher lows here. Usually compression patterns, or not compression, wedge patterns resolve in the direction of the trend. So we'll see if we get continuity right back up here, again into 15.422. We'll see. I'm going to hold the last one for the break of that top. Let me just move out here, see what everybody's saying. Greg Moore, Sharif, the resistance level is coincident with 50% fib from the high to low Friday. Yeah, you know, a lot of people use those fibs, and I'm not going to discount them, no question about that. That's not typically how I look at the future, but that is, if it works for you, fantastic. I try to typically look for price action levels. But here we go, right up again into 15.4 1/4. Do we get continuity this time? I ain't selling, baby. I didn't sell. I'm too busy yelling, Sean. Give me 1 second here. All right, man. All right. So I got to send it back to Bradley.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take over while you sign the mug over there. We're looking at UVXY. UVXY looking to take out the low a day. I guess it matches with the whole idea of the market trying to take out the high a day. I have my stop sent out on both of these stocks now, so I just let the fate play out. Like I say multiple times, punch and pray. So now I just let the positions play themselves out. In my previously had thesis, and let's see if that thesis plays out for myself. Coming back to the chat over here, AMC wants to take high a day. I was surprised to see AMC, take any sort of a move. I guess $1 billion made by Barbie. Was that the highest record, chat? Was that the news channel news article for it? The highest grossing ever movie in history, $1 billion. I find that hard to believe, man. But hey, shout out to Barbie. Instead of AMC, I think Mattel should be looked at as a trade, honestly. So let's go look at how Mattel did today off of that catalyst over there over the weekend. An absolutely monster move. Why didn't I just trade Mattel today and went full buying power long Mattel off of that catalyst, right? While everyone's most likely looking at AMC and they're like AMC. The more cleaner trade with no stress behind it at all was taking that breakout of 21 right there. Obviously, hindsight's always 2021 over there. 2020 was the number, but 2021, you're one step ahead of it. But
That's
over
funny,
here,
I like that.
Over here, we're trying to see. Man, I missed this trade.
wrong,
I
Bradley?
wanted to take this trade so badly today too. I was thinking about going long Mattel today, based off of that catalyst, and I just sat down, and the only thing that I saw in front of me were
Because of Barbie?
BTGN. And then I got completely distracted. Yeah, because of Barbie.
Man, Barbie grossed
Come,
over
Barbie. Let's go, Barbie.
a Billy over the weekend, man.
I don't
400
believe it.
some odd million in the U.S.,
I don't believe it.
500
It's
some
all
odd
fake
million
numbers.
international.
Fake numbers.
Um,
Fake numbers, man. They're fluffing the books over there.
Neil is asking how they fake numbers. Bradley, he's got his opinion. He's entitled to
You
it.
gotta put a tin hat on, man. It's pretty easy.
We gotta
Fluff
make
the
you a tin
numbers.
hat, like keep it on the side there.
They fluff the numbers, man. They just, they make it a fugazi. Just
Fugazi. All right, Neil.
Enron. They Enron that ish.
Ooh, okay, that's quite libelous. I'm just joking.
Enron that ish, boy.
Yeah, Enron. Oh my God. Anybody who hasn't, if you're new to stocks, if you're new to the market and you don't know what Enron is, watch the documentary, The Smartest
DKNG
Guys in the
Iceberg.
Room.
DKNG Iceberg 3220. The stock just kept on printing 3220 to try to break it, and it's not breaking it. Oh, okay, maybe spoke too soon. There you go, broke it just now. But coming back in instantly maybe, and then putting a wall over
What
there.
a
Now let's see if
futures trade, bro.
3220 holds. Now 3221 is getting taken out. This stock is about to stop me out in one more penny. Oh,
Bump it.
back under 20. Okay, back under 20. Is the iceberg refresher come back in? More orders are coming back in. No, there's no iceberg there anymore. There was an iceberg there previously. Only 100 lots were being shown, and a lot of size was being printed into it, and we weren't able to take out of it. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely. Good move on the future, Bradley. 15,430. We just broke it, and then we're rejecting again. But there's definitely resistance at this 5-point level, quarter, 30, whatever you want to have. I'm not selling. Let's continue to hold here. Maybe we can get a nice reversion trade into, let's say, the 50-ish area. I mean, we topped out here in the pre. It's actually not even the pre-market. This is after the bell at that 443 level. So I'm going to hold. Let's see what happens. Neil alerting me to the fact that Yell was screaming to the high side. It's still negative on the day, no question. We closed out Friday at 358. We're sub that now. We got up to 344, but then it was a bit of a reversal coming back down to 315. Now, this was an interesting top over here. 315 seemed to be a bit of a resistance level. I'll pause it. 3, probably the better support level if you're really looking for a dip trade here. Otherwise, this might be an interesting short. Now, we know they're going big. Pardon me. We're going bankrupt. They're going bankrupt. We're not going bankrupt, hopefully. Hopefully, we're not going bankrupt, Bradley.
we going bankrupt?
No, I hope not. Yell, they said also for somehow they're going to pay back the $700 million that they were loaned by the U.S. Treasury Department during the COVID bailout for that 30% stake. Not sure how they're going to do that. Anecdotally, there are other companies that are subsidiaries of this one that are also folding. So if you listen to The Compound, which is one of my favorite podcasts, you know, Josh Brown was saying he sent his kid to camp, and you know, you usually take a big trunk to camp to have all your collectibles, and then there's trucking companies that ship your trunk to and from your house to the camp, and all of a sudden the day before, they're supposed to pick up the kids and bring back their stuff. They get an email from the company, nuh-uh, we're folding, we're not picking up anybody's stuff. Lo and behold, it's a Yell subsidiary. So there's like reverberations of this company going bankrupt being felt outside the commercial space as well into basically, you know, more individual type, I don't even know what to call that. Not even sure. Anyway, $3 holding for the moment on Yell.
Let's
right back
go.
down into 302, Bradley.
We got Amazon breaking out 142 right now. Man, we had that long and we chickened out of that trade. Look at that. We punched out of it while pressing the wrong key. We chickened out of that long. We had that long too. And I completely got distracted by other positions. That pre-market high breakout and the opening range breakout that your boy Sharif was calling now actually played out well. Here's 142 breakout, which was a level that Friday was an absolute level. Donkey Kong stopped me out and they thought that they got me. Psych. Nope, you ain't getting me today. We jump right back into that Donkey Kong trade. Let's see if Donkey Kong can now pay us to the downside over here. Might have to start taking profits once you know we start taking below 32, because I don't want to see buying coming in and psyching us out of this trade one more time. But nice little move to the downside on Donkey Kong and Amazon, giving us a nice move to the upside. Let's go Amazon, keep pushing. We want to see. My stop is basically 142. A re-entry of 142. I'm done with this trade. But as long as we keep holding above 142, that's good. This time of sales is right now. Shout out to your boy, Obi. Obi, myself, and another trader from the floor who used to trade on the floor and has his own office now. We sat on a Discord call for like an hour on the weekend, and we went through Obi's tapes, and we were like going through some of the ideas and everything. Something that I picked up off of Obi is this right here. How he filters his time of sales, multiple time of sales. He has one for 2,000 shares, one for 1,000 shares, and one normal. So that's what I'm trying to steal from him over here. And based on that, you can see how, you know, where big volume actually comes in, or are they coming to the sell side, or are they coming to the buy side or not. Already 12 cents in the money on Amazon, and we have not even gone back below 142 since we have entered. And here comes Donkey Kong to that $32. Let's go, baby. You almost got me, Donkey Kong, but not today. Sadly, you're still my worst stock on the day, though, and that's fine. We're still flat on the day. You know, we're not stressed about nothing. We come back tomorrow, but better trained and better armed to fight back at this market. Hopefully the 4 o'clock stream today comes out with some good ideas over there based on Palantir, Lucid earnings that are coming out, and we got more earnings to look at for tomorrow pre-market.
The Katina man wants you to know he is still long our friend Amazon at that 139 mark. Essentially, quite frankly, it is bottom wick. There was a bit of a double bottom. If you look at the 5 on Amazon, let's pull that up. This wicking here, yeah, that's very distorting, but maybe we can show it to you anyway. Yeah, there it is. Double bottom on Amazon. The break of the crest, no question, that 140 3/4. If you took it long there for confirmation, you have been rewarded, my friends. 142.18 as this one continues to go to the north side, as we know.
I'm not your friend, buddy.
Subsequent to earnings, proudly, we know there's big money positioning in this name, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening here, because to move it like this, it ain't going to be retail, baby. Or it's going to be big boy money, and we're at that 142.25 right now. So we'll continue to see how we do here. The future just breaking through that 15.430, so well in the money on this futures trade. Let's let that one run and see where it goes. Let's see what the chat is up to.
I'm not your
Tony
friend,
Price.
guy.
Huh?
I'm not your guy, buddy.
What happened? Am I talking to me? You're talking to me?
It's a South Park meme. You said something about buddy, so I said, I'm not your friend, buddy. And then Fabian responded back, and chat responded back. That was a good moment over there. Good moment. And your boy is now green on the day for the first time. Let's go.
Double top. Double bottom bounce
only
on
took
SoFi.
4 hours, 6 hours to get green on the day.
Well, doesn't matter as long as you're green, baby.
Money.
There you go, baby. Double bottom bounce on SoFi on the 5-minute chart. Question marks asked Tony Price. Let's have a look at our not friend, SoFi. Let's have a look here what SoFi is up to. All right, let's go to the 5, get a better look. Well, you know, that's more of like a triple bottom because there's multiple touches at that 920. Now, yeah, I know the wicks go below that, but that's not the price that's important to me. I tend to favor closing prints. No question the closing prints are above 20. Now we're above VWAP. Look, SoFi, this is not the type of name to trade today. I don't mean to, you know, put down your trade, but there's just so much more going on that's giving you intraday volatility, intraday expansion. This one is tight, definitely tight, right? I mean, we got a 950 top here, essentially on the opening range, and then we have a 920 bottom. Now, that's not the type of trade you're looking for, but no question about it. If you're looking for 920 as an area of support, the chart definitely supports at least intraday. So good luck on that, and I hope you're profitable on it. Let's see what else is moving. Amazon continuing to head up 142.27, but Google, no slouch either, my friend Google. Here, as we have a 131.58 top, we're printing 55s here, so we're 3 pennies removed off the high day. No question about it. Google, very strong. No specific catalyst other than to say Gene Munster seems to like this stock, says there's a lot of upside. Specifically, talked about AI. Let's see this here. Google's parent Alphabet stock top stories. What do we got here? Regulatory news, UK data protection, digital information bill is facing criticism for favoring big business. All right, that's not the one we're looking for over here. Let's see what else. I know I saw the Gene Munster headline earlier, but I already gave that to you guys. Essentially what he says, Gene Munster says Alphabet is a great position. It says new generative search experience is going to be the shift in how consumers use search. We'll use Google for asking questions, getting insights, and doing tasks. Nothing we don't already know, Gene. Like, thanks for telling us that. But yeah, so Google.
Who is Gene?
Gene Munster. He's an analyst. He usually doesn't like Tesla. He's a Tesla bear. And we
don't like him then.
He's been a notorious Tesla bear.
He's probably partners with Billy Goats over there.
No. Billy Goats. What else we got here? Quantum computing for sure, says Hello World. Not sure what you're referring to. Maybe you're referring to the Google thing. There was an interesting development in the world of superconductors. Did you hear about this? Superconductors. Who knows about superconductors? If the chat knows, let's talk about that.
Is it made out of
Gene Munster is a
graphene?
Tesla bull. Am I talking about the right guy? Let me have a look here.
Is it made out of graphene?
Gene, I might be talking about the wrong guy. Gene Munster. Let's have a look at who he is. Yeah, sorry. I'm talking about the wrong guy. This guy's a Tesla bull, not bear. Correction. Yeah, this guy's always on CNBC. Yeah, he's a Tesla bull.
Wow.
Correction.
How long did that take?
Oh yeah. Why you gotta make fun
trading,
of it, man?
Trading. That's a trading example right there.
Poor guy. Yeah, he lost a bit of his hair.
How long did that take?
Yeah, well, whatever. Maybe he just shaved his head, probably.
Man, I want to be careful. Doing
yeah,
this
is
job
a
for too
Tesla
long.
bull. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other dude. So yeah, he is a Tesla bull.
I mean, didn't Neil and Sean recently say how long they had hair and then they've been trading and they lost it? Oh yeah, he said last Friday. That's what it was, about his brother and him. That's what it was. I remember now. Last Friday he was talking about how his brother has like a full head of hair and afro and everything, and he doesn't.
Thank you, Gordon Johnson. Chat. Gordon Johnson. They always have Gordon Johnson versus Gene Munster. And so I just mistook which one was the bear, which was the bull. Gordon Johnson is the bear. Gene Munster is the bull. Thank you for that. Chat stays undefeated. Thank you for keeping me honest on that. You know, sometimes in the middle of everything, you kind of forget, you know what, from your you know what. So, all right, here we go. Back to the future as we continue to pump higher on this position. Baby, I ain't selling.
Man, Amazon going without me. I'm sad. I punched out. I was like, Amazon going back to 142. I'm not going to like this trade. It's going to stop me out anyways. Let me just punch out of it and just take a flat exit.
Oh my
but here's
goodness, wow.
Amazon going up as the S&P 500 takes a new high a day right now. And QQQs are also rocking to the north side. So Wawawiwa is all I can do. Maybe I can look for a re-entry on a 142.50 break or something. I don't know. I missed my trade. My trade was 142. It never really broke 142. I could have just stuck to my stop. This is a little upsetting because now you've been 50 cents in the money. But, you know, maybe we can add to it. Market clearly wants to go up. The markets don't want to be red today. Amazon having amazing earnings. I think they didn't lose on a single. They didn't lose on a single number.
Thank you.
I'll have some.
Yeah.
They didn't lose on a single number. What we got in there? Ooh.
That's from Ashley, by the way. Shout out to Ashley for bringing us Tim.
And
In case you
her-
guys don't know what they are, show them
go
proudly.
ahead. And
These are
her,
called Timbits. Do they have these
Hedgehog
equivalents?
Ripley.
Do they have the equivalent of these in the States?
That's some version of it.
They're called what? Donut holes
I don't
at
like that
Dunkin'
sound of
Donuts.
that. I don't like the sound of that.
Are they actually called that, Sean? Yeah, okay. Well, here they are, and there's like all the different flavors. Munchkins
Yeah,
says,
Ramin got offended.
Ramin.
Ramin got offended, okay?
Yeah, man. Ramin is like, Ramin. Munchkin says George.
Isn't
Fro.
Munchkins like the ice cream brand, though? Menchie's. Menchie's is ice cream. I'm thinking about Menchie's.
So this is, you know, it's sugar with like a little bit of everything else, because it's essentially all sugar. I ain't touching it.
Wizard of Oz.
Market rejecting off 15. Why do I say 14? 15,430 coming right back down into that 15,420. Does it hold? I mean, I'm not going to let this go against me, not even 1 point. So if we don't get an immediate retracement to the high side, I am out. Here, you guys. I'll send this back to you guys. The Katina man downing his noodles. I see him, and they're making me really hungry. 45 minutes left on the show before I get to have a little bit of a snack here. But let's see what else. AMC to break day high, says Hernan Lopez. Let's have a look at AMC. Why not? AMC. Here we go. What's it up on the day? AMC 5 3/4 to the good on the day is AMC. Let's pull that up. Put the ticker. Let's go to the half. Let's go to the half an hour chart so we can figure out where we're at. Where are the local resistance levels? Okay, so in the pre-market, July 26th, so this is after earnings, we got up to that 530 level. Multiple wick rejections off 530 has to be noted. That's the pre-market level. Lesser volume on that day.
Sharifkins.
What? Sharifkins? Sure. I mean, I don't eat them, but you want to name them after me, I'm good with it.
Maybe they want to eat you, Sharif, because you're so cute.
Oh, thanks, Bradley. It's not weird at all, but
It's a little
July
cannibalistic.
24th, we got all the way up to that 6 1/4. No question about it. So that's another resistance level. Yeah, Ramin's having a conversation over there. 6 1/4. We got into, this is an after the bell. It's around 1 o'clock on the 24th. We got up to 6 1/4 rejection level. So, you know, yeah, it's nice curl, but I don't know if there's a reason. Oh, here we go. AMC shares are trading higher amid recent theater attendance and strong box office performance from Oppenheimer and Barbie. Barbenheimer, we talked about that.
Barbenheimer?
You didn't hear about that? Barbenheimer? Tell me that's not the first time you heard that. Yo, you're so late to the party, bruh.
Bro, I live under a new world rock, man, okay?
I love this guy.
I don't want get out of my house. That's facts. Barbenheimer, is that, what is this?
Yeah.
That's
together,
hilarious.
proudly, together they account for 1.5 billion in sales.
It was the 1 billion Barbie and only, what
Half
a
a
joke.
Half a billion
What a joke.
Oppenheimer. It's
It
a
should be the other
3-hour
way
movie,
around,
bro.
man. It should be the other way around.
Yeah,
Okay?
I agree.
Christopher Nolan should deserve $1 billion for every movie he makes, period.
There you go. So now we talked about this. AMC has been having a nice resurgence. They definitely needed the help, guys. So yeah, Oppenheimer, Barbie, definitely giving these theater stocks a bit of a buoy here, Bradley.
PayPal, new high a day. Wow, we actually had a short on PayPal today, profitable on the day. We had that short off of 64. We took a short, got stopped out when it came back through 64, got back in, wrote it down to VWAP, and then we stopped trying to short that 64 idea. Because clearly the stock was, higher end of the day. It was holding VWAP and trading higher and higher. I guess I should have just taken the 64 breakout later on, because here's the stock going up to 65 now. Monster move up 3% on the day. Market tried to keep going higher there, but kind of stalled out a bit. So not much happening. Palantir pushing right back to VWAP. Looks like that trade looks a little bit better than it did earlier. DraftKings now 30 cents in the money. Let's go look at PayPal on the longer time frame over here. Ooh, that's Square. We had a good trade on Square on the earnings day itself on the breakout of that area. Looks like we didn't really push too much further to the downside or the higher side over here on Square for us to take a look at trade at right now, as it's still stuck in Friday's ranges. So we'll leave this one alone. Let's go to PayPal, which also had earnings, and it's also just stuck in Friday's range right now. Not much happening. Friday's high, I guess, is right here around $65. So as we are marching to that 65 area on PayPal, your boy is most likely going to be looking for more shorts in front of 65, as I did earlier today at 64 for a possible fail break in front of 65 or something. Some setup over there helping us take some profits for ourselves. Covering some more DraftKings and covering some Palantir here. Just going to use my Alt F5 key, which is covered 25%. And as soon as I do that, I notice that Palantir now has inverse gateways lined up over here to take, size. Not much size, but take fills, I mean. So these guys clearly are sophisticated traders. By that I mean, they not all traders are actually able to use these order types. It's those direct market access traders, maybe hedge funds, maybe other prop traders like ourselves, and you can see those numbers are stepping up every penny that the stock is going up right now. So that's a pretty good indication that this might be getting ready to maybe drop down a little bit over here, unless that level gets wiped out. Obviously that level is not that big. There you go, see, nice little tape read right away, pushing down, and now we got inverse gateways, way smaller size than previous that we've seen on the bottom side over here. We might have some new traders over here wondering what is an inverse gateway, what is a traditional gateway.
Good call, Brad. Yeah, good call.
But a traditional gateway is a gateway where you let's say you're providing liquidity, which means you're sitting on the book and you're not actually wiping out the book. You're sitting on the book for your fills. A traditional gateway will technically give you a certain amount of fees for providing liquidity in the market, whereas an inverse gateway, you will be paying fees to take that fill. Now, why would some person use a traditional over inverse or inverse over traditional? It's because inverse gives you first priority on the fill, so you want to, you want to really ensure that you want to take that fill before anyone else does. So you use inverses compared to traditionals, or maybe sometimes you wipe out the levels. So all of this kind of comes under reading a level 2 and understanding level 2, and then you have tape reading, which is a whole nother story.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of fun. I speak, I'm kidding, of course. Here we go, 15,440. We just topped out at, let me actually give you the exact amount. Yeah, 15,440 and a half. Don't forget that half. But rejecting now off that level and coming right back down. It's really only a couple of names responsible for this move. NVIDIA is not participating, neither is AMD, but it's Meta, it's Amazon, and it's definitely Google. Microsoft is not hurting the market. It's at VWAP. It's up half a point. Apple's not helping. Tesla's definitely not helping. So it's those three that I would submit to you are the ones that are responsible for this move up and this half a point here that we have on the NQ. Nothing else moving. Let me have a look at our friend Netflix. What's our friend Netflix up to today? It's up 1%. It's not a slouch. You saw Michael Noss talk about, I believe it was Michael Noss talking about this one earlier in the day about the bad earnings and the retracement and then the move back up since then. We got a 436. The opening range top was 437.70, but the local high here, we got that 436 and 2/3. We'll see if we can get more on Netflix. But definitely my eye still here on the future. As you know, it's been a bit of a dance. Every time we break that key level of resistance, we trace right back down. So you're gonna have to pack your patience on this one, as the volatility out in spades today on the NQ. But not a profit-taking area, quite frankly. Not a profit-taking area. Let's wait at least until the, give me 1 second here. The opening rate, I would say at least to that 50 level, right? You're likely to encounter resistance at that 50-point level. We'll see if it makes its way up there. But you have several breaks through that 15,435 area. You're making higher highs, you're making higher lows, but you know, stair-stepping, definitely not shooting up there. All right. Let's see what the chat is up to here in terms of comments. Yeah, not really anything to speak of. NKTR, talked about this one earlier, the small capper. Still headed to the north side, no question about that. Having a good day on NKTR. Remind everybody what the float is on this. It's small, no question about it. What it is, no, it's actually not small. It's 187 million shares. I stand corrected. It was sub $1. We started the day off at like 52 pennies, and now we've made 106 high. It's stair stepping up, trying to hold $1. It's at $1.02 right now. Yeah, a bit of a tricky one, definitely. You want to see that $1 hold, but good look on it. 91.5%, I think, to the good on that name. So we'll continue to see what we're doing.
Holy, this guy trades futures, eh?
Futures okay.
Holy.
It's a MNQ though.
Yeah. Still, bro. I'm too scared to touch futures. Trust that. I'll be trading what's that DQQ and SQQ, baby.
Yeah.
That's my go-to.
It's in and out.
I probably made the wrong decision here, jumping out of Palantir and Donkey Kong. But hey, I'm done. I'm done taking that trade. Made my money back somewhat over here. First started donating by getting into these positions, but now we made that money back and back to where we actually started the show off with. Look out, Brad, the DK short is in danger. Hey, I got no positions on board anymore. But if you're warning other people in the chat, then shout out to that. Look out for, I guess, that DKNG short. Honestly, I still like the DKNG short. It's still going down, man. There's still a lot of room for VWAP for DKNG to push down to. But that previous consolidation where it was stuck in right here, it might just show you buyers. That 3180, 3170 area. Look at where the 100-period EMA is on the 1-minute chart. Here's the 5-minute chart, which I like even better. I usually trade off the 5-minute chart, and it shows you that both the EMAs are above VWAP, and the stock is showing you more buying come in. So you might not be wrong over there, TH, with that warning, which we appreciate. Obviously, this is the beauty of the chat. You know, they are looking out for each other. At least I hope you guys are always looking out for each other and for the hosts over here too. We love the fact that you guys always give us banger call-outs as to what stocks are moving. Palantir long bro, says Jorge or George. Not sure if which way to say it, but
it's Jorge usually.
Okay, fair. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Well, Jorge Lopez is also there, but George P is there. Okay, awesome. Jorge saying, Pride, what do you think about the meta short here? I'll take a look at that. But George asking me to take a look at Palantir long, bro. I mean, look, I had the long at 17. And I traded it very poorly. At this point, I just don't want to trade Palantir anymore. I clearly don't have the read. I tried the stock so many times throughout the day, off the open, during the midday, right now in front of you. I just don't have the read on this stock. But something that I can tell you is look at the tape as the stock is at 1770. It is struggling to push past the 1770 area. I can even show you the higher filtered size for Palantir. You're not really seeing the stock bring in volume above 1770 on what colors I need to see, which is green and yellow. So 1770, I need to see green and yellow prints coming in. Honestly, these shorts that I had earlier on DKNG and Palantir could just work out.
What was that, Sharif? I was waiting for him to trigger on that one. You can't set me up and not me take it, Sean. Come on. He's gonna hit the fail here. I don't know what he's doing up there.
It's got to be the
Green Bay
worst
Packers,
team,
bro.
right? I was trying to join you. And help Rag.
I love the speed.
I have to go for a walk.
He's gonna go for a walk. I love the speed at which he reacted to. He heard it immediately. He's like, "What's that?
Yeah.
What's that?" All right, let's talk about RCL quickly here.
What do you say about my Packers?
Yeah. Well, the pack. Who's starting for them this year, Neil? QB. Jordan Love. And he doesn't look good.
What, no more Aaron Rodgers?
No, he's dead.
Retired?
He got dealt. New York.
Oh.
He's in New York now, baby.
Pretty much retired.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's talk about RCL. Good question here by Super Spackman asking, is there room on RCL to that 109? I would submit to you there's more, man. We had a good earnings. This is July 27th. When we had the earnings release, we heard they did well with margins. They're selling more beer, alcohol. People are spending more on the cruise lines. There's demand. Energy prices were down, at least for a little bit, which helped, obviously, their margins. No question about that. Then you had some selling coming into that, maybe people taking profits. And this 104 level has held quite nicely, quite frankly. So 104 holding, and then we're having a good day today, 107.51 the high. I would submit to you, you could squeeze easily here to 112 or 113. He was asking, is there room to 109? And that's a good level to actually ask about, because that's kind of where we kind of consolidated a little bit here, to be fair. That was the bottom end of the range on the 28th, and again on the 31st was the 109-ish area. We broke down below that on August 1st, but I would say, you know, at least you're looking to get back to the tops of the post-earnings move, whether you're earmarking this level here, 113, 114 on that wick, or subsequent to that on the 28th, we get up into that 113 area. So I would say RCL, possibly a good name here to swing up 3.25% on the day. The cruise lines have been mixed. We saw NCLH give up the ghost. Let's look at NCLH, because it did not react in the same way that RCL did. And look at the earnings reflected there, baby. 22.75 is where we were trading on NCLH prior to earnings, and then Huadunk went the dynamite because it went the other way, baby, all the way down into that 18.75. We consolidate there on the second, and now we're stair-stepping down with an 18 low today on NCLH, kind of the opposite move of RCL. So we can't take these ones as a homogenous group, because they are, well, they're individuals, and each one is moving the Katita man, ain't the bang. All right, CCL quickly. We'll look at the other one in the group. This one also disappointed a little bit on earnings. They released on the 1st. They were at that 19 level. And look, because NCLH had, RCL reported well, people were anticipating CCL would do the same thing. We're talking about Carnival Cruise Lines here. Put in the ticker, CCL. And as a result, you got a lot of buying into earnings, but earnings disappointed, and we definitely didn't reach back to that level. Curling back up, though, today. Good day for CCL. It's up 3% off that 17, 16 level. We're trying to knock on the door of 18 here. 17.98 the high, Brad.
Yeah, there goes Palantir and DraftKings, much lower than where I covered. Woohoo, yay!
What, the Amazon antitrust news broke the Amazon uptrend?
Yeah, Amazon.
Did we get an Amazon antitrust news? Let me look into that. Sorry, Dan Emmons just bringing that to my attention. Let me have a, sorry to interrupt you, proudly. Here we go. Amazon.com set to meet with FTC ahead of potential antitrust lawsuit. Let's read this. Amazon.com is set to meet next week with the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, run by Lena Khan. We know that, ahead of a potential long-awaited antitrust lawsuit against the retailer. According to a source familiar with the matter, the FTC began probing Amazon during the Trump administration. The company has been criticized for allegedly favoring its own products and disfavoring outside sellers on its platform. I'll give you an example. So if you didn't use Amazon's logistics to ship your products, yet you posted your products on their ad, you actually were downgraded on the search result list. You would not be top, you would be bottom. And so they looked at that as anti-competitive practice, and I couldn't agree more. It should have nothing to do with that. I shouldn't have to use your product. This should be a fair auction system, and that's not what they were doing. So we're gonna see what they get here. But yeah, Dan, good call on that 142.54 the high, and we're now pumping back down below 142. We're moving into that 141.87 area on the release of this news. When did this come out, proudly? It came out on my blotter, at least, at around 120 or so. 120, is that the first time? No, came around 1 o'clock. 109 says the Katina man. There you go.
Do you think like they purposefully buy up a stock, and then release the news and then flip short on purpose? Like, how does it work?
Your guess as good as mine, baby. I mean, but the question is there a market like a market safeguard to prevent them from doing that? Is there? No, there isn't. So it's entirely possible.
Well, our boy Ken Griffey's still out there roaming free.
Ken Griffey Jr.?
Well, is he a junior?
There's Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr., the only father-son combo to play together in the major leagues.
Look, whoever stopped my AMC buy button.
Talking about Ken Griffith.
Ken, oh yeah, that guy.
I'm talking about Ken Griffey.
Ken Griffey. Who are you guys talking about? NFL players?
No, he's a baseball player.
Oh, baseball player. No,
Seattle
we're not talking
Mariners,
about baseball
man.
players. We're talking about Ken Griffey Citadel.
I don't know, man.
Anyways, we're coming back to market over here. Someone asked for a possible meta short, and they were talking about the meta short over here at the 315, 316 area. I actually like that call out, but you know what? I like what Obi has been doing recently. You know, Obi sits next to me now, between me and Max.
So I hear you yelling at him too. It's funny.
Yeah, because he's a little annoying sometimes. It's non-stop Amazon.
Yeah,
It's non-stop
he's
Amazon.
the Amazon whisperer, bro.
It is absolutely non-stop Amazon. Like on Friday, for example, we have an index change trade,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Market on close trades that Sean and Neil sometimes show on the closing trades. We have a really good closing trade that finally shows up. The whole floor is focused on that trade, and everyone's helping each other out. We're seeing different variables, and we're calling out.
Right.
Here comes Obi chiming in at 355.
What, Amazon?
Oh, Amazon, X amount of size on Amazon on the imbalance locator. I'm like, bro, Obi. And,
Obi's responding back there. Like, put the camera on Obi.
And I go, Obi? Obi, shut up. Don't talk about Amazon right now. Trade the deletion trade
There
that's
he is.
happening. Go trade the
Obi,
deletion.
look up.
Does he trade the deletion?
Look up, baby.
Does he
Other
trade
way.
the deletion?
Other way, to your right. There you are. Obi-Wan Kenobi. He says there, you guys are screen watching.
You guys are screen watching me.
This is
Don't
great,
watch
bro.
my screen, he goes.
This is
fantastic.
Fantastic.
I love it. But no, like obviously every trader has their own discretion, trade whatever you want, but it's like everyone's like talking about a certain trade. Obi chimes in, Amazon, and we're like, Obi, stop, bro. We're focusing on something else. But here's something that Obi actually does, right? Whenever he's focusing on a position, for example, that Microsoft short, I actually went in a little bit of an Obi mindset there. He keeps doing this new thing. He goes, the trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend.
Yeah.
He keeps repeating it out loud before he makes a stupid decision, which is trading counter trend. And I just did that over here on Meta. Yeah, the trade would have worked. Yeah, the short would have worked. But I don't want to be counter trend on something that's so strong right now. I mean, the markets are up. The markets don't want to be red. NASDAQ, is that the NASDAQ or the SPY? That's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ up 0.5. S&P 500 up 0.6 and trying to go another run for the high a day. So follow the trend. The trend is your friend. I could have bought in around this 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. I missed out on that opportunity. I would love a bigger pullback somewhere near this 313, 314s, or even VWAP for a pullback on Meta, and then a hold of VWAP will be fine. Look at Palantir now, bouncing off of VWAP, pushing back up. So that looks like a good decision to jump out of that trade. Like I said, trend is your friend. Shout out to Obi, who's teaching us a lot of things, sitting next to us. So hey, thank you, Obi.
No question about it, bro. No question about it. All right.
Just don't screen watch him.
No, don't do that. Tesla's curling back up here. Just broke through VWAP. So we had a 242.76 low. We are now at 247 and 2/3. Tesla strong. 253.65 high a day. 254 close on Friday. Tesla's all of a sudden getting a buoy here. Not sure why. Maybe it's just profit taking, but we are definitely strong on our friend Stresla at the moment. I'm not going to trade this one. I just want to talk about. Someone just put something in the chat here, and I missed it. Oh, I should have highlighted it. Anyway, I'll get back to it in a second. But here it goes back up into the 15,430 on the future. On the NQ, we've had a bit of we've had trouble breaking through this level. No question about it. We've rejected off this level multiple times. Do we finally get continuity here? We got a negative Amazon headline that's kind of stifled the move up. That 142.5 is the top for now. We're breaking now below 142 into the 141.80-ish area. Google's still strong. Like I said, Tesla's still strong. How's my friend NVIDIA? NVIDIA is black to flat. This was strong on the day. It's giving up. Yeah, I know. When you talk a zillion words a day, you end up mispronouncing a bunch of them. But back into Friday's close, 146.90, essentially 147 area, trying to hold at the moment. Let's see what else is moving here. Proudly, that SVFD. What is that doing? Oh wow, popped up on SVFD. We'll have a look real quick here. 1 minute chart. There we go. Yeah, multiple halter in the morning SVFD, but held view up okay. Not too bad. That 165 area just broke into 190, but bit of a local top. Rejected off that level earlier, not quite making it back up to 2. So be careful with this one. SVFD waking up again. That is really all that I see here. What else is the chat up to? Per eyes, Palantir, Trilly Company upcoming. I don't know about that. It's not even a. What is the market cap of Palantir? Palantir reports after the bell today, guys. Don't forget, $37.5 billion company is Palantir. Down on the day, 2.6%, but you know, we know what this one's capable of doing after earnings. You need only look last time and see how boom goes a dynamite on this name. Let's talk a little bit about their PE. That's what scares me. Minus 145.
Chill.
Bro, it's real.
It's my long-term account, man. Chill.
Pardon me?
Yeah, they did.
I'm just reading what I see here. Excluding items, that's what it
incorrect.
says.
Yeah. Chill.
I love you guys, man. You guys are jokes. But yeah, versus the industry standard of 32.
My portfolio, man.
I'm sorry, bro. I just speak facts,
only
man.
stock that I have like 30 shares, man. Chill.
All right, let's see what else is going on here. Someone was saying 14 billion. What did I just say? No, it's more, man. It's 37.5 billion. I see on my market cap anyway, on my brokerage. So what else we got? Meta back up to that 315.5. Meta's been strong all day, 1.5% to the good. Google taking a bit of a break on that pop. 131.58 was the high. We're at 131.25 at the moment. That's really it, Prodley. What else you got on your radar over there?
Yeah, I'm just wondering who opened all these random websites on my browsers over here.
You are known as a tab man.
That I am, my friend. Looking for, where is this one? There it is. I'm looking for this tab. Let's close that one. Go here, type in Palantir, because I want to confirm what these numbers are. Yeah, forward PE, 72.04 is what Finviz says, and PE is absolutely not even available. I love it.
That's weird. Let's see what Trade Ideas has.
What's the other number that you were looking at? You were looking at market cap, right? Market cap, 38 billion is what I see also. So pretty much the same numbers. Look, I'm a big fan of Palantir. I love Alex Karp, right? So obviously, I want this company to succeed, and this is clear transparency before I say anything else forward. I have the stock in my long-term account, so we'll see what happens. I think I'm actually in the money now on this position if I remember correctly. Wrong one, Sean. Sean hit the red button over there by mistake. Yeah, in the money now, green if I remember correctly. I mean, this stock is getting ready to get back into these ranges now of the $20 to $23 or so. How excited can we get for this position? I mean, a lot. Palantir gives you some absolutely beautiful trading opportunities. I remember back in the day when I was, new to trading, brand new, right here in November, December 2020, when I joined the floor, and Sean, I don't know if you were doing the YouTube or you were doing a different show before, I guess. But I remember, you getting hyped up for trading Palantir. That made me look at Palantir back in the day a lot. And that actually made me invest in them when they pulled back to these prices. So all things, it's a good look, bringing in from the past over there, nostalgic over here. Obviously,
I got to interrupt you because Meta's flying to the high side here, and I don't know why. It just blew $1.50. No, just $1.
Man, why did I get long?
315.50 breakout. Here we go, 316. Something's going on with Meta here, bro. What is going on with Meta here, guys? Let's find out what the news blotter says because, well, you don't just get moves like that for no reason. I'm not getting anything on my blotter. I'm not seeing anything on my blotter here. If you guys are getting anything, let me know. Meta is flying to the high side. It just took 317 out, 317 07, retracing now sub 17 into 316 and 2/3. But what a move up by Meta there. Rando move not echoed by any of the other big tech names. What's going on?
Shorts
Elon
getting
versus
burned?
Mark fight. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is.
Yeah, but Elon already claiming back injuries, bro. He's already pulling out of the fight with
He's
back
51
injuries.
years old.
Pulling out with back injuries.
You want from him?
Want him to be better.
Elon, man, come on, bro. Okay, wow, it just pulled in right back to $1.316. It just gave up $1 like that.
That's a
When
big
dollar
volume
gave up
candle,
$1.
though, man.
What's going on with Meta, man?
That's a decent
Weird.
volume candle, unless our charts are being fugazi, which I don't think they
they're
are.
not. I see it on mine too.
Yeah, which I don't think they are, and they're not. Yeah, that's a big volume candle. 30K shares traded in that 1 minute candle, taking it from 315.50 high to 317 over there, 317.07. Now the new high at day 4. Meta platforms. Shout out to that move over there. Let's go see if Snapchat did anything off of that move. Most likely Snapchat sometimes replicates anything that Meta does, especially on the earnings days. On earnings day, you see Snapchat following lock and step with Meta, but right now not really happening at all over here. I'm wondering if anyone in the chat has posted anything. No, chat doesn't post anything just yet. Meta about to do the reversal, says chat. I mean, yeah, it did do the reversal. It's trying to pull back down. Now we'll see if it gives us an opportunity to, like I said, follow the trend. The trend is your friend. I was thinking about buying around the 50 period EMA, missed out the opportunity to do so. But here's that's a big quadunk, man. Was this just a liquidity grab, just pushing it up to the north side, burning those longs or burning the shorts first, and then pushing the stock all the way down to VWAP? Is this what's going to happen right now? If this stock goes all the way back down to VWAP after sitting here, anyone who was short in this stock and had a stop at the higher end of these ranges, the stock just completely washed all of them clean and is going to make all of them regret it completely. So let's see what happens over here. Someone took a Wampus short position. I don't think that's how it works. Unless they took a short position over here, I'm pretty sure shorts got burned. That's why you're seeing this big pump come in and stops getting absolutely wiped out on the short side, because we're not seeing a news catalyst. Sean doesn't see anything. Sharif disappeared on me over here. He's probably in the washroom. But Sharif is usually the guy with the news scanners over here, so he can't see anything either. And the chat, you guys are usually on top of the game too, and you guys can't see either. So only thing that comes to me over here is just a simple market mechanic, people getting screwed over by some of these games. The absolute games that the market plays with you guys. 50 period EMA bounce possibly incoming, 315.50, 315.30 coming back. Let's see if the stock can show you a little bit of a bounce in front of this 315, take it back to 316, take it back to 317, or was that, like I said, the lick grab, and that was the run to the downside, now coming in all the way back to VWAP. Currently holding the 50 period EMA successfully though. Look at the volume coming in, maybe that's 144. Yeah, right now. Ooh,
bro, that's
not
some
good.
serious bamboozlement, man. What is this nonsense, man? Look at that topping tail candle. That's as ugly as it gets, man. Wow. Not a good look. Not a good look, especially on a very hard to move name. Like, this is not easy to move. This is a big boy stock. What's the market cap on Meta? It's almost $1 trillion. It's an $810 million market cap. You can't just move this around. Wow.
Watch me.
Right, this is crazy. That's very bizarre. You don't usually see that kind of stuff, especially with no news catalyst. Anyway, let's go to the future here, because the future pulled back on that name. I mean, this 15,430, an absolute resistance level, could not break that top, and there we go to the bottom end of the range again. We're long 07.25, so we're still 10 plus points in the money, but if this comes back into my area, I am out. Lots of bamboozlement today. Well, I shouldn't say bamboozlement on the future, because this top really did identify itself. Look how many times we reject off that level, and here we go all the way back down into the 413. Should have maybe taken more profits up there, but no point really. Here we go, right back into my level. If this hits 07s, I am out. So here we go, knocking on the door at 10. If I had to guess, this is a big downturn we are setting up for right now, because Meta, Neil, have a look at Meta. Have a look at Meta. Look at that move. Neil wasn't there for that. Yeah, what is this, bro? This is some weird stuff happening at the moment right now. That's $3. It's just rejected off that top. I need an explanation, baby. I definitely need an explanation for that. What a move. All right. What else we got going on? What else we got going on here?
There's a leg grab, baby.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's too big to move like that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Roger says resistance. That's not a resistance move, my friend. Short covering, says JJ, sorry. I don't know. I gotta disagree with that.
Look at the volume
well.
candle on the 5-minute chart. That's a ugly volume candle on the 5-minute chart. Just wow.
Yeah, that's an interesting look there. Brendo's at the desk. I'm sure if he sees anything about Meta, he'll let us know. But I'm not seeing anything on my blotter to justify that kind of a move, especially midday like that. That's very interesting. SQ, says Mashworth. Let's have a look at Square. Why not? This one reported last week. Know that. Let's look at the 15. And it was not a good report. Now, when I was in California, my brother-in-law uses Square for his business. And let me tell you, he loves it. He's always on his phone looking, oh, how much should I sell this today? How much should I sell about that? You know? And business owners really love this, but my questions to him were very pointed. I wanted to know what were the areas that he had to pay extra for? Were there any added features that he could add? Upselling, right? That's where the margins are. I mean, it's not just enough to have a client. You need to keep making more money off that client through new services. That's just capitalism. And he really wasn't able to give me anything that was extra. You know, he didn't say, oh, you know, to get this feature, I had to pay this tariff, or to get that, I had to pay a little bit more on this. No, there wasn't that. So that made me wonder, I mean, like, has this stagnated in terms of their retail? Now, we know they're a crypto play. We know that they have crypto, this and that, but I was looking more as a point of sale, you know, terminal point of sale, what are they called? These fintech plays, right? I can't even tell you what this guy is doing, but it is hilarious. It is beyond hilarious. Okay, we're gonna move on from that. But that was amazing. Proudly, you remain undefeated. Proudly, what is this market doing?
It's taking out the highs.
We just went right back up, and I was just about to get stopped out, and now I'm almost at highs. This is crazy. This market is nuts. I've got nothing to say.
Yeah, market's taking out the highs. I think that was a dip by opportunity on Meta. The bamboozlement, as you hear from Sharif, was obviously very evident. Let me see if I can. I don't want it. I do want it, but I don't want it. It's such a hard decision to make right now, man. Such a weird time of day, honestly. Such a weird time of day. Such a weird bamboozlement play has taken place on Meta. I'm so confused, and I guess if you're confused and you don't really have a trade setup, stay away. You don't need to take a trade. You don't need to, you know, push buttons around over here. So let's just be patient. Let's look for the right opportunities. I mean, guys, let's zoom back a little second, right? Just take a second, take a breather.
My God.
Take a nice deep breath and zoom back and look at what's happening on the QQQ charts. Now, I'm not going to say what type of day it is, but it's that type of day, right? So let's just zoom back a little bit, right? Zoom back a little bit, take a nice deep breath.
Oh my God.
I don't know what type of day it is, but it's that type of day. So we don't really need to be forcing tons of trades and be pushing around. I mean, look at the range that QQQ stuck in on Friday, Thursday, and today, right? So let's just be extra cautious. Breakouts might not be the best setups at the moment to take. The market's not really one directional. Once we start seeing those Zayn Malik or you know the Harry Style type of trades, the one directional trades. You get me?
I like
the
that.
one directional trades. Then we can look for breakouts and continually keep on looking for ads and so on. And look at that. Look at Apple marching right back to almost 180 at the moment. I mean, not really 180, 179 coming into play at the moment, but almost marching back to 190 over here. So 180 almost with the power of market trying to take out the high every other candle. S&P 500 now up 0.7. What in the SPY is so strong? Is it XLF?
Do you know what the power of the earn is?
XLF, bro. Look at XLF. 1.45% up on the day. Look at the bids on XLF. It is thicky. And the ask wasn't that thick. So obviously they took that ask out. And now we run into another thick level on the ask. Nice little tape read. If you ever want to learn how to tape read or level book read, you can just go watch like an ETF like this that's so thick and just slow it down for you. Look at how it's moving.
Yeah.
Look at how size is getting churned. You can even learn gateways and so on. It's so much slower, right? So much slower than the actual stocks itself. I don't know who told me this point. I think it was actually Adam. Adam, a trader on the floor. No, it was wrong. He actually told me to trade Canadian stocks on the Toronto Stock Exchange to learn how to tape read better. And then he put me onto the buyout train, which is something that Neil will always tell you about, how that has helped him with tape reading a lot. And then I just went to the sharks, baby, the markets, straight to Apple's, Amazon's, and Microsoft's.
Yeah, well, OG status, baby. I mean, that doesn't come light around here. I had something to say, and I forgot again, but it's okay. All right, still very much at that top end of the range here on the future, 15,433, 15,435. I mean, we got a quick wick there up to 15,447. But I mean, I didn't have a resting order there, and I obviously didn't see it. It didn't spend much time around there, so it retraced right back down. Let me look at my news blotter here to see if anything came in, because usually the news blotter, U.S. stocks. Yeah, I'll have to look at this after, but usually nothing. Let me make sure nothing. Zelensky says Russian missile hit resident. Okay, that's nothing to do there. Let's see. Nope, USA, no, that's not it. Okay, well. Nothing crazy happening at the moment, but definitely still in the top end of the range on the future. And I'm going to sit here at 40s, guys. We're going to take a piece out at 40s. If we can break into 50s, that's going to be the trade. I think if we can squeeze into the 50-point level, that's definitely the break of the range. There's no question about it. The 40s, the top end of the range, and we've been there all morning. That goes back to way earlier. Kind of stuck there. All right, let's talk a little bit about big caps, because some of them are at key levels. I'm talking big caps. Oh. Caps. NVIDIA bouncing off Friday's close, just staying positive for the moment. 447 was a level we were looking at. NVIDIA is much at the same, AMD is at the same level, 115.82, that's Friday's close. We're right at that level, so it's holding at the moment. Google still curling back up with a 131.58 high. Yeah, oops. It's at 131.40, so very much near day's highs. And Amazon, despite that headline, you could say that was baked in already, the FTC thing. We already knew that Lena Khan and her crew were going to come after Amazon. 1.8% to the good, getting off that 141 and 2/3 dip, now breaking above 142. Even Apple, the much maligned Apple, with 3 straight quarters now? Maligned.
Is that in line or out of line?
Go. Maligned means it's not good. People are upset about it. MALIGNED, maligned. Yeah, there to go.
Don't you dare
in a
malign
spirit.
her.
No, that's not. It's not spiritual. Don't you dare malign her in my presence.
Okay.
Yeah. Why does it? Well, this is a weird definition to have, right? I mean, maligned is usually just like, what? Bing. Good point. Good point.
Don't you dare malign Bing in my presence.
Proudly use
You know what?
that
Malign
accurately.
Bing all you want. I will malign Bing with you.
All right, guys. Yeah, no, I got to tell you the truth. The only reason I even have Bing on there is because now you can actually have the
AI?
Yeah, integrated into it. So there we go. We get the fill through 15,440. Are we going to break through here to 15,450? We were at the top end of the range, but really have been unable to break through it the majority of the morning. Does the afternoon bring a different situation? Apple. I was talking about this before we started talking about maligned and the definition thereof, but Apple having a bad day today, and it's been a bad little while. From earnings, this is the look on Apple. 196 was the top here, give or take a couple of shekels, and now We the day today we've held 178 for the most part. There's a bit of a dip here earlier on at 11:30, but 178 holding, not like 178 is any critical level or anything like that. I remind you that I have a dip trade set up at 175. I'm trying to build my position into this long term. We'll see what happens here on Apple. Don't forget, they have the Apple event in September. I believe September 13th or 14th, 12th, something like that, like they do every year. We're going to hear about the iPhone 15, and I definitely want to hear about what they have to say. Now, I am part of the Apple beta program, so I actually have iOS 17 on my device. And I got to tell you, I like iOS 17.
Beta.
You're a joker, bro. You find anything to make fun of, yeah. No, but I have the beta program, and I tell you, I do like some of the features here on iOS 17. It's cool, but it's not going to be it's not going to be as good until everybody has it.
Right.
Because now you can like have whatever picture I want of myself to show up when I call you.
No way.
Yeah. So it's like if I want to put this picture up when
I have to have an Apple?
You have to have a phone, an Apple phone.
Apple
yeah,
phone?
yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
okay.
Any Apple phone, I think. So there's I'm just skimming through the options, but I did like what they had. Thanks, Sad. I see the comment there. But yeah, good look on Apple. We'll see how they're able to. Pardon me?
I guess that's why I'm single.
Why?
Chat said women don't date Android users.
Well, I gotta tell you, bro, that green little thing there that comes in on the text message. There it is. There it is. The green. Yeah, I know. And Android has actually faulted Apple for that. Like, you're creating a two-tier system. Let us be blue. Right? Apple's not going to let you be blue, bro. Are you kidding? That's their thing, right?
I'm blue.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Hey, market's taking out the highs, man. S&P 500, another new high a day right now. Someone in the chat said, what's going on with Pfizer?
Baby.
Pfizer has been going pretty monstrous to the upside. Not sure what the heck is going on with this one, but it's at the new high a day right now. And a new high a day coming in for Pfizer, along with the market. The market's going up. And we're actually getting ready to wrap up the show here. So, Sharif, your futures are going off. I'll just give it to you because I'm not in any trade. I'll just give it to Sharif.
Again, we're at 446 now, 15,445. We're looking for 15,450, the 50-point level. It's nothing specific. You know, you have areas of support and resistance at these whole 100-point, 50-point levels. We'll see if that materializes. We pumped up, I think, their local high, to be honest with you, at 4.7s, or almost 4.8s. So like 2 or 3 points off that level. It's been a good morning. The winners, no question today, have been Amazon, have been Google, and for some of the morning, it's been Meta as well. Meta, there's been bamboozlement coming in. We still don't have an explanation for it, for that big move up into 317. Now we have a rejection down into 315, but the market proudly, we just topped up again. We just touched 50s there, did we? Half a point, maybe a quarter point off 50, and there we go right back into that level, but I believe we are over time. So we are going to send you to the big kahunas, and Brendo, Pratt, and I will see you tomorrow, same bat time,
4 o'clock,
same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon as we continue to march back to the upside here. Good to see you for the overall market. If you were with us early on this morning, I was mentioning we got to get Apple turned around, heading in the right direction.